Okay, so within a 10 second, we will live. Okay, so ma'am, it's three, two, one. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste, good morning, and a warm welcome to everyone to day three, the grand finale of the fourth Metabolic Health Conference, India's first and most prestigious low carb conference platform. What an incredible 2 days it has been. We've heard some really powerful conversations from India and around the world. From the history of India, the famines, the way it has shaped our food habits and nutrition, we also covered fasting, insulin resistance, diabetes, the gut, cardiovascular health, GLP-1, and so much more. Now, what has stood out most in all of these sessions is that metabolic health is not a one simple conversation. So, we've had clinicians, researchers, practitioners, scientists, and people with lived experience come together from different parts of the world and the country, and sometimes with a bit of a different opinion. And I think that's actually a good thing because when we have honest conversation that is data driven, backed by science, and we question what we've always believed, we look at the evidence from different perspective, and that is exactly where we learn. So today, in our grand finale, we have lined up 9 sessions. I'm sorry, 10 sessions, some wonderful experiences, some great presentations, and eye opening conversations for all of you. Now, before I hand over this to our other co host, I want to say a very big thank you to all our viewers who have supported us with your chats, your comments, your likes on our streaming platform and also on our YouTube channel and other social media platforms. So remember, the last 2 days are already live on YouTube. You can watch, share with your friends. And also, after this, we will be putting up individual sessions. So stay connected with us. Now, we cannot begin this day without thanking Shashikant Iyengar for bringing all of us together for this incredible session, for this incredible conference, the most prestigious, and creating such great awareness. 100% virtual and 100% free platform, and it is a great honor to be a host and be a part of MHC4. And with that, I welcome you all, and I would now like to welcome my co-hosts Shashikant Iyengar, Jasmeet Kaur, and Sandesh Bhatt.
Thank you, Michelle, for the wonderful introduction. Very energetic and very zesty. I got a lot of praises in the last 2 days from many people that you have very energetic coach who infuses a lot of zest in all the 2 days and now in the third day. So thank you very much for having hosted this for the last 2 days and now on the third day in a very nice and energetic manner. So we have seen a lot of good information yesterday, and there were live cases. For example, Dr. Asha, very passionate. The way she recovered from diabetes after so long, coming off all medication except being on metformin, and such a turnabout. In fact, she has so much information to give that 45 minutes actually did not do justice for a session. Maybe we will have a separate podcast with her. Dr. Shiva Navratnam also was another person who recovered from 6 different metabolic disorders, and now he's into education. He's educating everyone at no extra cost, no cost at all. And then we had Colonel Dr. Narayan Ramchandran coming in, who also recovered after 2-3 decades of diabetes, multiple pills, injections, everything went away. Finally landed up with only metformin, and he's also managing well. He's managing his travel and family gathering and all. And we had other host of guests who really spoke well. We had Dr. Robert Cyrus, Peter Ballester, specifically speaking on dairy. And this is what Indians are big dairy eaters, and I'm sure people will be very happy to hear more about this in coming times also. And a lot of other people like we had Dr. Shamini coming in, Dr. Neville coming in, Dr. Sunil Menon, rural India, what do we do? How do we help them? So his tips were there. And coming from Australia, we had Dr. Sanjeev, Dr. Pran, a lot of other people came and hosted and gave their views. Now, today is going to be another very interesting session. We are going to touch upon a different topic. We are going to touch upon how medical doctors themselves are suffering from metabolic disorder, which will be presented by Dr. Tanmoy Das. And of course, we are going to have another historical nutrition and history presentation by Dr. Veena. It's going to be a massive presentation. It is going to be for 1.5 hours, 1 hour for slide and half an hour for Q&A from the audience. So let us all be very alert and get all those Q&As from the audience. And of course, returning back is also Dr. Parikshit, who was there in MHC 2. And then we have the carnivore side of Dr. Ankur is coming in. And my favorite, Colonel Goa, is also coming in. We have been following him for so long. And then we have our own session, the gut sessions and all. Jasmeet will also be hosting Dr. Ian Lake, who is a type 1 diabetic. He has released his book. And the final tidbit will be we have invited Sindhu Vijay to talk about her cookbook, which is a very big hit in LCHF and keto space. I think people deserve to know, and she has some special discount and all. She will come and tell. So all these things are going to be very interesting. And the final two sessions are going to be something very unique. Again, Dr. Eric Berg is coming. He has a massive fan following in India. It's going to be there. And Tucker Goodrich, who's going to speak on seed oil. So he's the only person I know in the planet who will relate every chronic disorder to seed oil, and he has studies to prove also. Whether it is whatever the study may be, only he can dig out all the study from PubMed and show. Of course, I want to tell the audience that these two are going to be pre-recorded because they were very busy during this session, but they all themselves suggested to me that please pre-record because we don't want to miss India. So it is very nice of these two, one doctor and this researcher, that I never got the idea of pre-recording. They themselves told me, I want you to pre-record, and these are pre-recorded for 50 minutes, 1 hour. So we are going to display them in the end. It's going to be very, very interesting. And now let us look forward for Touchwood, the third day of the event going very nicely. Thank you. Over to Sandesh.
Yeah, I mean, as usual, I am always pumped these 3 days. I can go another 2 days easily. There's so much knowledge that was shared. And one of the highlights for me from yesterday was definitely Dr. Asha's energy and enthusiasm at age 68.5. I think that's what she mentioned. Just phenomenal. I think we can learn a lot from her. I also enjoyed Dr. Pran Yoganathan taking us back. There are very few doctors who actually go back history and teach us back as to what history says, especially his experience in the farm. Just fantastic. It's taking us back to the grasses. So I learned a lot there too. Dr. Sunil Menon's session. This is something I think we all, most of us are in tier 1, tier 2 cities, don't see it. So great to hear some of those stories. It was just fantastic. And Dr. Peter Ballester finally did tell us that for a vegetarian, what is the right meal plate? And I think that was a big takeaway. And there is no going away from, dairy proteins. It's what he said, so that we can balance the meal. It's a huge takeaway because there's always this confusion. And I think he rested that conversation very nicely. So a lot of learnings. I'm really pumped. And today I'll talk to Dr. Tanmoy Das, anesthesiology. And think about it, that's the field of medicine who is just working 24/7, 365. So I'm very excited to hear his story as well. So overall, looking forward to today.
Jasmeet.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the day 3 of the MHC 4. So we have had some fascinating conversation over the past few days, and that brings all of us together and then bring together science, clinical experience, nutrition, lifestyle, and the different perspectives on the metabolic health. And we have another exciting day planned for you today with a range of insightful sessions Shashiji already mentioned about briefly about the sessions covering different aspects of the metabolic health. I hope you will continue to stay curious and make the most of the conversations and insights coming your way. And also we have our Q&A session where our group of experts will be answering questions related to the metabolic health. So as you look through the today's agenda, if there is a particular topic that really interests to you, a question you would please like to, drop for our speakers, or a specific query you would like the experts to address, please drop it in the chat box. We'll try our best to bring those questions into our conversations. And even if you're watching the sessions later, you can leave the questions in the chat. So let's make this day full of meaningfulness, conversations, insights, thoughtful questions, and practical takeaways. So wishing you all a wonderful and enriching day ahead. Let's now begin.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still have few minutes to go.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Five
So
minutes.
Shashi, it's the grand finale, and I want you to actually tell the viewers, like, why have you conceptualized this? This is the fourth year you're bringing together people. It's free for everyone. What was your thought behind this initiative? And you've been at it irrespective of what hardships and obstacles you may have had to face in all these years. You've really been at this. So what was your thought behind this?
Understand that I am from a pharma background. So in pharma, we are used to what is called as continuing medical education. We have very successfully hosted many of the educational program. It may be on drugs, it doesn't matter. But the basic concept always remained on me that without education, a concept cannot get through. Now we know the low carb concept is really excellent. It is providing so many benefits. Forget us, we are just ordinary people, but we had doctors coming in and telling so passionately that how they have recovered from their own metabolic disorder. Every doctor and every researcher who came here, including we'll have Colonel Gautam Gua today telling how he has also recovered from diabetes. So how will we get the message out? So the only way to get message out is to organize such conferences where experts will come and speak. See, if I as a coach, I'm going to come and talk something, it may not be relevant. So we have invited primarily doctors, researchers, and other key figures who have done significant work. So when people listen, they will understand and they will get convinced that yes, low carb is an option. You tell me who can deny the sufferings of Dr. Asha? Who can deny the result of Dr. Colonel Narayan? Who can deny what Dr. Shivaratnam has done? So all these doctors, for example, just we saw yesterday, they are all into educating others. Everyone told, they are hammering them, they are seeing their own people. And even in the if you see a lot of other doctors who are there in the first session, second session, they are all involved in educating others. So my idea is to educate India. And let me tell you that it is a big hit because we get numerous feedbacks coming and telling that thank you for keeping this conference free of cost. Now, see, please understand, all these expenses we are bearing from our end so that people come. See, cost should not be the barrier for education. People should understand that there is an option that they can adopt this if they want. They can contact their own doctors or any one of the coaches to understand and how it can help them. And it was my strong networking for all these years through social media, especially Twitter X, that I could build up a very good reputation of a person who is humble, very decent, and very scientific. In fact, you all know this, you are laughing at this, that sometimes doctors themselves call me doctors. Though I'm not a doctor. I never claimed I'm a doctor. I always say that I'm a health coach, but many people think the way I post in social media, the scientific studies I post, they think that this guy is a medical doctor. So that is how posting what and how in social media is very, very important because people carry our image and they come to us because of how nicely we post. So this is the core crux. And I think we will keep continuing this every year free of cost for everyone to come and see. So this is our prime objective and our networking is only increasing. You are seeing that, In fact, in this conference also, I took help of other doctors to get some of the staff doctors. For example, Eric Berg, Dr. Eric Berg, I could get it through Dr. Cyrus. So networking works very well, and I have one of the strongest network across the globe. I can, proudly boast this, that no one has as much networking as I have with international doctors. That all of you know this. So thank you very much. Time is up,
Absolutely.
and I
Yes,
want to invite
absolutely.
now Dr. Tanmoy. Yeah, Michelle, you want to have a last word?
Yes, I just want to say that thank you, Shashi, for using your network to empower and educate the country and really bring this up. So, thank you once again.
Thank you. Please get Dr. Tanmoy in.
Hello. Hello. Good morning.
Please get Sandesh in.
Yes, sir.
And the slides of Doctor.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Tanmay.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me? Am I
Loud
audible?
and clear. You're great.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. I was worried about the audio. So
Thank you so
yeah,
much for joining us.
are we on live? Not yet.
Yes. Yes, Doctor.
Okay.
I'll quickly take the privilege of
Mm.
introducing you, and then we can get started.
Yeah.
Hello, audience. Welcome to Metabolic Health Conference 4.0. Today is our third and last day, and an exciting lineup of conversations. So grab on your seatbelts and be stuck on your seats, and we have a long day to go. Very exciting. Today, we start the session with a very unique topic. We are calling it Physician Heal Thyself. Why are Indian doctors dropping dead? So to talk about that, we have Dr. Tanmay Das, who's an MD in anesthesiology, 1991 from SCB Medical College and Hospital, Cuttack. Lecturer in cardiac anesthesia at LTM Medical College and Hospital, Mumbai, till 1993. Associate consultant in cardiac anesthesia at BM Birla Heart Research Center, Kolkata, 2000. Consultant in cardiac anesthesia at Suraksha Hospital, Kolkata, till 2003. Look at the varied experience. Presently, he is the senior consultant and head of the Department of Anesthesiology, Perioperative Medicine and Pain, Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospital, Kolkata, India since 2003 till date. He is also the distinguished president, International Trauma Care of the India chapter. His areas of interest are especially in pediatric and trauma anesthesia. You'll be glad to know that he's also a wildlife photography enthusiast and a metabolic health passionate individual. He's especially interested in clinical nutrition and metabolic health after successfully reversing obesity and prediabetes himself in 2012 and helping others to do the same. Dr. Tanmay, it's a privilege to have you here and hear from you what happens from a doctor's perspective when it comes to their own health. Go ahead. The stage is all yours.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. First of all, my heartfelt thanks to all of you, Shashi and entire team, for inviting me today. And this time, of course, I have been in this platform previously, but this time I thought of a unique topic which, as medical professionals, we are observing all around us in the last couple of years that plenty of alarming number of young doctors are simply dropping dead. I'm using that very drastic term because they are apparently very healthy. They are fit as they call themselves, but yet all of a sudden they just have a acute myocardial event and they just drop dead. Most of the time it is an acute myocardial event. So since the number has been very alarming, I thought that let me look into the literature and the case reports and see what could be the cause. Now, speaking in the context of this conference, all of us have been listening to such fantastic speakers. We have basically, by and large, identified that our country is in a state of metabolic health crisis. Now, this metabolic health crisis has not spared the doctors. It has not spared the doctors. In fact, it has made it worse because we have disrupted lifestyle. I call it an occupational hazard. So that has the metabolic health environment around us, plus the disrupted lifestyle, has kind of given us a algebraic figure. So this crisis has taken a toll on the physicians of the country, and more so in the youngsters. So we'd like to. I have a small PowerPoint presentation which I will quickly go through, and after that we'll come back for whatever discussion, question and answer. I hope that is okay, Sandesh.
Yes, awesome,
So
exciting.
I will share the screen from here. Not getting a sharing option. Yeah. Hmm. I think I'll play the slide straight away. So are you able to see the entire slide?
Yes, perfect.
Yes.
Good to go.
Good to go? Yeah. Okay. So, so physician heal thyself. So I believe every doctor is one of the best influencers or to influence the patients and the public in general. So unless a doctor is healthy, he or she cannot be of much help to the patients or to the general public. So what has happened in the last few years is, as we already are on the topic, is the doctors themselves are becoming unhealthy. So why is it so? Before that, I would give you a roll call of patients who are, who are not patients, people or doctors who have suddenly collapsed over the last few years. Here are a few you can see on the slide that Dr. Gradlin Roy, he is a cardiac surgeon. He suffered a massive cardiac arrest from, and it was found later on that he had a 100% left um, main LCA blockage. So, despite CPR, stenting, all the measures, he could not be revived. Dr. Chandrasekhar Pakmore, he also neurosurgeon, died in his early hours of sleep, and he had a ECG done just before, which was okay. So similarly, many other doctors, I'm not going into the details, but this is what it represents. They are not freak events. They actually represent a pattern. So it is well known that as it is, we know that Indians have a heart attack earlier than the Western counterparts. But doctors also, in general, if you compare to the population, doctors also die faster than their patients. Whereas the in the general population, the cardiovascular mortality must be at the age of 70 or 80 over here, but in doctors it is around 40 or 50. So whatever knowledge we have is not preventing the doctors themselves to save their own what you call own health or own life. So thanks to the very high stress and very high disrupted lifestyle that we have. So it is time to go to the root cause and find out what has gone wrong. Yeah, this is what I was telling you. As it is, Indians die 20 years younger. I think we have established that in the conference that, and most of them are young Indians. 900 young Indians die every day under the age of 30. Those are the population general statistics from Indian Journal of from Indian Heart Association. But let's get into the this also we have established that our we are metabolically on a back foot when we start our life. You see, we have this South Asian phenotype which most of the speakers have elaborated, and diabetes occurs much earlier than at a lower hyperinsulinemic levels than the rest of the world because of many reasons which have already I will not re-elaborate, but I'll take you through a typical Indian doctor's duty day. So they wake up early in the morning, maybe from a bad sleep most of the time. Cortisol is already high. Breakfast will be whatever is available in the hostel, samosa, chai. They might get busy by lunch, somebody in the operating room, somebody in the OPD, and skip lunch, and they get very hungry by 3 p.m. They have some biscuits and chai. And in the evening, there might be some emergency which shoots up their adrenaline. Junk food or dinner from the vending machine. There might be a code blue in the night, and by the time the next morning they already 24 hours without sleep and the time to start the rounds. So what is happening is at the end of 36 hours he is not only completely exhausted, but look at what is happening to the doctor's cortisol, blood glucose and serum insulin. All of them are on a constant high. So this is one shift. So if you multiply this by 200 shifts a year and multiply this by 10 or 20 years, you can imagine the damage being done. So what is happening is this diet pattern traps them in a carbohydrate insulin trap. This is what we mainstream doctors do not usually advocate and treat, that there is a insulin trap over here which happens. They get up in the morning, have a refined carb, whatever breakfast we have in the hostel, it is maybe just this fried foods, but even at quick homes, we have a breakfast which is very heavy in carbohydrates, and then that leads to a glucose spike and insulin spike, which leads to a crash 2 hours later and craving for food. And even if they have a proper thali at the end of the day or late in the late lunch, it looks respectable, but actually it is not. It is once again heavily loaded with carb, nearly 70%. Protein is non-existent. So the body does not care that the meal looks respectable. The insulin curve remains high. So this runs, so this runs like a loop, like a vicious cycle. So as long as this is happening, fat burning is blocked, as you know. So another thing which we have already established, that almost all Indians have belly fat. Now this belly fat is what is visceral fat, is very, very dangerous. Not only that, it is not storage. You can call it a furnace. Every gram is broadcasting inflammation to the heart 24 hours a day. So these are inflammatory. You can see the inflammatory inflammatory agents which come out of the visceral fat: IL-6, TNF-alpha, leptin, resistin. All these are being secreted. So we can say that these things it contribute to the factor that the doctors are leading towards a heart disease. The belt size is actually a better cardiac predictor than the cholesterol panel. Another very common occurrence in all Indian males and many doctors is a fatty liver. Now, fatty liver is rightfully being reclassified and named as MAFLD. So it is metabolic associated fatty liver disease. So finally, it has been identified that fatty liver is metabolic and has been given a name, but still it has not prevented doctors and the population to have a fatty liver. So fatty liver is, I would say, a heart disease hiding inside the abdomen. It is a kind of multiplier of all the bad things which can happen. It has an association with higher cardiovascular mortality. It worsens insulin resistance. It raises atherogenic lipids and causes all kind of problems. So um, this metabolic or the visceral fat is the single most, it is modifiable. That is what you have to keep in mind. This particular concept, hyperinsulinemia, it is the hidden fire which is accumulating in the body, is something which, if this conference helps in achieving, getting it in every doctor's mind that you have to look for hyperinsulinemia. So that is a very important thing. And by the time you measure only the fasting glucose, and HbA1c can remain normal for decades, not only years but decades. By the time the pancreas is pumping more and more insulin, fasting insulin is rising silently. But fasting insulin is something still not in the minds of mainstream doctors to prescribe. This is what the message I would like to for any doctor who is prescribing or who is looking at a patient, ask for fasting insulin. That is the most important thing. So by the time a first heart attack or a first diabetes is detected, it has been years that the body is in a pathological state. This is what once again happens. We usually measure the HbA1c. This is what we test above the iceberg, while below the iceberg, the insulin has been climbing up for years. and that is what we don't see. And because the insulin has been climbing up, it is given rise, or contributed to the development of all the metabolic diseases which have become the number one killer today: hypertension, atherosclerosis, fatty liver, and cancer risk also. So this is what we should be looking at. Tip of the iceberg is what only we only see. So one such example is hypertension. Now, for years we have known that hypertension, and we call it essential hypertension since we were not able to get a root cause. So just get away with the word essential. But now we know that hypertension is nothing but a manifestation of hyperinsulinemia, and that has got specific mechanism. So that specific mechanism is now, with it retains sodium in the proximal tubule. There is sympathetic nervous system activation. There is nitric oxide levels are reduced, and there is vascular hypertrophy also of muscles. So all these things, in fact, if you say that every unit of excess insulin in the blood, every 1 unit gives rise to 1 millimeter rise in the blood pressure. That is a rough estimate. Another thing which the hyperinsulinemia does, we all know that LDL are two types. One is the large buoyant type, and the small dense type, which is the harmful, which is atherogenic. That is the conventional cardiology teaching. And some people go in for particle count also. But what is to be remembered is, if as long as there is hyperinsulinemia and that is inflammatory, that converts the good kind of less harmful LDL into a harmful LDL because of oxidation. So what happens is, this oxidized LDL is what becomes atherogenic. And another big problem is this: once the LDL become oxidized in the circulation, the liver cells do not recognize the oxidized LDL, so it is not taken back, and that remains high in the blood. So this is the vicious cycle which is going on, and that contributes to the doctor's ill health, I would say. And doctors are always, resident doctors especially, they are chronically sleep deprived. Now the lack of sleep itself causes heart problems. It is a cardiac debt. The sleep debt is a cardiac debt. So the residents and the consultants, they work 80 to 100 hours weeks, and 24 and 36-hour on calls. So this sleep deficit, every missed hour of sleep stacks vasoconstriction, stacks inflammation and insulin resistance to the heart. And they run this, doctors, we run this deficit for years. It is not that, even the shift duties are very, very harmful. You cannot make up by a weekend sleep. The hyperinsulinemia, the cortisol, the insulin resistance due to lack of sleep remains despite of. And another big problem with nowadays this generation is the screen light generation. We are always connected to the phone. Our minds are always distracted, and this causes further total collapse of the body's circadian system. So that leads to another big problem. So our bodies are meant to tackle acute stress. So some amount of stress is good, but that is the inbuilt evolutionary fright reaction which our bodies are equipped with, evolutionary scale. But what we are not equipped with is a chronic stress. So this chronic stress causes this is corrosive, this is catabolic, and this is cumulative. And an always elevated state of cortisol and catecholamines dampens immunity, and it dampens damages the endothelium. So you have impaired vasodilation, persistent inflammation. So that is what is, and you have exhausted adrenaline. That is what contributes in a big way to the heart condition. In fact, stress does not cause attack, somehow it causes heart attack due to a specific mechanism. So this mechanism, where the cortisol remain high, which leads to vasoconstriction, and which leads to, once again, this is another cause in addition to hyperinsulinemia. Raised cortisol also causes increase in blood pressure, which leads to turbulent shear and has its effect on the generation of atherosclerosis. So that is another big cause. Now, doctors, especially anesthesiologists and resident doctors in most of the acute care medicine, burnout is very very common. It is becoming more and more common. Now, burnout for whatever reasons it is occurring has to be looked into very 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 sharp eye, and that is also a cardiac diagnosis. What happens in burnout? You have emotional exhaustion, which raises CRP. We have depersonalization things and total inflammatory action. So a person, I've seen brilliant doctors getting burnt out after some time. So this I encourage all my department people to be very very alert and take breaks, and whenever they feel that it's becoming too much. So another misconception the doctors have, that they are standing all day, they are doing 6,000 steps per day or 10,000 steps, so they are exercising. But this kind of exercise is of not much use, because neither they get into the zone 2 as far as HIIT is concerned, or they do any kind of resistance training. So these are the two things which are shown to help as far as exercise is concerned. But standing on the feet for hours together and just walking around 6,000 steps is not the exercise. So that is not fitness at all. But what about the doctors who tell me that they are fit and they are marathon runners? Being physically fit is something different from being metabolically fit. We Indians, some of them, they have either thin, and they also run marathons, sprints. I know some doctors like that, but it is also a fact that during marathon, the rate of myocardial, the rates of heart attacks are quite high. So there will be some thin line of balance which the doctor was maintaining, which kind of fails. So physical fitness and metabolic fitness are two different things. He may be physically fit, but very high insulin levels, and that is not going to help. Doctor who runs 60 kilometers a week and still drinks sugary chais is not going to help him recover from his hyperinsulinemia. So what is happening is uh, all these things are affecting the coronary vessel. So you have high serum insulin, you have high cortisol, then you have sleep deprivation, and then you have hyperinsulinemia. So all these four things, they kind of, it's a chronic low grade inflammation which erodes on the this is the lumen of the coronary arteries, and they cause endothelial dysfunction. So you can picturize this like four horsemen on the doctor's heart. This is just a imaginary slide. So four independent forces, just to keep in memory: cortisol, sleep deficit, hyperinsulinemia, and ultra processed food, all of which we are all exposed to. So you are not separate therapy for high triglycerides, or lipid dyslipidemia is not going to help. What is to be looked into is total these four things. So what happens is plaque rupture is what occurs in 70% of the doctors which they have a heart attack. The cause is plaque rupture, and this plaque rupture is something which is non-obstructive. Usually it is not detected in the angiogram. So usually there will not be symptoms. So the fit non-smoking teetotaler doctor who has just died, usually of a rupture of a non-obstructive plaque, which is not seen on an angiogram, and 30% is due to erosion of the plaque. So it is not that this can occur all of a sudden. Both look silent, till they are end, and this is not detected by standard stress test. The only way with some amount of it can be detected is so I'll tell you that later. So by the time cardiac arrest occurs, it is already too late. So there is a plaque ruptures, and suddenly there is myocardial ischemia and within 30 seconds, and there is ventricular fibrillation. So here the cascade is that of a declining one, and every minute without CPR, the survival rate drops 7 to 10%. So here it becomes too late unless the doctor is lucky enough to have a. I know there was one of our ENT surgeons who had a MI in the OPD downstairs. And we could just bring him to the cath lab, which is first floor next to, and he survived, still around. But if you are unlucky to be in the ward or somewhere where you cannot get quality CPR within minutes, it becomes too late. Even if he is a doctor, even if he is in the hospital, it doesn't matter. You have to be very, very lucky. So the whole thing is about prevention. So to all doctors, I would say that get your fasting insulin tested and ask for fasting insulin in your patient. I would say, stop eating ultra processed food. It's very easy to say. I know, young doctors how they go through their duties, but then awareness helps. Um, Stop ultra processed food. Try to get some sleep. Protect your sleep hours. Like a surgical appointment. So, if possible, do some resistance training. You can walk your 8,000, 6,000 steps, but some amount of resistance training, build up your muscle, like to build up your bank balance. So that will help you in present and in the future. And keep an eye on the waist circumference. Most Indians have a belly fat. And another thing I teach them is to do a waist height, ratio. So it should be less than 0.5. And if you have a burnout, that should be treated as not as a personality problem, but as a systemic problem, and that is a cardiac problem also. That has to be kept in mind. So it is easy to say, once again, very difficult to do for resident doctors. But then we all should realize that for doctors, becoming stressed, becoming burnt out, landing into health problems, especially cardiac problem, is an occupational hazard. So increasingly doctors, especially post-COVID, doctors are asking themselves whether the entire thing is worth it or not. Another thing which doctors can do, people in general, it applies to the population also, and because of the high amount of cardiac diseases, is do a CSC score and angiogram. So basically see the plaque before it kills you. So a CSC score of 0, actually you say that 10-year risk of MI is less than 1%. It is a strong negative predictor. So as far as possible, even if the normal cholesterol is normal, and a normal BP, but if a CSC score is high, it is not healthy. So especially if there is a family history, or if the slightest of symptoms are there, you must, in addition to ECG, echo, and every other thing, CSC, a simple CSC score can be done. It is available in quite a few hospitals in the urban settings, and doesn't take much time, and it is less expensive than a CT angiogram or a coronary angiogram. So okay, this is just to sign off. We have taken an oath, do no harm, including myself, I would say, including the doctor. This is what I will say, the physician. You must keep yourself healthy so that you can keep your patients healthy. So I will treat my own inflammation with the urgency that I treat my patients. This is a new oath which can be taken by doctors, and to look after themselves, get aware about the metabolism of ill health of the modern communicable diseases, and think beyond the box of the classic teaching, and learn about metabolic health is what the doctors should be doing. Most of the time I see they are very dogmatic. I also was very dogmatic, and unless you open your mind to the root cause of modern day diseases, we will never be able to help neither our patients nor ourselves. These are the sources from which the research has been done, all the cases. So yes, this is what I had to say, kind of with the PowerPoint, and I am back.
Thank
So
you so much, Dr. Tanmay. Very enlightening.
mhm.
It's very rare that we would get these insights into the life of a doctor, and when it's coming from a doctor like you who has decades of experience seen through
Yeah.
this, it is very eye-opening. I'm sure the audience got a very new perspective, because as audience we are always the patient, but to sit on the other side and see your lives is very, very enlightening. I'd love to pick your brain on a few questions.
Sure.
We started with the food and the important point that you made around watch what you're eating. Especially, you showed the chart of the insulin rise and fall and the glucose rise and fall about 4 or 5 times in a day.
Yeah.
If you could make one practical change to the food environment available to doctors during a long shift, be it in the hospital, be it surrounding the hospital, what would have the biggest impact?
Well, it's difficult to say because unless the doctors are made aware of the ill and harmful effects of junk food, they're not going to stop eating it. And most of the time, it is availability. So, in my hospital, I had a talk with the nutritionist and those who make food available on a regular basis in the doctor's canteen. And we have in places like operating room or in the wards where there is a place to eat for the doctors. Now, in those places, I collaborated with my nutritionist, and they make sure that protein is prioritized in the meals which are supplied. And every day there will be some protein, whether it's eggs, fish, or chicken, along with vegetable proteins. So, and the doctors, by and large, now protein has become a buzzword. So they try and eat whatever good protein is available. So this is one change which can be done and which I have done to some extent. But the backup which is there is pretty pathetic. If there are cafeterias in the hospitals which supply sandwiches and chips and other junk food. In fact, I had a slide which I didn't show where the downstairs junk food eaten downstairs contributes to the patients in ICU upstairs. But there's a long cycle. Yeah, awareness, collaboration with educated nutritionists, and that kind of food being made available on campus or in hospital. That can be a change.
Thank you, doctor. You talked about chronic stress as a form of allostatic load. It's a very interesting concept. How does a doctor recognize that they have moved from normal professional stress into a state where that stress is beginning to affect their cardiovascular and metabolic health? What are the cues they can take?
They can make out. I have to kind of, even I keep an eye on my residents. See, what happens is one fine morning they get up and they don't want to work. And sometimes late in the night, the residents would be exhausted, they would be hungry, and they just want to, they don't function at all. So, more than themselves, I make it a point that each colleague is aware of their, co-resident. And I, as a senior, as the head of the department, in one of the most stressful specialities of medicine, I keep a hawk's eye on my resident. Whether they are, call them, talk to them, and find out how much stress they are undergoing, whether they are, because I've had a teaching program for 10 years now, and hundreds of students have gone through, postgraduate students. So quite a few of them have broken down the system, but we could manage to counsel them and bring them back, most of them. So this is what happens. And the hospital should also have a policy for doctors who are burnt out or who are stressed out to give leaves, recognize them, and give holidays. So, yeah, self-awareness, awareness of your colleagues around you. These two things.
Beautiful, beautiful. I think the way you talked about peer monitoring, that is very fantastic. Thank you so much, because when you educate and then the peers are holding accountable,
So
what we call accountability partners.
So it is the responsibility of the seniors. I make sure that in my department and other doctors, I've already told them when the new batch of students join, residents join, so we kind of give them orientation classes. And one of the things I stress upon is on this factor, burnout and health factor. So, and add to the fact that we do have annual checkups, but that is part of the hospital. But specifically, as residents who are working in the cutting edge of acute care medicine, they are the most stressed out in the emergency department, in anesthesia, critical care, these three things. So there we are very, very careful. And always making them aware that my door is always open. If you have any problems, if you are stressed out, if a surgeon has shouted at you, if management has given you a notice, please come. Our phones are open, my room is open. I'm in the hospital even today, 12 to 14 hours a day, and we take care that the because these are our future doctors, these are our next generation. So we have to, they're very precious, each and every doctor of mine. So we have to take care of them.
Excellent. Some lessons of leadership that you shared, as well as
Yeah.
not just preventive care. I think we have about 9 minutes. We'll come to a quick couple questions.
Sure.
How should a doctor with an exhausting clinical schedule realistically build zone 2 fitness and resistance training into their week without simply adding another source of stress? Can you share a little bit about your ideas and what you would have done if you were like 20 years back in your life?
Tough. Yeah, 20, if I go back 20 years, I was, very hardcore mainstream anesthesia resident and young junior doctor. I would have devoted more time to my health. Then this is, wish. Since it is a wish, this is what I would have wished. And maybe I didn't have the understanding that I have today of metabolic diseases, despite of following conventional medical advice of eat less, exercise more, eat small meals throughout the day. I was doing all that. I was not a bohemian lifestyle doctor, but still, despite of following conventional medical advice, I was slowly getting metabolically.
Deteriorate.
Yeah, I was gaining weight. I became obese by the age of 45, and I had pre-diabetes, I had hypertension, knee joint pain, GERD, all these things, which got dramatically reversed once I started doing low carb. And
Fantastic.
so I was drastic with my approach, and the results were also drastic. So that has helped me. And yes, for young doctors, I would say prioritize your own health. Prioritize your own health, because nobody is going to come and save you when your health goes wrong. Nobody. You have to save yourself and protect that. That I must look after myself. And I also teach another concept which is very useful to
Please.
doctors who are resident. That is known as the concept of mini breaks and exercise snacks. So instead of coming out and going for a smoke or going for a cup of another coffee, unseen coffee, so I tell them, come to my room and do some 20 squats. Look at it as a punishment. Kaan pakad ke ud baith. Do 20 squats and then go back to your operating room. So so if you do that 2 or 3 times a day, 60, 70 squats a day, that is a very good lower body exercise. And similarly, you just do all push-ups, if not full push-ups. So this kind of, you don't have to, it's not a workout program. It's an exercise snack which anybody can do. So that has helped a lot, involved people, engage people. And it's fun, having residents coming to the room doing 20 squats and going back. So that keeps their body moving. And if they have time, they should join a gym, get relaxed. So, but that is difficult when you're a young resident, maybe possible when you become a consultant. Once you become a consultant, young or old, health becomes a priority. No matter what, uh, every day there should be something I do to improve my health. Hmm. So, no cheat
Fantastic.
days. No cheat days. You only cheat yourself. Don't cheat anybody else. Yeah.
Oh, that's a very, very
Mm.
good line. You are only cheating yourself, right?
Yeah.
So you shared so many messages, such good takeaways, Dr. Tanmay. I'd love to move to another question. This is more to do with the night shifts, and I know
Yeah.
it is inevitable in emergency and
Yeah.
anesthesiology
Mm.
or even gynecology, and for surgeons. So for doctors who routinely work night shifts and rotating shifts, uh, can good sleep hygiene compensate for circadian disruption, or
Mm.
is there a point where the timing of sleep itself becomes a health risk? Is there a
Yeah.
way out? And what are some tips that you can leave the audience and the fellow doctors who are maybe watching?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one because recognizing the importance of sleep, which has occurred, recognition of the importance of sleep is coming in by the last few years. When we were young, when I was young, I used to think, sleep doesn't matter. But as you grow older, it matters a lot, and you need to prioritize sleep. Because sleep is the time when the brain repairs itself, the body repairs itself, the body builds muscle, and that is what is being compromised. But once again, being a busy resident in a medical college or hospital or corporate hospital, lack of sleep is an occupational hazard. You cannot help it. You have to do the duty. You have to be there. Because we very well know that, but perhaps that is why doctors die younger than the people whom they are
Patients.
treating. So we do pay a price for the night shifts. Every night shift is an assault on the normal physiology of the doctor, of the anybody who is doing it. Shift duties are, even the IT sector and all, they do shift duties, and that is also not very good. So all this get compounded, and come out of this occupational hazard. Once again, you need to be aware. When you're young, we tend to be careless, but as we grow older, we need to be aware that this can lead to a situation where I may not be able to function later on. So no matter what, one must set priorities. That okay, I'm doing uh, 12 to 14 hours of duty, but then the rest 10 hours which are left, I will prioritize my sleep at least 6 to 8 hours, or 7 hours is the sweet spot. I will sleep, and that has lack of sleep is not going to make up for anything that I do intellectually or physically. So I have seen that even when you don't sleep, you can't give your best, whether it is conducting a case, doing an operation, or giving a talk. So sleep is very, very important. Once again, education and implementing it in a practical way. Each person has to find out a pathway for himself, for herself. Mm.
Thank you, doctor. My last question, and if we can keep this to a minute or lower, what does
Sure.
Dr. Tanmay eat in a day?
For a period of nearly 12 years, I did one meal a day, and that give me a lot of benefits, as I mentioned. So that one meal would be purely, 70-80% protein. Yes,
Okay,
fortunately, being a Bengali, I don't have any issues with having animal protein, so fish, meat, and eggs, and whatever little bit of remaining, I would have a little bit of vegetables, green leafy vegetables.
sure.
Avoid starch. So as I said, I was very drastic. You could call it a carnivore diet, which I did for nearly 12 years. But I found that as I'm growing older, I need more protein than what I usually take. I take around 1 gram per kg. But then in an effort to increase it to 1.2 or 1.5 grams, I found that one meal a day is not enough. Too much of protein going in one meal. Very difficult to tolerate at times. So I have now gone to 18 hours of fasting and 2 meals a day. And the 2 meals, the second one which I've added in the afternoon, I usually in the office when I break my fast after 18 hours, I usually will have some protein, eggs or boiled chicken, no third option. I mean, no other
Fantastic.
snack. It's not a snack.
Thank you.
It's a protein. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing. It's been a pleasure having you, doctor, on a very, very sensitive, important topic. And you mentioned the residents are the future doctors
Yeah.
for the country. So thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure and honor to have you here. I'd love for
Pleasure.
Shashikant Iyengar to come in and share a
Yes.
few words.
Thank you, Dr. Tanmoy, for again sharing your knowledge, because you have been with us for quite long, right from MHC1, and we have known each other even before that. We have been interacting in
Yeah,
social media
my
with
pleasure.
with the common idea of promoting low carb and also educating a lot of people, which you also have been doing in your community, in your peers also. So thank you very much. It was wonderful session. This session can go on for many hours because I too have a lot of other questions which we may not be able to ask today, but definitely we'll get back again at a later stage. Thank you, Dr. Saab, because in
Thank
your
you.
busy schedule, you have again managed to find 45 minutes
Yeah,
for us.
thank you. Even I'm in the hospital today,
Yeah.
Sunday, so could manage. Thank you. My
Thank you.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so
Always,
much.
Bye.
yeah.
Please get Dr. Veena in. Dr. Veena, we have to please unmute. Can you tell?
I
Yeah,
can unmute,
yeah,
yeah.
it's unmuted now. Thank you,
Yeah.
Dr. Veena, for joining us. So
It's a pleasure. Thank you for calling me.
I will first briefly introduce you.
Yeah, sure.
Many people already know you, but there may be many people who would be surprised to know the kind of work you have done, and they'll be happy to know. So, Dr. Veena Shatrugna is a distinguished Indian nutrition scientist and former deputy director, and head of clinical division of ICMR and NIN, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. Her decades of research has focused on Indian nutrition, women's health, undernutrition, body composition, protein, and the historical development of India's dietary recommendation. She has published extensively through peer-reviewed research, popular articles, books, and has been the part of National Right to Food campaign, serving as a Supreme Court advisor. She is particularly known for examining how nutrition science and food policy in India evolved during the period of poverty and food scarcity, and for questioning whether some of these frameworks remain appropriate in India's present day health challenges. So, today she brings us a fascinating historical perspective of how India's food plate came to look the way it does. Thank you very much, Dr. Veena, that you can come abroad and share with us your
Yeah,
knowledge.
thank you. Thank you so much for calling me. And I have been enthralled with the presentations thus far. I do not have any similar thing to contribute, but what I say, I think will make a lot of sense because right from the beginning, you all have been asking questions. Where did we go wrong? And I may have some light to shine on this. So I'll share my slides. Do let me know if it's okay and carry on. Actually, I'll
Please,
start.
please,
Okay.
you can please go ahead and share your entire slides. We
Yeah.
have full 1.5 hour with Dr. Veena.
Oh, really? Now,
It's a copy, yeah.
this is one copy is okay. Nee?
Okay.
So why is it not coming? Share.
There's a share option there.
Yeah, I'll do it. Just a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yeah, you have to go up to the first slide, or you're
I
starting.
will. That I will do. That I will do.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Now you have to put it into full screen mode, which you can see in the somewhere here.
Yeah, there is a your screen sharing stop here, something. My son is here, he will guide me.
So make it full screen.
Make it full screen. I have tech support here, so hopefully. Is it better?
No. There is a, how do I say?
Slideshow button is over there from a menu bar.
Okay.
Slideshow on top. Okay.
Yes,
Slideshow.
on top. Yes. Click on a from
It's
beginning.
slideshow. Right here.
Which one? Play from
a
current
start.
slide.
First option.
Play from start.
Play from start. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I will start. This is only my. Oh God, it's not moving.
Okay. Just click on a slide, ma'am.
Click on the slide. Okay. No,
Yes.
this is a simple slide. I don't think it's new to any one of you, but I like it because when I'm speaking to students and others, to get to know what is the kind of growth that we have in children. Now, on the left side is, of course, age of the kids. This is the height. B is boys, G is girls. And at birth, they're about 50 centimeters, both boys and girls. But it's fascinating to know that in 1 year they need to put on 25 centimeters. And that's a lot of height. That's a lot of protein, right? You don't put on height with rice and dal. You have to sort of access protein rich foods. Muscle is all protein, bone is all protein. So in 1 year, 25 centimeters, both boys and girls. And by second year, another 12 centimeters. So if I go on, what is interesting is this is the mean height of the baby at 2 years. By second year, the child is half the adult height. And that is what we must worry about. That's why the first 1,000 days are so important. If you don't put on this height, the chances are you will not catch up later. So let's not jump into genetics. I was a bit disturbed about genetics being deployed a bit too often. We haven't solved our nutrition problems. Once that is resolved, genetics will come into play as and when that happens in the next century, God knows. This same thing about girls, so I'm not pointing out. By the time a child is 5 years old, the child is just 110, should be 110 centimeters. But as you see, Indian children barely reach 102 centimeters. There's already a huge deficit. I'll take you to the next slide, and you will realize that from the last 35, 40 years, 1977 to 2011, if you just see the 1+ age, that is of girls and boys, you find that there's a grand increase of 2 centimeters in 20 years. This is the mean height. These are the children actual heights. This is the standard NCHS value which we always used. So that's all we could do in two centimeters. And by the time it's 2011, we have barely put on 3 to 4 centimeters. So this is the rate of increase. In the West, the height in, why am I talking about height? Because it's all about protein. Okay. In the West, the height increases have been at the rate of 4 to 6 centimeters per decade. But just look at this 1977 to 2011, whichever age group you see, there is a terrible uh, mismatch between the last two are the desirable NCHS. You will find that at 10 years, we've lost out 10 centimeters. You see 130 in the women, desirable is 140. This 10 centimeter deficit to 12 cent stays on with us for the rest of our lives. We are not able to catch up. I won't go into weights. This is a picture of a low socioeconomic group, mother and daughter, both are adults. And you find that the daughter is shorter than the mother. And that is, she's 18 plus. These are the women who came to me in my outpatient. And what do we see? That actually the new generation should be taller. And a mother who's past 60, she's not 60, of course, loses height. So, how much deficit this child has, you can imagine. This is a group of students from a government, our own cohort that we had, government schools, boys of the same age, I think they're about 10 or 12. And look at the differences in heights. This we can discuss later. Same thing with the girls, same age group, same population, castes may be different, but it's a government school. This is my PA whose daughter, adult, is growing taller than her and not more than 2 or 3 centimeters. Middle class, so there was some improvement in the height of the new generation. Okay. This is called absence of secular changes in heights. We've seen in our data it's worse among the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, but it improves as you go up the class hierarchy and the caste hierarchy. I mean, Deepika Padukone and all, Aishwarya Rai didn't come out of the West. They are our own uh, group of individuals who are just shot up at some stage in their life. I don't know how many of our young girls can even hope to reach half that height. But yes, if you move from rural to urban areas, there is improvement in height, the secular changes. The studies have been done to show that data shows that if you drink, populations that drink milk are taller. This is to be expected. And populations that have animal food are taller. We are looking at children and at the during the growth phase. Oh God. So, and of course, apart from undernutrition as it reflected in heights, there is anemia. This could be 50 to 70%, high infant mortality rates, and low birth weights, right? Then no, it's very simple. All mothers knew that if you eat well, you put on weight. Even now, if you talk to your mother, the first thing she'll ask you is, have you eaten lunch? Have you? There's no question about it. The first thing that mothers will ask you is, have you eaten? Now, this is the anxiety that we all carry as mothers, as carers, when we talked to children, because food was always scarce. And mothers knew that if you ate well, you put on weight. If you did not eat well, tuberculosis was rampant in the early days. Okay, it still is among undernourished, but that's for another day. Now, it is, of course, thanks to this popular knowledge, it was scientists could measure weights and heights. They could measure small babies, they measured birth weights, and mapped undernutrition scientifically. This has been going on in this country from the early 60s. You have data even in the 50s, but systematic data is available on how populations from 10 states have improved or not improved, which group has, they have disaggregated, etc. I won't go into that. Now, the point is, it's important to explore, did science use popular knowledge to map the nutritional status of the country? Possible, yes, because this was common knowledge. But did science decide which foods helped those who were thin, short? I think this is where I would like to tell you it's government policies that have done what they have done thus far. And we'll come to that. Is there a food crisis in this country? Yes, if you look at the weights, heights, anemia, and all the other things, it's worse among the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Now, where did we go wrong? I think to understand this, we need to go back to the 1930s and 40s. What we found is that in the 30s, India was really advanced in chemistry, and a lot of labs had been set up for whatever reasons. Foods were analyzed. By 1937, over 300 foods had been analyzed and documented. They were put in a classic thing called the Health Bulletin 1923. This copy is just one in my library. And based on this, the scientists say we can use this to measure food requirements for Indians because we had 300 data of 300 foods. And I don't have to tell you, we divided foods into cereals, pulses, nuts, oil seeds, and the number of calories each of these have. This is child's play for all of you. And then we also looked at calorie content of protein rich foods. Okay, that is milk, paneer, cheese, meat, poultry, etc. By 19th and 20th century, analytical techniques identified nutrients in foods. This is very important. And foods were classified into calorie rich foods, protein rich foods, foods containing vitamins and minerals, and foods, oils and fats, etc. Of course, oils and fats also have calories. Beginning in 1900, it was known that protein, calorie, fats all had calories. And this is the amount of calories in each of these nutrients, right? Now, I don't have to tell you, energy is necessary for work, proteins for repair, hormones, antibodies, immune system, vitamin. I will not. But by 1937, 300 foods had been analyzed, and we had this bulletin, which was classic, I think, most popular in the country. But in the Soviet Union, in the meanwhile, they had made their revolution and they laid out the calorie requirements of workers. And India, which was very close to a socialist way of thinking, copied many of that. So, calorie needs, we know, are the largest amounts. Protein, vitamins are much less. Of course, now you can change your mind after this workshop. So, food requirements were laid down in terms of calories. So, a sedentary person, male, generally this is male, 2400, moderate 2730, and heavy 3490. If you like, we could describe who, I think all of you know who's sedentary, who's moderate, and who is heavy. Requirements for children was also worked out. But the scientists, these were all Britishers at that time, where culturally they were confident that culturally and regionally appropriate foods like wheat, rice, eggs, milk, chicken, by all appropriate foods that all of us eat would be provided to satisfy not just the calories but proteins, vitamins, minerals, etc. This was the scientists just took it for granted that this is what would happen. Planners had to but the government after independence, planners had to budget for food and understood calories, but they looked for the cheapest source of calories, unfortunately, to calculate the amounts of daily food needs for wages, um, to calculate poverty. I mean, calories became the important bill for a whole. Calculated food has to be supplied to the army, hostels, prisons, children's hostels, and all the other nutrients were ignored. We were going after calories to feed the nation. Rice and wheat could be used to feed calories, is what they figured out, and no one objected because remember, India had gone through a worse famine just before independence, and they were just thankful that we had enough cereal, which of course comes much later. But in the 60s, we were importing from America PL 480. America sent us their surplus grains with huge conditionalities, but that's another question. Government officials do not read science. I mean, please underline that. Whenever you all are dealing with them, they look for cheapest solutions, despite the fact that in 1944, Aykroyd, who was a Britisher, said the non cereal portion of the diet should first provide essential nutrients and then you have to top it up with cereals. This is Aykroyd, very important person who later even talks about wages. Most importantly, during these huge shortages, they even advocated that please give milk and eggs only to children. Replace milled rice with parboiled rice because B complex vitamins. And please add oil or ghee in children's diets. These were all, it's there in the bulletin. The planners looked for cheap sources of calories like cereals. They advocated for calorie requirements. So yes, cereals do provide bulk, satiety, and culturally acceptable. In fact, today we have come to such a state when you say, have you eaten roti khaya or annam tinnawa in the south or any other language, it is cereal denotes food. That is part of our language. Roti khai matlab, have you eaten food? So this is the extent to which cereals have got under our skins. The bureaucrats had no patience with science, but they could calculate calories in food. And it's easy to calculate. In 100 grams of foods, whether cereal, potato, sapota, oil, whatever, they realize cereals have the largest amount. And if you have to give them 2,400 calories. It's the cheapest source, 30 rupees if you give just rice. So it's not surprising that all the attention went into cereals, oil seeds, pulse, milk, etc., were providing less calories and were more expensive. For 2,400 calories, if you have to give anyone meat, you have to sort of eat 2.4 kilos, and it's much more than like about 600, 700. I've just put older rates, right? People needed food, not cheapest calories. But to make a mess further, economists jumped into this field and did a cost benefit analysis for everything. Okay. Now, what about growing children, pregnant women, nursing mothers? The report says please give them more protein, animal foods, milk, egg, fish, and meat, because protein derived from vegetable foods is incomplete. Amino acids are not right. Animal proteins are closest to the human body, etc. Animal protein, you know, has a biological value of 100. Cereal, pulse, etc., have much less, around 50 to 70 or something like this. Now, but the scientists at NIN did not give up. They did research on vegetarian sources of proteins and continued with experiments on children. I've given you some references below. In all the studies, children given egg and milk had better heights and weights compared to vegetarian group. But children given soya beans lost weight after 20 weeks. Now that was disturbing. This was known long back because of the anti-nutrients, because of various other factors. By 1955, it was clear that whatever the source of vegetable proteins, milk and egg was far superior for undernourished children. Remember, all our research is on undernutrition. So do understand this is the way science advanced as you looked at undernutrition. Now, though milk and eggs were superior, their results with eggs and milk were superior, the papers conclude, if you look at these old papers, now this is very smart, many scientists will put out results in the main text, but the conclusion will be just the opposite. The papers conclude that animal protein cannot provide the basis for a large-scale solution to the problems of protein malnutrition in underdeveloped countries. I think this was the last nail that was uh, hammered into requirements of animal protein. But there are more disturbing things that turn up as the debates on sources of protein, because they kept doing work on vegetarian sources of protein. There are numerous papers, if you go into the library of NIN, they kept working on proteins and the biological value. New evidence came in that said that when 2 or 3 vegetarian foods are consumed at one meal, the biological value of the combination is close to milk. So there they got their answers. The scientists were quick to declare there is little chance of deficiency of a particular amino acid in our country, assuming that everyone eats cereal pulse at every meal in the correct ratios. Now you can imagine poor people figuring out what ratio of cereal pulse they should be eating. But the people Dr. Gopalan, who was a giant in nutrition, the people he refers to belong to a particular class and caste. Not many poor people consume 2 or 3 vegetarian foods at each meal or consume rice and pulse protein in a ratio of 3:1 in 1960. But remember, the scientists had lost touch with reality by now. They did not see what the poor were. They eat rice with rasam or rice with chutney, roti with onions or roti with chutney. I mean, I don't have to tell this group what was the kind of diet. This whole romance that Indian diets were wonderful and we are all vegetarian. We're all very poor, cannot afford variety or diversity. So people made best of what they had. So they filled their stomachs and nothing else. Of course, put a lot of chilies if you need taste. These were the solutions that people found. The nutritionists didn't see any of it. So in 1968, Gopalan says, in devising cheap, well-balanced diets in India, economic considerations preclude the inclusion of milk or other animal foods in adequate quantities. This is a special report in 1960. I think it was a sad day when we started depending on calculated diet. So you calculated how much, what percentage carb, what percentage pulse, what percentage sugar, etc. Okay. So a calculated diet is put in place with not so appropriate ratios of cereal and pulse. This was the diet that was you will find in most of the texts in till recently. Of course, there's a little change where you have 460 grams of cereal. Okay, pulses. This ratio is also not right. Pulses were 40 grams. Which is true, our productions were less, but let's at least do proper science. The government, it's the job of the government to find the money, but invariably the scientists were apologizing for the government's lack of resources, lack of funding for nutrition and health. So there is some leafy vegetable, there are some roots, other vegetables. Milk is just 150 ml, which is like 2 cups of tea. Fats is just 40 and sugar is 30. There's no nuts, there's no eggs, fish, fruit, meat. None of this is there. So we have already done a famine, it's not a famine diet. Famine is less than 500 calories, but a poverty diet that we launched on the whole nation. And this stayed with us for the next 30 years. Whether it is the nutritionists, whether it is the jailers, whether it's the army, of course, the army people protested, especially considering a lot of them came from Punjab. They insisted on their half liter of milk or whatever. But others had no say at all. So, but there was a very interesting paper that Dr. Gopalan writes about myth of protein gap. When I first went to Hyderabad, this is what the doctors were saying. This is myth of protein gap. Your director says it, isn't it? And this was based on his diet surveys in villages where the huge amount of calories coming from cereals actually did contribute protein. If you eat 500 grams of rice, you will get 5 into 6, some 30-40 grams of protein. So that they forgot all about biological value, they forgot about ratios. They said if you eat enough cereal, you will get your protein and other nutrient deficiencies, because living only on cereals, you're going to have huge deficiencies. Anemia 60%, growth failure, underweight, stunting, you name it. But this was another nail that was that came in handy to the government. The Ford Foundation American outfit started a huge study with Dandekar and Rath on the poverty line. Yeah, I think every other day, even in it today, they say which is the poverty line. Is it 30 rupees a day? Is it 60 rupees a day? We are still looking for it. A new kind of academics now arrives, and none of the nutritionists complain or protest. Calories were not meant to decide poverty line. But this bunch of, after this, the economists have taken over, by the way. A new kind of academics arrives which helps simplify the understanding of poverty by using indicators of the RD of 2,400 calories. They define, oh, this is very interesting. They define a poverty line as that per capita expenditure level per month on all goods and services, of which the food component provides 2,400 calories in rural areas and 2,001 in urban. Now, a person who spends 90% of his income on food, as long as he or she gets 2,400 calories, is not considered poor. 90% if you spend on food, but you get this calorie, because by now we could count calories. With a diet survey, you can play with people's lives. No norms were set for housing, electricity, schooling, medicines, nothing. It does not occur to them that the poor subalterns actually enjoy eating vegetable, fruit, fish, eggs, pork, lamb, beef. I mean, every kind of food. Culturally, food must be appropriately catered depending on their backgrounds, their caste, their eating habits. All this is forgotten. All the questions are, it's only calories and more calories. Then minimum wages comes. I mean, one after the other, we have uh, massively played with lives of our poor. What happens is, this was a progressive step, of course, deciding minimum wages in post-independent India. A minimum wage to fix scientifically based on consumption unit. A consumption unit, is one adult male requirement of calories. A minimum wage bill was as far back as 48. I mean, India was going along the right path in understanding the problems, but I think the scientists gave up. Scientists thought it's not their business. Other civil society groups didn't know what was happening. Even today, not many people understand nutrition, because now nutrition is catered to in home science colleges, unfortunately. And so that's not surprising. Doctors uh, are depending on Western research when they use this whole ideas of low carbs, etc. I don't know of much work being done in India. So government planners arrive at a minimum wage, which is 3 consumption units. That is one for the male, zero point 0.8 for the woman, and then 3 children, which gives you total of 2,003 consumption units. And each consumption unit is 2,700 or 2,400 calories. Clothing requirement 72 yards, okay. Rent corresponding to the minimum area of government housing, fuel, lighting, etc., 20%. At least here they have included, not in the poverty line, but for wages. Most workers are underweight, emaciated, with multiple deficiencies, these did not seem to matter to the government. Okay, we just assume every worker is ready to work in the morning, 8 o'clock, and he requires this much minimum wage. But all the other morbidity, mortality issues are low weights, low heights, don't seem to matter to the government. Later, of course, agriculture picks up, the green revolution picks up cereals for calorie distribution. PDS picks up. I'm not against cereals, but I think the whole country has been built on piles and piles of cereals for the poor. Okay, the others have luckily slipped away and made their own way and struggle to make their own way. And you need so much more information to understand what to eat, because every food industry is offering you organic, offering you vegetarian, offering you vegan, offering you just the right kind of fortified food. So middle classes, upper classes are actually struggling to even understand. The poor, of course, cannot afford it, so there's no question about it. So food and rice become interchangeable with food, rice and wheat. And the rice, 2 rupees rice scheme and all that add to the. I think I shall stop here, because even in children, there was a deficiency of 300 calories. And in the school lunch program, we just give them more of uh, wheat or rice, because there is this whole group that Akshay Patra and God knows which other outfit refuses to provide eggs. Milk cannot be distributed because you can adulterate, oil is expensive, etc. And we are a vegetarian nation. I mean, that's the saddest thing I've heard. India is not a vegetarian nation. 70% are happy to eat animal foods. But that is the myth that is going around. I think with that, I would like to stop and take any questions or anything else that I may have forgotten. Is that okay?
Yeah. You have more slides, you have, because we have enough time.
I think I'll have to go into many more complex areas of child feeding, which is not very. I
No,
mean, I think the
if it is relevant, you can go, because we have 1 full hour, because I have devoted 1.5 hour. I'll be so happy if.
but I realize child feeding is going to be a totally new ball game. It's not going to
Okay.
address the question of where we went wrong. I think this particular presentation tells you where we went wrong.
Yeah, yeah. So I will also invite a few more co-hosts, Michelle, Sandesh, Jasmeet. We all have collected some questions from the audiences who
Sure.
are seeing the front end, as well as those who have messaged them. So please get them in. Get Jasmeet also in. So one of the questions that came up was, we are world's largest producer of milk. Yet
Yeah.
you mentioned that kids who drank milk grew taller, no doubt. But why is it that are we not drinking enough milk? Why is it that we are not taking advantage of that?
See, the most important thing is the cost factor.
Hmm.
Remember, we are a nation where our icons, Krishna, drank milk, broke pots, ate buttermilk. We don't use that
Hmm.
appropriately, which we are busy only looking at calories. And if the child's calorie requirement is, say, 1200 or 1400, we reduce everything to some cereal pulse and then add a carrot because there's vitamin A deficiency. Fortification comes onto the horizon to solve all our problems. That, of course, industry is waiting to walk in. Now, milk is also, remember, it was the white revolution happened a little later, and scientists had their own reason for not talking to each other. So it was Gopalan and Swaminathan at this end who were the icons for handling hunger. The Gujarat comes in much later. Milk is not made available to the poor at a rate they could afford. Minimum wages were so low, even today. If you look at minimum wages, it's around 16,000. How do you run a family with that and provide milk? In fact, milk consumption is going down. And what happens is, when you distribute milk in large institutions, there's a danger of dilution, there's a danger of adulteration. So they didn't want to take a risk. But milk was not made available in the cities like you and I buy milk from the dairies for poor people to pick up, because the rates where the cost is really high. Today, milk cost is something like 45 rupees a kilo, a liter, or something like that, to that extent, and not affordable. Milk is for tea. In fact, small children in our diet surveys, small children are after the breastfeeding, complementing food starts, they give them tea in the slums in Hyderabad. Chai is given to children also. Whereas in the Northeast, milk is not easily available. They use milk powder, which is imported from Australia, New Zealand, etc. Milk is not, you see Meghalaya's heights, they are so short. I mean, there's huge height deficits in Meghalaya. One of the shortest, because there's no milk there. Cows are, buffaloes, etc., meat is eaten, but the poor people can't afford milk and they give them ganji. Mothers go out to work, so they smash up rice and give that to the children 2 months, 3 months old, just because it looks white. In fact, the surveys in Meghalaya were very, very depressing because there's no breast milk and there's no liquid milk, and they can't afford the dry milk from imported milk, etc. So milk is beyond their wages. Wages are crucial, and unless we talk about it loud, we are never going to get out of this mess.
I think milk is around 70, 72 rupees on an average, maybe less here and there a bit. So it is much more. And this Meghalaya, which you just mentioned, okay, you mean they don't receive milk when they were small, but they are all meat eaters or they do eat a lot of animal food. So
Yes,
will that not positively
the poor
impact?
people,
Hmm.
they're all poor people, and they can't give that kind of
Okay.
meat to children during their growth phase. They might give them a small little bite or a taste.
Hmm.
So they do. Mothers go out to work and smash up the rice as a
Hmm.
ganji, thicken rice, leave that behind for the kid to eat. The grandmothers make them eat that. They
So
even
it
put it
is.
in a bottle, feeding bottle.
So this is more of a poverty issue
Yes, absolutely.
rather than
And
lack
that
of it.
can only be addressed if you accept that everybody must eat foods that are diverse, rich in protein. You
Hmm.
can't talk about wages otherwise.
Yeah.
It they need to eat, okay, as much as I and you need to eat varieties.
I think, see, though the conference is mostly on low carb, but we are one of the big supporters of eating more protein. And
Yes,
that's where your presentation aptly comes in. See, we are not against cereals and all, they can be had in lower quantity. But as you say, if primary source of energy becomes these cereals and grains, and we neglect the protein source saying that they are not needed, then it's a big problem. So your presentation actually resonates very well with our community. It is not off track, it is on track for us. It is today we are learning so many things and lot of questions are also coming in. The other question I would like to ask is, we always say the concept of balanced meal, balanced diet. So, so even that study by ICMR told that our carbohydrate consumption around 60, 62 percentage, primarily grains, cereals, millets, everything put together. Protein consumption is very poor. So, what is your comment on this?
that's true, isn't it? Because we always have this, like they say in a democracy, everybody, whoever is the loudest voice is heard. I told you today's concerns are not poverty, not undernutrition, not high cereal. Concerns are organic millets. Millets is like a stylish thing that the upper classes have discovered. Something about millets is very emotive. Millets are high fiber. All the iron calcium gets precipitated in the intestines. Have you ever seen a millet region that doesn't have anemia? Of course they have. And who is the one that pays a price for this very high carbs? It's the women ultimately who go around with body pains, bone pains, back pains, you name it. There is, and we have no diagnosis for that. We have no solution for that. So the practitioners used to give them B complex injections. I don't know whether you're aware. We had a whole period of 30, 40 years where everyone went off and took B complex injections. Unfortunately, the HIV epidemic got them to stop injections. But that was their one source of nutrients that they got through the injection. People laughed, people who in the science movements laughed, but women were smart. They knew that if they took an injection, they felt better for 1 week at least. We have forgotten our history. There's no great history to talk about, but these are small details that will tell us where we went wrong. Okay, I'm not saying people should live on injections, but we can learn from the fact that They said this is a placebo. Women are psychologically upset. They go to a doctor to, for God's sake, women are not in love with their doctors. They don't flirt with their doctors. They're just thankful that the doctors give them a crocin and give them a B complex injection. So there are stories and stories about what a price women have paid because of that. And so the small babies and as somebody said, our coronaries are very thin. There's no muscle, there's no protein. So you can't make coronary arteries with rice, can you? You require solid proteins, which is animal protein. Eh? So, but there is not much research in these areas, and the people at the helm of affairs come from a class and caste where they are not connected to what's happening in the rural areas, unfortunately.
This is so important point you told. It was always known. See, I'm an ex-pharma personal, that too in cardiology, diabetes. We always knew that Indians have very, very thin coronaries. Sometimes it is so difficult to stent them also, is what they say. And I always used to say that Indian cardiologists are one of the best cardiologists globally, because they would do those procedure even in those thin coronaries. But then when you add this, that probably that low protein diet for ages, as does not build up even coronaries. So it is very, 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 very nice point you told. I think Dr. Tanmoy is not here. Otherwise, he would have been very happy to know, because he is also a good advocate of high protein diet. Sandesh, you have one question from social media.
Madam, thank you so much. There's a question on learning. Are there other countries in the world who had a similar history and a similar situation like India and solved this problem? What can we learn from them?
So, who solved the problem? Sorry.
Are there other countries who had a similar situation like India when it comes to malnourishment, lack of protein, and managed to solve that problem, and something that India can learn from?
They were not fixated on vegetarianism. We are. Even the non meat eaters are the ones who eat only on Sunday. They'll buy about 400 grams, 500 grams, mix it with so much masala that the whole family can eat it 3 times a day. So much of spices because it's so tasty and they would like everyone to share it. So we have vegetarians, meat eaters on Sundays, meat eaters who will not eat on Friday and Monday and some other day, meat eaters who will go out and eat with their friends but not at home. We have a range of vegetarians who I can go on describing. It's hilarious. I don't think any other nation had this problem. This vegetarianism, in fact, is coming back in quite a dangerous kind of way. School lunch programs, there's a whole group, that Right to Food group, is saying children need eggs. But you have a whole lot of, especially in Bhopal, I heard the Jains, unfortunately, said, please give the children badam nuts and who give children badams in school lunch program instead of eggs. I wish someone would sponsor it. Why not? But this is their connect with the rural poor. Eggs are being denied to children. Whenever a woman is pregnant, she can't eat this, she can't eat that. We have too many do's and don'ts at one end, vegetarian fix at the other end. Women become vegetarian at every festival. So I don't know of any other country that has this kind of culture where you actually look down upon non-veg for some reason. And that's unfortunate, really.
I think that addition to this is, not only do we look down, but we are also not including dairy proteins or dairy itself, which itself can mitigate at least to some extent the loss of non-veg, at least. But even that is excluded probably because of transportability, perishability, and cost factor. So substituting that with soya stuff is not good. So people
Absolutely.
say that your slide shown that people who take children who take soya actually lost weight.
And you have anti-nutrients, you have enzyme inhibitors, you have allergenicity. That soya is only good when it is fermented. That's
Hmm.
how the Southeast Asian countries eat it.
Yeah.
Indians, it's not part of our diet. We got rid of our groundnut cultivation and put soya there because we promised the West we will
Hmm.
send it as chicken feed. Today we are saying soya is high protein, high oil. We didn't grow it for all this. Our groundnut was wonderful in comparison, but we got rid of our groundnut. So there are some macro policies that have hurt us very badly, unfortunately.
Michelle?
Yes, thank you, Shashi. Thank you, Dr. Veena. Dr. Veena, while we are really talking about people, the poverty, and people who cannot afford it, protein deficiency in children is seen in the rich people as well. In people who have been able to afford non-veg and have are also not giving their children non-veg even today. What where did that come from, right? I mean, someone cannot afford. Okay, fine, that's fine, but I don't think scarcity is an issue today. I don't think money is an issue for most people, and yet children are still growing shorter and shorter.
But they are not growing tall,
They are
yes,
not growing
definitely.
taller. Sorry.
But tell me, look at their kitchens. Is animal protein cooked every day? Like in the West, you would have it at least 2 meals or 1 meal at least. Remember, the practices haven't disappeared. The old grandmother at home would disapprove of cooking meat in the kitchen, so they'll do it twice a week or thrice a week. Please do the diet surveys, and you'll be in a better position to confirm what you're saying. What you're saying is true. There is protein deficiency. Look at in fact, I have a slide. I did a lot of work on body composition in DEXA, and invariably we had fat percentages of 35, 40 in the well-off communities also. So it is exercise, it is protein intakes, it is quality of foods that they are eating, and junk food, of course. So, but the culture of vegetarianism still persists in well-off homes. So when a child is given a lot of meat, the first person who will object is, can he digest it? There's something about meat that everyone is anxious about. So will the child digest it? Can you give the child more than one egg? Egg, of course, the cholesterol thing put us off for so many years. So there are these cultural things that control what so that when a man who comes from this well-off background goes out with his friends, he eats only biryani. I mean, if you must know, biryani is the most popular food that is Swiggy transports across the country. Number one, by the way, chicken mutton biryani. So you know how popular it can become if given the right kind of information to them. It's number one. Nothing comes close to it. So it's the culture of eating, it's the understanding of nutrition. Nutrition is only taught in home science colleges today. I don't know how many classes we have in medical college. I'm done my medicine long back. Nutrition was seen as PSM, and PSM you look down upon. So it was not even a subject worth reading. It's only much later that I started loving nutrition, when I understood how it impacted our lives. So I think something to the for the home science kids, because they are assisting all the doctors in these corporate hospitals, and they are doing it for kidney problems, for failures, for liver failure, etc. If they could be reached out and sensitized, I don't know what is the way out. But doctors definitely need a, a real rigorous training in nutrition. They don't know nutrition. Sorry to say that.
There is a question from Dr. Tanmoy Das, who was the speaker earlier. He has just
Yeah.
mentioned that a landmark study published in journal Nature, scientific report by scientists of ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, revealed that modern high-yielding variety of rice and wheat in India have lost significant nutrition value while accumulating toxic metals like arsenic. If this is the case, what do we do?
No, water. The agriculture scientists are good enough to give us solutions, because the water, especially in Bengal, etc., is high in arsenic. So areas that are high, you shouldn't be planting rice. But the moment a farmer gets water, he wants to plant rice because he's assured of MSP. The farmer must be given better returns for foods that are apart from cereals and wheat and rice. The government is not ready to do that. The farmer also needs an income, and that is why they go only for instance, Telangana, which is not a rice growing area, which was a jawar growing area. The moment water comes, they've started growing rice, and there are no takers. The government doesn't give them money. So what happens? It's there in the market, good for throwaway price. So pricing is important. Government assurance is America funds its agriculture like no other country does. We are shying away from it. I think food security is so important. The data that comes from NFHS shows that only 12% of children get adequate food. When I say adequate, quality, quantity, 12% in this country. Look at NFHS, and it's an embarrassment. So children have lost their muscle mass, I told you, in the first 2 years itself. They haven't put on that height, 25 centimeters in 1 year. I mean, it's a huge, huge kind of length that you and I have never that grown that tall in any 1 year. Think about a child has to do it. A child has to double itself. By 2 years, it's half the height of an adult. I mean, these should shake us up, isn't it? So
Very much.
pediatricians need to understand how now we need to get recipes made for animal foods, get families to come on board. We are still in the famine mindset where rice and wheat are good food.
Very much. Dr. Tanmoy, you want to ask any more questions? You are still here. Shall I take you in? You are muted. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
We
I'm
can
still
hear.
around, so I thought I would ask. Yeah, in my daily practice, Dr. Veena, if you go to the mass base, the ordinary patient who comes, they are still very much used to rice and wheat. So the moment I tell them don't eat rice and wheat, then they say, Doctor, what am I going to eat? You know, so it becomes very difficult. Protein as a concept for the general people is still a difficult task. Not only it is expensive, and the awareness about protein is not there. And the first thing is very difficult to convince people that the rice today and the wheat today is not only full of sugar, it is also poison, arsenic in rice and wheat, the pesticide. So that is, it's a publication by Indian Council of Agricultural Research. They themselves are admitting that the rice today and the wheat today are simply not worth eating. So that has huge implications for the
Doctor,
public.
I think yesterday we had a very good presentation of someone who works with the Satya Sai, who worked with Satya Sai and managed to convey information about including eggs and including, she said, one Marwadi family who refused initially, but then they started including eggs. No, there's a lot of work to done, doctor. We have been doing only curative work and very successfully. I think we have some of the best doctors in the world. But when it comes to talking to the patients, we don't have the connect. And therefore, it would be interesting to have a nutritionist or some social worker who understands the whole issue. I'll tell you what happens to Muslims in Hyderabad. I'm from Hyderabad, basically. Now, the poor Muslims are not vegetarian obsessed. So these women, in the evening, you say see them outside these butcher shops. Okay, and by evening, the organ meat is left over. Nobody really likes buying that. And that is sold dirt cheap. So they go and buy half a kilo, 1 kilo of organ meat late in the evening, come back home, boil it and mix it with dal or rice. So the flavor, the taste, the nutrients that can come from there are shared in the whole household. I'm talking of poor women. This is how they got over, but these are Muslim women. We don't have too many dietary surveys specifically of Muslim women. And believe me, there are times when my sister was a gynecologist, and she said doing cesarean sections on Muslim women was so much more satisfying because their muscle, as you cut their abdominal muscles, it was a pleasure to be able to reach the baby. The uterus had a body, reach the baby, stitch it up, and they recovered much better. Now, she was not biased towards Muslims or not Muslims because she worked with me in Hyderabad. These were her observations, and I made a note of it. So, there is not an easy way, but we have to uh, traverse that path. We have to communicate all the things. People, I told you, there are those who would love to eat eggs. If only they could say the doctor advised this thing. Indians don't seem to have a right to say, I like it. The individual is still not important. It is the family, it is the caste, it is the community that takes a decision. till we come to such time where a young boy will go off with his friends and eat biryani without telling his mother. So things are happening, but if only we could systematically address it. And every area would require a different approach.
Absolutely.
We can't give up. We can't give up, doctor.
Yeah, we all have to do our individual
We'll
bit.
come and sit in your clinic and talk to the patients.
Sandesh.
Dr. Veena, just coming back a little closer home, right? This conference is organized by us as a metabolic health coach community.
Yeah.
And we do often see clients largely who are coming to us in different phenotypes. Some are knowledgeable, they just want to get even better. Some have no knowledge, but they have had the fortune of having a great doctor who has pushed to think about diet first, food is medicine. So for us as coaches, knowing all the challenges that you mentioned, many are to do with government policies. A lot of that probably are hard for our control. Would you say that from a coach perspective, conferences like this and many more education awareness platforms are something that we as coaches should actually focus on?
Yesterday I sat through quite a few presentations, and trust me, I learned a lot. And I'm so thankful to Shashi for inviting me. But yes, you're right. How do you reach out to these doctors is the question, because many of them are cynical about this approach, cynical about nutrition, don't have the time. Many doctors tell you, where's the time to talk to the patient? So they need to have, like they have a front office collecting their consultation fees, they should have a front office that sits and talks to the patient also. One more person will need a job, will need training. So at that level, if we could train up hundreds over time, I think there's a lot of work to be done. And I think the coaches are, all of you are so good, so good. I must sometimes come and learn from you, because dealing with the micro level, food is such a micro level activity happening 3-4 times a day. It can't be left to chance. The government did its job, the bureaucrats made simple calculations and gave us. We have to see how we can change it. We are not throwing out the cereal, we are only saying we have to talk to the government, we'll have to talk to the big associations, convince them, make special attempts. I think all of you have a big role in this. And many more conferences, yes, definitely. And I'm glad your YouTube things are on available at any time. This must be shared liberally. Cut it into smaller pieces. I don't know how you will do it, but they are very valuable. Believe me, they are very valuable. So yes, with the government, a kind of, maybe as association, we can send a letter to the government saying that we need to eat more than just cereals all the time. Don't cut down the cereal, but the government plays around with the cereal from to Antodaya. They are giving them 35 kilos. They'll say it's 5 kilos. We can't go on like this. When the myth of protein gap paper came, the nutritionists in the West, big ones, big names, they literally laughed at us. But remember, India was seen as a nation which was very powerful and they wanted to keep collaborating with NIN. Not one of them came up openly and opposed Gopalan. If only they had done it, Gopalan would have said it's an imperialist plot. I mean, that's what we do to shut up people, that it's an imperialist plot. In fact, some of these nutritionists were so sad that such a report was published to to assuage the government that we have enough food, don't worry. The point was we were assuaging the government. Today, I think we should make the government a little uncomfortable. That might help us. But you all are the best people to take the lead, and I will follow you anytime.
We are going to split all the sessions and then load again. It will be session wise. In fact, even your session, we are going to split it in two. One
Yes,
is your presentation and one is the slides. Yeah, Dr. Tanmay.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Dr. Veena for clarifying that India is not primarily a vegetarian country. We all believe it. We say that we have come to, it's set in our sight that we are a vegetarian country. We are not. 70% of the people eat some kind of animal food or other,
Yeah,
and that has to be worked upon. It is not. It is a misconception to think. Not that it helps much. Even non-vegetarians are protein deficient, but we at least have that mind block is not there. That
absolutely.
pure vegetarian food concept. You
Yeah,
know.
we have hotels which are pure vegetarian. We have, I mean, you know,
What is pure about it, I don't know. But
and and
and
and they
somebody was
it's a
talking about
political.
B12 deficiency. In fact, it's an eternal question. And some of us definitely said it was all the insects and other things in the food that provided us. Now we get clean food from these malls, and therefore we have B12 deficiency. But
Yeah.
we were consuming a lot of creepy crawly things in the earlier times. Mothers would look at the rice, but they couldn't pick up every worm that was there. So in a way, we were well supplied with B12. I think so. Apart from contamination, sewage contamination, etc. Yeah.
that was highlighted by Dr. Sunil Menon yesterday.
Yes,
That
yes,
that
yes.
that's how it happened. So there is one question on B12 which Michelle wants to ask. It is asked by someone in social media, in YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Veena, there's a question that is asked that said that the mother took B12 injections when you mentioned about the B12 injections and suddenly gained a lot of weight. Is there a link there, or was it the nutrition that was not right when they took it?
B12 and weight, I'm not aware of. But B12 deficiency gives you a huge number of uh, symptoms, ill health related, etc., including sleep disorders, etc. It hasn't been well worked out, B12, by the way. For some reason, research on it is very limited, but weight, I'm not aware. Maybe they should have investigated hypothyroidism and other reasons. This was during pregnancy or after delivery, the weight increase.
Uh, that they haven't mentioned. They've just said that, when the the mother took the B12 injections, there was a sudden increase in weight.
No, I would like to check up and maybe send you a private mail if I get information. Certainly.
Uh, uh, Dr. Veena, we fondly remember growing up seeing ads Sunday hoya Monday roads khao
Yeah.
ande, and the doodh and the milk mustache that was like proudly flaunted. Maybe something like that coming back will help us.
That's true. Actually, we have had very interesting ad agencies that have contributed to getting us where we are in for instance, Amitabh Bachchan's role in polio vaccination cannot be undermined. So we have to think of celebrities, we have to think of good advertising agencies who will uh, provide the necessary cultural thing to food. And but remember, this lobby is so strong today. There are two major groups that where you can make money, and one is food, processed food, and the other, of course, is defense and other things. So the food lobby is very, very strong. Unless we address Dr. Arun Gupta, somebody you should call. He has managed to get a Supreme Court judgment where the Supreme Court has ordered processed food manufacturers to put all the uh, uh, negative things in the front. The fight was front of the box or behind all the nutrition details. So he's been an active person on processed foods, especially for children, and successfully carries out his campaigns. But we have to contend with major, major adversaries. But I'm sure if we are a large enough group, our numbers will talk. We don't have to be individuals to fight this. It's not going to be easy, but it's worth trying. Because processed foods are like poison today. And unfortunately, a lot. For instance, I was doing a diet survey in Delhi with JNU, and we went to the construction site and asked the mothers who had brought their children and they were lying there under the tree, what did you give this child? Child was playing around, etc. She got up early in the morning, no time to cook, so she gave the child 2 rupees, and the glucose biscuits are those 2 biscuits, 5 biscuits, 10 biscuits, their packing is carefully geared towards poor people. So the child could get the 2 biscuit pack for that 1 rupee, and the child ate it. So the mother goes back home, the child is still crying, no food, gives him another 2 rupees, eats glucose biscuits. She makes the food and she barely eats that one meal with him because they all live and cook in the same place, construction workers. But in the evening, it's so late, 5 or 6 o'clock, another glucose biscuit packet, and then by the time food is ready, the child is fast asleep. So the calorie intake is not even from biscuits, 400. That's it. And the child is fast asleep. She's so tired, she doesn't have the energy to wake him up and feed him. And then the next day starts. So this glucose biscuit, Mari or not Mari, sorry, Parle biscuit. I mean, the rip off. The packaging is so clever that it addresses the needs of a small child and the mother also. The mother has no time to make elaborate food. She's come away from a village. This is a whole nation where migrant workers are everywhere. And so that's how they exist. This was shocking for me also.
Dr.
Priyanka,
Veena,
Sandesh, let Priyanka ask one question. You can ask next.
go ahead, go ahead.
Uh,
Hello,
Yeah.
Dr. Veena. We've
Oh,
been listening to your conversation, the lecture, and it's like really fascinating because
thank
you've really told us how at policy, branding, at every level we are falling short of, bringing nutrition into the debate of food culture. So I just wanted to ask you, there's also strong cultural branding of vegetarian food as clean food. How do you think that idea influences the way we think about nutrition, particularly during pregnancy? And does the label of clean sometimes prevent us from asking whether a diet is actually nutritionally adequate?
Let's not run away from caste. It has a huge play. Okay. And we don't know how we are going to address it. That's why I didn't emphasize it beyond a point. Anything that is done with by workers who work with their hands in places that are not very clean, if the human being is dealing with non-clean areas, the food also that they eat is non-clean. And invariably they are eating animal foods. So the clean part, please wash it under the tap, please. But that is at an individual level. At a macro level, it will take time to really go and talk about this pure vegetarian. We even have Brahmin restaurants here in Bangalore, Brahmin Udupi. The name is uh, very proudly displayed outside, and they do serve us. I'm not a Brahmin, but it is clearly said that you are privileged if you can use this restaurant. No, things are getting worse. This clean is another angle that has cropped up, and at what level are we giving pregnant women unclean food? I don't know, because a lot of food that comes from Blinkit, etc., FSSAI has highlighted how terrible the surroundings are. And it's been a wake up call. So, at an individual level, this can be discussed with your client or patient or whatever. At the macro level, we have to think of better methods like advertisements or the earlier using celebrities, using uh, setups where, but I would love to train up nutritionists, to tell you the truth, who are so ill trained. They were meant to be good housewives, and now they are all in the hospitals taking care of patients with doctors dealing with chronic diseases. They are somebody who they know their nutrition, at least baseline. So this is, I don't know.
Yeah,
This is a caste question.
yeah,
So
no, I also feel that the whole debate of nutrition and what is nutritionally that we should eat is actually getting subsumed by the word clean. That, so yeah,
So,
that was,
but the other words are sattvic food.
yeah.
These people call it sattvic food, that children must not eat eggs. That Krishna group that supplies school lunch program, what is it called? They call it sattvic food, and they even tell they take classes for the children and say eggs are a excreta of the chicken. That's what they say. And but remember what they're doing is the children go back home and challenge their mothers. They're embarrassed then that their mothers are cooking eggs and meat. you're also changing the mindsets of people. And not many people are willing to come out and talk about it. There is a group in Bangalore who has uh, taken this up very seriously, but it's not easy to find. They're very powerful people. Okay. And it is a caste question, certainly. And the sooner we accept it, the better it'll be. We'll be clearer on how to go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka.
Sandesh?
Dr. Veena, if anybody sees the large coastline of India, we know that we have a massive fishing population who actually goes fishes. I know for sure that we export a ton. I know we have a lot of food processing based on seafood. Has there been any studies or any of your own interpretations as to chicken, eggs versus seafood, and how we have been thinking about this from an availability and affordability standpoint? Because I know we have some sects in our country who are vegetarian but they eat fish, and some who are vegetarian and then lacto-vegetarian. What are your views around seafood, our large, enablement of seafood and coastline?
I'm so glad that the Bengali Brahmin eats fish and the Mangalore Brahmin eats fish and the Konkan Brahmin eats fish. But remember, not much work has been done. We haven't divided society according to regions and the kind of foods they've had eaten. Most of our data comes from 10 states, and these are not included. Number one, we had shortage of staff, and the more we had actually, you'll be surprised when you look at the NNMB data of the early 70s, boys and girls were pooled. Okay, it's only later when the gender question comes up in 75, 76 that now they disaggregated to men and women and boys and girls. After the Mandal Commission, 90s, you have caste disaggregation. And disaggregate according to states was done, but we don't have much diet surveys from these regions. Even if we have from, say, coastal Karnataka, it is pooled with the main Karnataka data. The main Karnataka is not all coastal. So it would be difficult. Now, smaller medical colleges, home science colleges would have that kind of data. Because whenever we have Nutrition Society meetings, these young kids come and put up posters, and we should encourage them to disaggregate fish eater, non-fish eater, but then they have only this much funding for analysis in their colleges. There are many, many restraints. I think we need to get ICMR to spearhead, because N3 fatty are very, very good to address this question after we do this detail. The main problem that we've landed up today is that because anemia was being shown to be 60, 70%, that the government was so upset that this man was asked to resign, the Indian Institute of whatever, Population Studies in Bombay, who was spearheading the NFHS data collection, because his data does show that anemia hasn't gone down, right? So he had to leave his job. This man who's given us such wonderful data. Remember, statistics has been our strength from Mahalanobis times, who really taught us how to analyze and calculate and whatever. The next thing that happens is the group from Delhi and St. John's says that maybe we should have our own cutoff of hemoglobin. You must have heard of that debate, that Indians should have a lower hemoglobin content. Okay, and a paper was written and circulated, and the government liked it. Especially Niti Aayog liked it, because if you bring down the normal of pregnant from 11 to 10.5 or 10, you have already achieved your goal of bringing it down to 30, 35% from 60%. So this is now NIN is doing a major survey where they decided to, the reason was that the NFHS and NNB surveys use a finger prick method of measuring hemoglobin. And that capillary method is full of dilution with the serum around it, etc. And we should do venous blood. So a big survey has been done. Results are awaited. It's called the Diet and Chronic Diseases Survey, where they are looking at anemia separately. That's why the latest NFHS doesn't have data for anemia, because we have these two doctors, one from St. John's, one from Delhi, who are keen on bringing down the standards for anemia. This is a way scientists are trying to please the government, unfortunately, and Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog, the economist, writes that how is it India is doing so well? How is it that anemia hasn't uh, gone down? Now, he doesn't understand that your GDP doesn't enter your cells and change the heme molecule. Okay, your GDP is out there somewhere in cyberspace. How is it directly going to impinge on anemia? He has no idea. But he makes the statement, and all hell breaks loose. So this man is fired. These two people start a new thing against hemoglobin standards. WHO is very unhappy because this data will come out and we will not be able to compare it with any data around the world. Right? We are really painting ourselves into a corner. That's for height. Can you believe that? And there is attempts to even relook at it because we really haven't produced the tall African whatever athletes that you see on in Olympics. India hasn't done it. How could we when the only thing we have is fat in our thighs? So, but there is no space for scientific discussion. And today's scientists, unfortunately, are not willing to take on the government. So we'll have new standards for heights. We'll have new standards for hemoglobin. This is the new trend, and I think you all should know about it. And gynecologists are very unhappy because for them, a bleed during a labor can result in death. And a bleeding woman who's 9.5 and someone who's within sort of moderate 8.59, very, very problematic. It can be the certificate for maternal mortality. It's huge, huge, divided by many, many factors. And nutritionists have not understood that this must be, for instance, as you say, the fish eaters must be disaggregated from the non-fish eaters, etc. You require scientists who have and in the West, they have lost interest in this kind of basic research. Though now Harvard and Hopkins are coming over to collaborate with us. They are interested in some of it for their own reasons, yes.
Doctor, wanted to ask you a little bit more around protein. As coaches, coming back home, right? At times we actually encourage some of our clients to say, hey, you know what? If you eat more protein, well, anyway, they are below 0.8 grams per kg, most of them. But even if I say, hey, do 1 gram per kg body weight, and let's say they are from a lower income class, I do have some pro bono cases like that. I try to educate them to say, you know what, if you do the cost ROI of increased protein satiety, you probably are going to do 1 or 2 meal a day, largely in a non-vegetarian family. And perhaps if you do the calculation, you may actually, the upper differential of cost may be not more than 10 to 15%. And a lot of times, once they understand that, oh, I have to eat lesser times versus eating 4 times when I'm not eating insufficient protein, that education lands. What is your view around protein satiety and educating the masses towards this way of education? Is there an ROI?
Unfortunately, I didn't. What is ROI now? These are buzzwords.
I'm just saying,
I don't know.
yeah. So can we get, because
What's the
cost is a
expansion
big
of
issue.
ROI?
A return on investment from a
return
client
on it.
perspective, right? They think, look, I need to spend more on protein. My education is, you eat more protein, you can eat lesser times, you get more time back in your calendar, and you also the differential is very, very less.
as long as you don't increase the anxiety. This is the other thing about not eating because they are hungry all the time with the high carbs. No, I have no experience of working on this low carb area. Certainly not. My interest in this area really came when one trade union leader came to NIN and confronted me and says, how dare you give us least cost diet? It was called the least cost diet. Are we workers only fit for a least cost diet? We also want to eat meat and eggs and milk, etc. I really am thankful to this man. He comes from Bangalore, he lands in Hyderabad and challenges me. And that's when I looked at the whole thing all over again and realized your minimum wages are fixed with calories, your poverty line is fixed with calories. You name it and it's calories, least cost calories. So I had no experience of encouraging people to go off. The other problem is in my own family, I would love to get involved with the lives of my nephews and nieces, but they are all rushing off to some Ayurvedic doctor, some alternative systems. That's the other thing that's flourishing in this country. I think I have a nephew who's gone to at least four Ayurvedic doctors of different colors and hues. This is you must have also seen that alternative systems promising them the world. So I have no experience personally on shifting people into. I have a friend who's successfully done low carb and has kept it up for the last 5 years and very, very happy with it. Yes.
Michelle, you had a quick question.
Yeah, Dr. Veena, while we are actually, talking about not enough protein and not enough nutrients for kids, we are seeing a childhood obesity epidemic, even in urban areas. Coming back to what Sandesh said, that maybe educating women to give protein to their children, do you think will that itself can take care a bit about this whole childhood obesity that we are seeing?
The childhood obesity is being blown up a bit too much. These are the kids who do have more body fat because during the growth phase, before a growth spurt, you see the body composition, there is more fat, desirable fat. And just leave them to their resources and they will straight the next growth spurt and you will see that they thin out. Number one. Yes, adding more protein, never too late for children, whether it's with milk or with eggs or with meat or whatever they like. My whole thing is get milk into their systems or paneer or curd or whatever they like, in whatever color and shape they are happy with, as long as they drink it. But this childhood obesity is being overdone because the drug industry is really going to benefit. The Ozempic will land up with children also. We must be very careful. Please look at the body composition profiles. Children at before the growth phase are chubby. Let them lead a norm, but yes, they need to play, they need to go out, and they need to eat healthy. There isn't any specific thing that we should do to worry about it. Yes, add more protein if they're not eating enough protein or but children love protein, remember. That's if your 30% must be fat, please protein also. Satiety is so important for kids. They'll go looking around for rich foods at home. That's why chocolates are so popular with kids, isn't it? So I'm not saying load them with chocolates, but I'm just telling you it's an indicator of their need for rich food. So if you tell them to eat rice and dal, they will not touch it. But if you give them richer food like puris and with something else, eggs, etc., yeah, you can add more protein. But leave them alone, body composition will take care of itself in children.
So, Priyanka, you had a question.
Yeah, Dr. Veena, it's related to what we are talking about only, about children and nutrition. You just mentioned that, children are eating a lot of chocolates and biscuits, and they've become such a regular part of children's diets. How much responsibility do you think food companies bear for normalizing these products as everyday nutritious, foods? I mean, even Bonvita, etc., like you said, that sugar has become synonymous with children's food.
No, I don't know how I can uh, place responsibility on them. I think it's the policies of the government to encourage processed foods. Now, the new thing is not to sell it around schools. Like earlier, no tobacco, no cigarettes, etc. These are all measures that may or may not play off. Why don't we have textbooks, lessons, that is, chapters in textbooks talking about food? The whole idea of school lunch program was for two or three. One is children don't eat breakfast at home. They will get something to eat in schools, a snack plus a lunch. Second is children will eat together. Third, children will understand what entails cooking, and they might make understand nutrition better. And of course, the fact that caste questions would be smoothened out if children ate together. All this was thought through. If you look at the website on the Right to Food, reasons for bringing out this bill, so that their dropout rates go down. Similarly, for processed foods, if we had lessons, texts in their school textbooks, whether it is the science textbooks, we shouldn't use frightening words, but certainly show them what it means not to have fiber, to have too much of sugar and maida, etc. Instead, the government is talking of fortifying rice, and fortifying flour. Now, in the West, only maida is fortified with iron because of the high fiber content. In India, we will change the eating patterns of people from the extraction that we have in our flour is very high. We're going to have more maida than we're already shifting into that terrain with fortified foods. So there's a huge amount that needs to be done. The food industry is there for profits, not for children's health. I'm sorry to say that. Like the pharmaceutical industry, there is no CSR that insists that they take care of children. I think it's voices outside that have to checkmate them. And there's no shortcut to it. Yeah, absolutely no shortcut. The food is disastrous what they're eating. The
Thank you.
2 minute new noodles did the damage, and we were all amused with that. But then it went on and on and on. Right?
Mm. Thank you.
I think that's it.
Actually, you are on mute.
We have just 3 minutes.
Yeah.
4 minutes we have, Priyanka. Just 4 minutes. Dr. Lake is here. If your question is short.
Me? Okay, yeah.
just-
So actually, I also wanted to ask because, in India, when it comes to youth, we are today talking about, youth not just being in classrooms, but on sports field, and even the violence in, places where nutrition is very low, violence is increasing. So how do we make people understand the importance of nutrition for sports and all-round development?
I think the gyms are one place where students who go to the gym figure out proteins are important. It's another matter that they are buying protein extracts. Then I told you pamphlets and textbooks. Make sure at least 2 lessons on nutrition are included. We have to work with the education ministry, NCRT, etc. Get to write it in a way that children will enjoy reading it, not something constantly giving the lectures. So we'll have to work there. We'll have to sports. Yes, every sports facility is one advantage that a child will definitely enjoy, and that I don't know whether it's improving or not, but sports certainly will make some difference. The time spent on preparation for the phones, the time spent to get through all these exams. And for others who will contribute, those advertise, because the experiences can be pooled in a way that we can bring textbooks together, videos, or whatever material that children might want to look at. Rural children, urban children, I mean, there'll be differences. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Sports, yeah.
Veda.
Every school must have its place for sports. Yeah. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for
Thank you,
calling
Dr.
me.
Veena. We
Yeah.
enjoyed your PowerPoint presentation. We enjoyed this whole conversation which we had for 1 hour. I'm sure that we still have so many questions that we can carry on for 8 hours. But however, the session is coming to end. The next guest is here. So thank you very much. There is going to be a lot of questions which is going to come later on once people log in and see your session. And I think your session was also one of the most crucial session of the entire 3 day. Thank you very much, and we will connect again in coming times for more such conversation. Thank you very much.
Pleasure to get to know all of you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please
Thank
get
you.
Dr. Ian Lake and Jasmeet Kaur.
So welcome Dr. Ian Lake to the Metabolic Health Conference of India. So we have successfully completed 3 editions of the Metabolic Health Conference, and we are delighted to be back with our 4th edition. So this year's theme is Metabolic Health Crisis, where India went wrong and how to fix it. So it's a real pleasure to have you with us. So Dr. I'll introduce you to our audience first. So Dr. Ian is a UK-based clinician and has been living with type 1 diabetes since 1995. What makes his story particularly interesting is that he brings together both sides of the experience, the doctor and the person living with type 1 diabetes. Over the past decade, he has explored insulin biology and the many factors that influence insulin sensitivity and metabolic stability. And it's not just the food, but also sleep, circadian rhythm, stress, physical activity, and environment. He has presented internationally on metabolic health, ketogenic approaches, and innovative strategies for type 1 diabetes management. He is also the author of Shifting Gears, where he brings his scientific thinking and the personal experience together through an extraordinary 1,000-mile journey from southwest England to all the way to St. Moritz on a bicycle. And I think what makes his perspective particularly relevant for our discussion today is that he doesn't look at type 1 diabetes simply as a problem of glucose management. He looks much more deeply at insulin, metabolism, and human physiology. Dr. Ian Lake, it's wonderful to have you with us, and welcome again.
Thank you for inviting me again. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, let's begin with our first question. And I would like to start with your journey. So managing type 1 diabetes in itself, it's a full-time challenge. But you earlier by becoming an endurance athlete and deliberately putting your diabetes management to the test. So you have done some pretty extraordinary experiments to understand your own physiology. So could you tell us why this 1,000-mile ride and what made you decide that this cycling while managing type 1 diabetes will be a real lifetime experiment and it will be worth documenting, and now it eventually turned into a book?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, having had diabetes for so long, I spent the first 20 years managing it what I call conventionally, because I felt that that was the right way to manage it, by counting carbohydrates and injecting insulin to suit. Subsequently, I discovered the ketogenic diet, or the very low carbohydrate diet, and carried on with that for quite a while. And as time went on, I realized that you can do the same thing for 2 days in a row, but get completely different results with respect to glucose. And I wanted to look more at why that was. So I had an opportunity to visit St. Moritz in Switzerland to take part in a conference on diabetes, type 1 diabetes and physical activity. So I thought, what better way to do it than experiment on the way? So I'd known for a while that basal insulin, the insulin we take to manage all of the what I call background functions in the body, and we take another type of insulin for food called bolus insulin or rapid acting insulin. I knew that basal insulin had many components, and I wanted to look at those in a long distance cycle ride. So I chose 1,000 miles because it was a headline number. It was actually 900 miles if I took a direct route. So I chose 1,000 miles to make it a headline. But I wanted to show that the ordinary person, so I did 60 miles a day, which in cycling terms is not a great amount. It sounds a long way, but in cycling terms, it's not that much. And it's sort of 6 hours of cycling a day at a fairly leisurely pace. So I wanted to experiment with various aspects of type 1 diabetes by living it day to day. The other reason was that I've met a lot of people with type 1 diabetes on some conferences. I've done sort of residential courses for type 1s. And a lot of people express the fact that they've never met anyone else with type 1 diabetes. I mean, we as clinicians know a lot of people with type 1 diabetes as part of our job. But for most people out there who turn up to our clinics, that's the only time they get to talk about their condition. And mostly it's focused around the numbers. What is their blood glucose, what is their long-term blood glucose, and do they have any complications, and what are we going to do if they do have complications? So it's an environment where people with type 1 don't understand what is happening to other people with type 1. So I wrote this to say, look, I'm a type 1. Yes, I happen to be a medical doctor, but I'm just as bad at managing it as you are, guys. We're all the same around this. It's an unpredictable condition to manage, and we can only learn our own way. So there are, in my country, the United Kingdom, there are 400,000 people with type 1, and I would argue there are 400,000 ways of managing it. There are some basic principles, but everyone is different with how far they are on their journey. For example, a 3-year-old just diagnosed will have totally different insulin requirements and ways of managing it than someone who's, say, had diabetes for 45 years and is in their 50s or 60s. So it's just talking about the general principles of where I think we should be looking at type 1 diabetes in a more holistic way.
Yeah. So that's really very interesting, Dr. Ian. And I think what makes this journey particularly very fascinating is that you weren't just trying to complete your ride, you were trying to explore your own physiology. And you mentioned like you were trying to understand the different factors that need to be considered while managing the type 1 diabetes, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I came up with this idea of the 5 foundations of health. Everyone comes up with various pillars of health. I mean, you can have between 3 and 8. You look online, you can have 20 if you want. So I tried to say, well, what are the factors day to day that I need to think about as someone with type 1 that is going to make my day-to-day life easier? Because I'm quite lazy by nature. I'm not into studying numbers too much. I just want to get through the day without having to worry about my diabetes. So how can I set my day up to make life so much easier? And it's far more than just counting your carbohydrates, which is what we're taught to do. We're taught to count carbohydrates, inject insulin, and count and inject a certain amount of what we call basal insulin, or if we're on pumps, to set our insulin to trickle into our bodies at a certain rate. And it was really the latter that I wanted to look at. What comprises our basal insulin requirements? What are the elements of our life that we need to look at to manage our basal insulin requirements? So I got that down really to mindset, our environment, and our body rhythms, our natural body rhythms, circadian rhythms, including sleep, and of course physical activity impacts on insulin use quite a lot. So and obviously diet, which we all know about, really.
Yeah. So, Dr. Ian, I found it really interesting because I listened to your podcast, and where you mentioned like, you try to optimize your insulin by getting the factors or the aspects that happens inside a healthy person. So what does a healthy person actually mean to you?
Well, we often study disease, don't we? Doctors, we're excellent at spotting patterns of disease and treating disease, often with medication. But we all know that lifestyle plays a huge part in the generation of disease. And I wanted to think, well, how much insulin does someone without diabetes? What does a healthy person look like? Medically and from their metabolic profile, because we have this explosion of wellness, everyone's seeking to be well. And a common factor in that is keeping our insulin volumes as low as possible. Although we don't directly speak about that, but we talk about fasting, we talk about real nutritious food. We often talk about reducing the carbohydrate load. We talk about getting good sleep. So I thought, well, yeah, I want some of that. I want to be healthy. I don't want to be someone who's being monitored literally, to pick up signs of complications. I want to avoid those complications if I can and be healthy. So I studied what I think a healthy human being would look like and tried to incorporate that into my book and talking about specifically for type 1 insulin, because insulin really is a one hormone deficit. People with type 1 diabetes and people with other conditions that are insulin dependent need to inject insulin. And if we didn't inject insulin, the outcome would be very bad indeed in a few days. So we need insulin. It's a life-saving drug, literally. But do we use too much? In using carbohydrate counting, we have to ask the question, is that what people with type 1 need? Should our nutrition be directed in a better way, in a more targeted way, to looking at other elements of our diet where insulin can be managed better? Because carbohydrates are the one macronutrient other than fat and protein that raise our blood glucose the most. So I had to ask the question, well, can we reduce the amount of carbohydrates in our diet? And that will reduce the amount of insulin. And that will probably make me more healthy. So that was how I started off, having read a book by Dr. Richard Bernstein, who is sort of he's the man or the person in our world who started looking at this early on. And I followed his teachings a long time. And then I wanted to look more at the what I call the roots of health that affect our insulin, because I think that insulin in long-term use at a slightly higher rate than normal can be harmful to our health, because we know that in type 2 diabetes where insulin is constantly high. Well, in type 1 diabetes, because of the way we inject our insulin into the skin and not into the right place in the body where it actually works, near the liver and the pancreas area, we are actually using more insulin than our body ideally needs. So I thought, well, that's a problem for us. We can't get around that problem until something else comes along. And there's nothing on the horizon yet, possibly some inhaled insulins. But until that moment arrives, we have to try to learn how to manage our insulin to the lowest possible effective dose. So I always say as much as necessary, because everyone's different, and as little as possible. So for example, if you have an infection or something, you'll need more insulin, or certainly not need less of it. But on the day-to-day basis, can we get away with using as little insulin as possible to mimic a healthy human being? And that was the basis of the book.
So during your journey, I saw like you were measuring your insulin levels. No, you were measuring your blood glucose and blood ketone level, isn't it?
Yeah.
So these are the two measurements that you were using, like to analyze how much insulin you are taking, or are you optimizing your insulin by just looking at ketones and blood glucose levels?
Essentially, that's what I was doing, but I was also looking at my diet. And I was looking at my heart rate zones. That was more from the perspective of athletic performance, really. But essentially, I was measuring, yes, diet.
But when you talk about using insulin as much as necessary but as little as possible, how do you actually know where that point is? You weren't measuring insulin during the ride. You were continuously just measuring glucose and ketones. So did those signals help you? Like, how can a person with a type 1 diabetic know like they are just reaching that point to optimize the insulin?
Thank you. So absolutely. Great question. Thank you. So we are the only people with type 1 diabetes that can actually measure insulin because we inject it and we don't naturally have any.
Yeah.
So the number of units of insulin that I use are a direct measure of how much insulin my body needs at that moment in time. So I was also measuring the units of insulin that I was taking. So that was, or I was monitoring the units of insulin I was taking. So the blood glucose, absolutely, I needed to get that right. But I also needed to find out how much insulin I required to get the blood glucose right at that particular moment in time. So we don't need to measure insulin levels like someone without type 1 diabetes. We just need to know how much insulin our body's needing. So for example, on this journey, I used, I think it was about 16 units a day. where I was normally using about low 20s units per day. So the effect of physical activity to keep my blood glucose normal and my ketones in a healthy range was a reduction of 8 units of insulin. So I was indirectly measuring my insulin by monitoring how much I need, because I don't produce any of my own. So people with type, if only people would listen to people with type 1 diabetes, we can tell you exactly how much insulin you need for every aspect of life.
So that 16 unit means it's a basal plus the one that you covered for
Yeah,
the
total daily insulin requirements. Yeah.
Okay. So, but could you tell us, like, by just giving the examples from your journey, how your insulin dosages varies with the other physiological factors that you mentioned, sleep, stress, environment, hydration, and you also consider how we actually breathe. That is also very important.
So yes, so I, obviously physical activity, it makes a big difference to how much insulin your body needs, because physical activity consumes more energy, so mostly more glucose. And when you're consuming energy into your muscles, you become more insulin sensitive, so your insulin requirements drop. That's a very obvious example. Then I wanted to look at the theory more than anything else, and what evidence do we have that insulin is involved, for example, in our say circadian rhythm. So our natural 24-hour cycle has many factors that affect it. So, for example, insulin, we are more insulin sensitive in the daylight hours more than the nighttime hours. So how does that impact how we eat? So if we eat too early or if we eat too late at night, that will affect directly our what's called insulin resistance or a lack of insulin sensitivity. And that will require more insulin in order to process that food, compared with if we eat in a certain window, mid-morning to late afternoon, when our insulin will be much more sensitive, so we can be more effective with using less of it, eating exactly the same meal. For example, how does a late night meal affect other hormones like leptin and melatonin, for example, which also have a circadian rhythm? Melatonin, the night hormone, as we call it, although it has many more functions in the body than that. Melatonin affects our insulin because there are melatonin receptors in the insulin secreting cells of the pancreas called the beta cells. So melatonin directly affects how much insulin our body requires at that moment in time. And if you understand that, then you can work with your body's natural rhythms in order to make the best use of the insulin you're injecting, bearing in mind that we are needing more insulin than someone without type 1 because of where we put the insulin into our skin, whether we're using a pump or a pen or an automated insulin device or a smart system, as they call it. And for example, also with mindset, we know that mental stress can promote certain hormones over others. And we also know that a high carbohydrate diet can promote more of an agitated brain compared to a low carbohydrate diet, because the balance of the excitatory pathways is greater, is promoted in the high carbohydrate diet compared with a low carbohydrate diet. So from a low carbohydrate diet, we'll need less insulin and we'll get a calmer brain. And we all see that on a ketogenic diet. And again, in our exposure to daylight, this interview I'm doing in early morning with artificial lights and sitting down is not my best environment. So our body clock runs on a 25-hour cycle. And it's important for us to reset our body clock every morning to 24 hours. Otherwise, all those body rhythms will go out of synchronization. And the best example of out of sync is jet lag, where our body's natural rhythms will be disturbed by an unnatural activity such as flying across time zones. And also we know that from especially Japanese studies, that bathing in the forest, called forest bathing, walking in woodland, having access to green spaces is very good for lowering our blood pressure, lowering our stress hormones. So we'll probably need less insulin if we understand that. So across diet, physical activity, our natural environment, circadian rhythms, and our mindset, we can look at all of those aspects of our daily lives and work out what is the best for us to enable to manage insulin better. And if you manage insulin better, you get better blood glucose profiles anyway.
It's quite interesting, Dr. Yan, because when we tried as a type 1 diabetic, any person, when they try to manage their blood glucose level, they just watch their glucose number. And from day to day, they really find that, that today the same dosages of insulin doesn't work with the same food. And they're just trying to correct it, and they don't even look at the other physiological factors, and which you say they're most important, I believe, like along with the food.
100%. So as much as necessary, as little as possible. And you make smaller errors. Because the insulin is the only hormone practically that reduces blood glucose. Every other hormone raises blood glucose. So insulin is important in that respect. But if we have too much of it, of course, we're more prone to having our blood glucose low. And if we get it wrong, and people with type 1 will absolutely understand this, if you underestimate the dose of insulin you need, or overestimate the dose, or get your diet food wrong in a restaurant, order your meal, inject your insulin, meal doesn't arrive because it's delayed, crisis, your blood sugar's dropping, you have to rescue it. All those practical fears that we have, injecting too much.
Even that stress during that time, reduce the insulin sensitivity of a person.
Yes, so all these things make a difference to us, and I think using less insulin is safer because we don't get as big an error. So, for example, for a typical meal, most people with type 1 will inject between 6 and 10 units of insulin for each meal. For somebody like myself on a very low carbohydrate diet, for the food alone, I will need 1 unit or 2 units of insulin. Well, 1 unit of insulin will drop the blood sugar by a predictable amount in an individual. There's no one individual has the same number. Children often have a bigger number of drop of glucose than adults, for example. But so if you're using 10 units of insulin, you'll get a massive drop of glucose potentially, unless you eat to correct that. And if you use 1 unit of insulin, you get a much smaller predictable drop. And you don't get as many hypos on a very low carbohydrate diet, just for example.
So how you were actually structuring your meals during your journey, and because you try to be in ketosis for most of the time, so how do you eat, like number of meals?
So my diet changed. So typically I'd have 2 meals a day without doing all this exercise, and that I would have a late lunch and an early before 7 to 8 p.m. evening meal. And I would cut it into 2 sections. I would fast all most of the day to get a good fasting period, because we know that fasting for more than 12 hours, hopefully 16 to 18 hours, will set up an increase in insulin sensitivity. So it makes things easier for us. On this journey, I noticed that I was quite sensitive to my rapid acting insulin. So I had to rely more on what's called my basal insulin. And then I had to anticipate meals more. So it's, as most type 1s will understand, it's all about adaptation here. So I was adapting to my environment, so I tended to have 3 meals a day on the journey, and split them up pretty evenly with respect to calories, carbohydrates, and protein. When I look back on the food diary, I was surprised actually. I was only having 20 grams of carbohydrates a day, which is quite low considering most people have about 300 grams of carbohydrates a day on a higher carbohydrate diet. Although, in my country, the National Institute of Health and Care and Clinical Excellence, the NICE guidelines, don't give a target amount of carbohydrates, but they do say that carbohydrates should form a larger part of your meal, or certainly should be included in a balanced diet. So from the point of view of the guidelines, I'm on an extreme low end, but it suited me really well. So I spent 89% of my time in the range on continuous glucose meter, which is quite good really, because the target is 75% of the time. And a cycling group, a professional cycling group, doing roughly the same as me, but obviously they were much faster, no doubt about that. They were getting 76% time in range for the same sort of distances of training and the same time of training.
Yeah. I'd like to ask something about type 2 diabetes also, because you have a very unique perspective being a physician and someone who has lived with type 1 diabetes for more than 30 years. So you have had to understand very closely how much your insulin your body needs and how different physiological factors can change that requirement. So since type 2 diabetes, they are insulin resistance, and some of them, they are also relatively insulin deficiency. So what do you think people with the type 2 diabetes can learn from your journey to improve their insulin sensitivity so that the demand of insulin reduces in the body?
I think type 2 diabetes is a completely different condition to type 1 diabetes in that it is not an insulin lack, it's actually an insulin excess. But as you quite rightly say, as people with type 1 tend to need more insulin in their injections, they end up having a type 2 type of pattern after 10 to 15, probably 20 years of managing diabetes. So the insulin in excess is a common problem for both type 1 and type 2 diabetes, and the same principles really apply. We adopt a lifestyle where we're studying how to use less insulin, and as we use less insulin, most people with type 2 diabetes tend to become more insulin sensitive, depending on mostly how long they've had type 2 diabetes. It's much easier in people in the first few years to actually make them insulin sensitive and possibly even reverse that condition. However, we have this gray zone of people with type 2 diabetes who have a reduced pancreas function over time, so they don't secrete as much insulin, and they end up becoming insulin dependent type 2s. But I think the general principles apply. We're just looking at what constitutes a healthy human being. So I would argue that in all of my general practice, I'm a generalist in medicine, getting people into that healthy area will make our clinical lives much easier because we're dealing essentially with the healthiest body we can have. So if it is then ill, we know we have to treat it. I reckon probably half of my clinical practice is based on people who are living a less than optimal lifestyle where a few simple changes will make such a difference to their overall health. Especially we're starting to understand now that insulin has important implications in mental health. There's a group in the States, Metabolic Mind, who are looking at bipolar disease especially, and showing that bipolar disease is partly a condition where insulin is present, but it's not effective, and the brain is essentially starved of energy. And providing a ketogenic or very low carbohydrate diet will provide additional energy to the brain cells and help them recover. So it's not a cure for bipolar, but it definitely smooths out the peaks and troughs. So we need to study what a healthy human being is. And once we've got people healthy, and then we can treat the disease. But we're often treating a lifestyle with medication, and I think that's unnecessary.
And do you think that someone needs to follow a strict ketogenic diet to benefit from whatsoever you have learned, or is there is a spectrum of carbohydrate reduction that can also be useful?
I think certainly in type 2 diabetes is a spectrum of carbohydrate, and it's been shown study after study that a reduction in carbohydrate load is going to help glucose control. And some people, because it's a condition of insulin resistance and not a condition of insulin deficiency, you can improve your insulin sensitivity, so reduce your insulin resistance by reducing your carbohydrates. A ketogenic diet will get you there faster, but some people find it's quite difficult to follow. But just a general principle of reduction in carbohydrates to the level that you need. So we're not saying there's a prescription. Everyone with type 2 diabetes, everyone with type 1 should go on a ketogenic diet. But I just explore that the ketogenic diet is the ultimate way really of reducing your insulin load. But there are other people that can manage just as well with an increase in their carbohydrate in their diet without any health problems. So in type 2, definitely there's a spectrum. Some people will be needing fewer carbohydrates, others can probably get away with just halving the carbohydrates and take themselves completely out of type 2 diabetes. So absolutely there's a spectrum. I think in type 1 we should be erring towards the lower end of the carbohydrate range.
Thank you so much. So Dr. Ian, I would just like to ask you, like somebody who's type 1 and definitely don't produce any insulin, but they are also insulin resistance because they are taking so much insulin. and their average blood glucose, something, if we consider maybe 250 milligram per deciliter, something like that. And how do you approach such kind of person, like when we switch them from the high carbohydrate diet to the low carbohydrate diet? What are the initial changes that we have to make, and how gradually we have to reduce the dose and the carbohydrates?
Yeah, thank you. So it depends on the person and what they want and whether they have complications or not. And I'll come to that. Remind me to come to that. But say there's a person with no complications of diabetes. They are on a higher carbohydrate, what we call a typical diet, which is that 40 to 50% carbohydrates or probably more. And they're running high insulin levels to accommodate those carbohydrates primarily. And they're not doing a great deal of exercise because 60% of people with type 1 do not exercise because they're scared stiff of hypos. And they're not really aware of the other foundations of health because they've never been told about them. But they just observe that their glucose is difficult to control beyond the carbohydrates. So what we need to do is we need to separate out, first of all, the dietary requirements of insulin and the non-dietary requirements of insulin. So it's easily done because everybody understands it. So the non-dietary requirements are what we call our basal insulin. That's the insulin we inject to cover all of the foundations of health, physical activity partly, our lived environment, our circadian rhythms, and our stress. And then that's our basal insulin. I always say to people, roughly you're on the right amount of basal insulin, but you should test that by fasting. 2 12-hour fasts at different times of the day will do it. Or a 24-hour fast. And if you're on certain basal insulin, such as insulin glargine or Lantus, I don't know what it's called in India, but the longer acting common insulin, which most people use once a day, I would use that twice a day because common knowledge of people who use the stuff is that it isn't a 24-hour drug. And then I would, first of all, split it twice a day before I did anything. And then when I've got the insulin basal set, I will then fast and use a continuous glucose meter. I think people should be using continuous glucose meters with type 1 diabetes, much safer. And then see what happens to the glucose. If the glucose goes up, it means I haven't got enough insulin. If the glucose goes down, it means I've got too much. And then I will continue to do 12-hour fasts, or if I can manage it, a 24-hour fast or 3 8-hour fasts until I know that by not eating, my glucose level stays in the range I'm looking for. So it's around 80 to 90 milligrams per deciliter, 5 to 6 millimoles per liter. And then I would then concentrate on my food, knowing that the rest of the insulin that I'm going to inject is purely dependent on my food. That's called the bolus insulin or rapid insulin. So I know my basal insulin set. I have many units. It'll probably be half of the number of total daily units I'm using. And then when I've got that basal set, I would then start to do exactly what I've been taught. I would literally count the carbohydrates in my meal and inject according to the ratio I've been given. So if I need 1 unit of insulin for 10 grams of carbohydrates, I would use 1 unit of insulin for 10 grams of carbohydrates. So in a transition, that will mean if I'm having literally 10 grams of carbohydrates per meal, I'd need 1 unit of insulin. If I'm having 60 grams per meal, I'll need 6 units of insulin. So then I would try to reduce my carbohydrate load till I understand that you need less insulin to keep a good glucose profile. And then I would increase my protein and fat. And I would eat a healthy, nutritious meal. I wouldn't be going for ultra-processed food, and I wouldn't be going for over-processed keto food. You can eat a completely junk keto diet if you want to. And then I would start to look at the protein component in my diet, which will raise the blood glucose slightly later than carbohydrates in the diet. And then I would start to look at how I eat and when I eat and start to explore the roots of health. Once I've got control of my diabetes and thought, why wasn't I told this ages ago? Because it's so much easier for me. If I had complications, I would take a totally different approach. So a person with no complications, if you're able to manage your insulin well and you don't have too much swing or what we call brittle diabetes, where it probably needs a slightly more guarded approach. But if you have complications and you change the metabolic environment in the body dramatically, you could take the complications to another level. For example, people with proliferative diabetic retinopathy, the late stage of diabetic retinopathy, you can actually switch off the glucose supply, the energy supply to the retina if you change the metabolic environment greatly, because the environment in a retina that has proliferative retinopathy is tenuous to say the least. It's very fragile, and if you suddenly switch off the carbohydrate, the glucose load, you'll probably send a person into reduced vision or worse, and nobody wants to do that, including the poor patient who'll be the other end of it. So you need to taper, if you feel it's still safe, you need to taper the carbohydrates down over a period of months. I would say 3 to 6 months of a deliberate taper to give the body a chance to recover. Don't forget, a retinopathy will take at least a decade, or mostly 2 to 3 decades to develop to that level. So a few days or a few weeks here and there is not going to materially affect anything, but you'll gradually make the transition. I mean, most natural systems gradually transition rather than, acutely transition. Spring to autumn, so summer to autumn to winter is not one day. It's a period of a few weeks. So I'll take my time with any complications.
And do you also cover your fat with insulin, the fat intake?
No, you can do. Fat tends to make you slightly more insulin resistant, but I don't cover it. But it does affect blood glucose, yes. But in practice, we don't find we need to cover it that much.
Okay. So generally, because it's also a source of energy for us, and insulin, what I believe is insulin is required that where that energy goes. Maybe it is covered with your basal insulin levels, or
Maybe I just missed that. Sorry.
is it covered with your basal insulins?
What is? Sorry, I missed the first part.
Your fat, the fat intake.
Yeah,
fat
we
intake in your
tend
meals.
to find, yes, that fat doesn't raise blood glucose as much as protein. But
Yeah,
some of us observe that if you have a lot of fat, you will tend to get a raised glucose. It's difficult to deal with that because fat tends to be metabolized fairly slowly. And you just have to know from experience how much you need. But excuse me, yes, it would be covered in the basal insulin mostly.
Okay, that's great.
Mm.
Okay, so my next question is coming towards the end of our conversation, I would like you to share few of the lessons from your journey with our audience. What do you think that the people in India, where they have type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes, and even no diabetes, but still they are insulin resistance, what they can learn from your experience?
So thank you. I think the most important thing is that physical activity is very, very useful for everyone. We're sitting down, you'll probably be sitting down for most of the day today, and it's difficult to get physically active. One of the big things I noticed was, and when I've done long distance trips before, I think this is actually the way it should be. Every time I've done I did a journey from the top to the bottom of the UK by running it, and I felt that that's how it should be. This is how the body prefers it. But obviously, then we slip back into our normal, more sedentary lifestyle. When you have muscle active, you have a fantastic sink for excess glucose, and you reduce your insulin resistance greatly. So physical activity not only reduces insulin resistance, but it is a way of getting rid of excess glucose in the system. So every time we eat carbohydrates, we're producing glucose, and most of that glucose in a sedentary lifestyle will end up in the liver, and that will be converted to fat, or what's something called glycogen, which is a sugar store, or in the muscle, a small amount of glycogen. But the amount of glycogen that we have on board is tiny. It's about 2,500 calories, compared with someone like me who has a body mass index of 23, and I've got 85,000 calories of fat in my body, and I'm not internally fat. I've not got a lot of metabolic fat. So the energy supply we have for running on fat is huge compared with our sugar supply. But when you're relying on your liver, and a lot of type 1s will notice this, you sometimes don't have the capacity in your liver to deal with all those carbohydrates. But physical activity is another way of dealing with your blood sugar, and it is huge. But the problem is we inject far too much insulin, and then when we do start to exercise and become more insulin sensitive, hey presto, we go into hypo. And I had two hypos in the first 2 days. One was quite bad, and it was badly handled by me because I thought I could do it. And I underestimated how insulin sensitive I would become on the very first day of my journey because I practiced it before, for a few miles. But you soon get used to it. But it just went to show me how much physical activity makes a difference. And then understanding how, well, if you eat too early or eat too late, that will affect your body. If you don't go out and reset your body clock first thing in the morning, just 15 minutes out in the sunshine, because glass often blocks the essential body clock resetting, the circadian rhythm reset. Take time to do forest bathing, be out in the green spaces if you can find any green space at all. And think about mindfulness daily and try to reduce your general stress. And being outside and being in natural environment is often the best way to do that. If you're in a really stressed job where you haven't got the luxury to wander down through Europe on a bike for 3 weeks. So there are practical implications of that, and I think the basic principles are a good nutritious diet low in carbohydrates, regular exercise. You don't just have to spend 1 hour in the gym 3 days a week and then think, oh, I've done enough. You need to be active all the time. Use every opportunity to be active. It doesn't have to be lycra clad sort of pumping, like the modern adverts, you got this and all this sort of stuff, you can do this. It's just pottering about, wandering about, walking more than using your car, cycling if you can, etc. Gentle activity, dancing's fantastic, all those things. And then, thinking about our body rhythms as we talked about. So there are ways we can all manage to become better human beings very simply by just pretty well doing the opposite of the modern lifestyle.
So you mean something that doesn't put your body on stress, no?
Yes, 100%. And all of those things will reduce your insulin load and make your blood glucose better. And we know that insulin's a pro-inflammatory hormone in long-term continuous exposure in the body.
So have you ever experienced that overdoing any physical activity impacts your blood glucose?
Hugely, hugely. If I have a high blood glucose for any reason and I'm sitting down, if you just go for a brisk walk or a run, within half an hour your blood glucose can be normal, and that's fantastic. Otherwise, you have to inject insulin and wait half an hour for it to even start working, and then of course you're in the process of having too much insulin. So if you then do any physical activity, you're more likely to go hypo. So why not just deal with that massive pool of hoovering for the glucose by just using your muscles, just saying, well, my liver's not coping with the glucose load right now because the glucose is high, the liver can't get rid of it fast enough. So why not just use your other pool of glucose reservoir and just put it into that reservoir and just exercise away.
Okay, that's wonderful. So you also consider breathing, like as may talk a little bit about that.
I missed all of that question. We've got a bad line at the moment. Sorry.
You also consider breathing as one of the physiological factor that impacts our blood glucose or insulin sensitivity.
Yes. So yeah, I put that in because I thought it was quite interesting because we often spend most of our time doing what I call rib breathing, breathing in through our ribs and through our mouth. And that is actually considered to be stress breathing. And it can be a learned experience. It can be a Pavlovian response. So you can hear a door slamming, and if it scares you, you'll. And if you look at videos of people doing adventure sports, a lot of them will be actually breathing through their mouth because they're tense and stressed at the time. Now, diaphragmatic breathing, pushing your diaphragm up and down, it expands your lungs more and you get more oxygen into your system. But the key thing is, it is a little bit harder for a start because it's breathing in through your nose and not moving your ribs, but pushing your tummy in and out. And I think that's done in a lot of meditation practices. And you take your time, but doing that and making it, if you practice it enough, it becomes natural. But it pushes down on as the diaphragm pushes down, you actually improve your vagal tone. And the vagus nerve is that automatic, the autonomic nervous system, which calms our body down mostly or regulates our body activities. And by improving your vagal tone, you can improve your stress hormone profile quite a lot. So taking your time when you're feeling anxious to think, how am I breathing? What is it about you? You see, stress breathing, it's called the amygdala breathing. It's the sixth sense something's about to happen. I've heard a rustling in the woods. I've heard a rock falling, and that's the sixth sense breathing to get you out of trouble. And of course you can shout to other people, or you can make a noise to scare your attacker away. If you're breathing through your mouth, but if you're breathing through your nose, try shouting by breathing through your nose. So breathing through your diaphragm and learning to do that as part of your daily practice becomes natural, and it is calming in its own way.
Dr. Yan, thank you so much for sharing your journey, your experience, and these valuable lessons with us today. So I'm
Thank you very
sure
much.
that that people must take away something from your conversation. And I would encourage everyone to read Shifting Gears. It's not just for the people with the type 1 diabetes, not for the people with the
I think there's a small internet connection issue at
type 2 diabetes. It's for all of us. I think everybody should understand our respond to the different factors. So thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jasmine.
Thank you very much. All the best. Bye now.
Dr. Lake, thank you very much for coming again to my conference and sharing your knowledge. I was one of the lucky few to meet you in St. Moritz when you cycled 1,000 miles from UK to St. Moritz. I was curious to ask you one question. What did you do with the bicycle? Because when you came back, you went through train.
Yes, I went through the train and the bike went on an aeroplane.
I forgot to ask you this. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge. Very, very
Nice to
important.
meet you. Enjoy the rest of your conference. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye
We'll
now.
meet again. Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Please get Dr. Ankur in and Michelle.
Namaste, hello, and a warm welcome to the 4th Metabolic Health Conference, India's first low-carb conference platform. I'm your host, Michelle Sequeira, nutritionist and fasting coach. Now, our next speaker is a powerhouse in acute critical care and metabolic medicine. And as a fellow tattoo lover, I couldn't be more excited to introduce him. Joining us from New Delhi is Dr. Ankur Verma, trained in emergency medicine at the George Washington University, president of SEMI Delhi, and creator of the Desi EM podcast project, India's first and only emergency medicine podcast with listeners in more than 112 countries. Now, Dr. Ankur is pioneering the bridge between emergency medicine and root cause metabolic therapy. A certified carnivore coach and ketogenic diet for mental health practitioner, he authored India's first carnivore paper and advocates for species-specific nutrition in the management of metabolic and chronic health conditions. Now, he's joining us today to uncover the topic from carbohydrate restriction to carnivore and Indian clinicians' perspective. So please give a massive welcome to Dr. Ankur Verma. Welcome, Dr. Ankur.
Thank you so much, Michelle and Shashikant, to have me on this conference. This is my second time, and I'm really looking forward to this conversation.
Excellent. So I want to begin with this question. You are an emergency physician working in a major Indian hospital. What are you seeing in relatively young patients that makes you start questioning the way we are approaching metabolic diseases in India?
Yeah. So in the emergency department, I'm not just seeing the young patients, I'm seeing young and old patients, and they're all coming in with the same metabolic profile. They're all chronically sick. They all have underlying metabolic diseases like hypothyroidism, diabetes, even cancers, heart disease, or they've had some strokes before, pancreatitis, a lot of things, even autoimmune disorders. So it's all there, and we've been looking at all of these patients. They're coming in with acute complications of these metabolic disorders. So, if you have an underlying diabetes, you'll come in with diabetic ketoacidosis, or a stroke, or a heart attack, or hypoglycemias if you're already on medications. Or even if you come in with an infection, right? if you're immunocompromised and your metabolic health is really, really bad, you are definitely going to end up with critical illnesses and critical infections. So, you end up being in the ICUs, or you end up, dying in my emergency department because the infection is so severe that your body can't fight it. So, these are just some of the things. So, what I like to say is 95% of the population coming into my department, be it young or old, are actually acute complications of these non-communicable chronic metabolic diseases. And medications are not going to fix that. So that's why I started questioning that. And I mean, I went through my own journey. So, when I mirrored that onto the population that I'm seeing, it made a lot of sense. And then I had to get into it because clearly we were not doing our jobs, uh, in terms of getting you back home and getting you off medications and curing you of your diseases by just putting you on medications. I mean, there's so much more into it, and we can talk about all of that.
Right. Yeah. So specifically, I was asking this because you've posted many videos about, a young patient as young as 25 coming in recently. I saw that. And, if I'm getting this right, you said, no non-veg, no alcohol, no smoking. And yet, why are we seeing this in young? Of course, it is there in the older population as well.
Yeah. So, two, three things I would like to clarify over here. A lot of people think that post-COVID, we're seeing a lot of young people having heart attacks. One of the first papers I published was a 17-year-old with a heart attack. That was way before COVID happened, you know. And if I look at our data, even from that time, our average age was still the same, 50, 55 years old, for heart attacks. So that's one misconception. The only thing is that post-COVID, social media has become so much stronger that news spreads really, really fast, be it all the news channels and all, they all have their apps, they're all on social media, so they can post and share news really, really quickly. And another thing, so young people having heart attacks or young people having coronary artery disease, atherosclerosis is actually not new in India. If you look at the autopsy studies from the 1950s and 60s done by Dr. Vaig and Dr. Padmavati and all, they did autopsies on people who died of other causes, and they checked coronary arteries. And 60% of these autopsies, 60% of the patients who were in their early 30s and early 20s had some degree of atherosclerotic plaques, right? So they were there. They didn't die of a heart attack. They could have, maybe later on or whatever. But they had the development of atherosclerotic plaques even when they were 20 and 30. Now, if you compare the nutrition at that time and this time, it's almost the same, except that we've got more junk food now. But if you look at the ICMR data, the people even in the 1960s were consuming more of cereals, grains, fruits, vegetables, and very little meat. And it's the same even right now. If people tell you that they're non-vegetarian, they're actually mistaken. If you ask them, okay, fine, how much do you eat? Most of them would say once or twice a week or once or twice a week. And we've done a study on this, an epidemiological study, and we're waiting for its publication. So, what the young ones are doing wrong right now is something that's been taught for generations, that they think that they're having a balanced diet and something in moderation, which is carbohydrate heavy. So even the ICMR in their guidelines, the 2024 guidelines, they promote the omnipresent food guidelines and the dietary guidelines, which was there in the pyramid, right? So they actually advocate 55 to 60% of your daily calories to come from carbohydrates, and people are actually doing that, maybe a little more, 60, 75%. So that's one thing that they're going wrong. Obviously, normalizing junk food, just because we've had junk food, our parents didn't know better. But in today's date, again, with the information boom that's there, people know that junk food is bad for you. People know the ingredients that are used in them, right? People know a lot of chemicals are used in these junk foods. So, normalizing that for yourself and for your kids, that just because we had it, let our kids have some fun and let them also enjoy. Well, it's not going to be enjoyable for them if they keep visiting the emergency departments and the hospitals all the time. So that's something that's going wrong. So even if you don't smoke, you don't drink alcohol, you might be exercising, but your carbohydrate intake, and we all know hyperglycemia, whenever sugar spikes, in your bloodstream, it does injure the glycocalyx and can lead to problems. So that's one thing that they're definitely getting wrong. And our population that we studied, 11,000 patients, 4% were smokers, only 4%.
Interesting, really interesting. You did not begin your journey as a carnivore, and going from low carb or carbohydrate restriction to eventually adopting a carnivore lifestyle. What made you make that switch?
I always had my carnivore instincts intact from childhood. That's something that my parents and my family have always told me. I mean that, from 2 years of age, I would go around the kitchen, just clucking like a chicken, asking for chicken, or I would make signs that I want to have fish. And whenever there would be non-veg being made or any meat made in the house, I would be salivating and drooling all over. And even family get-togethers and all, there would be one chicken or one mutton dish made specially for Ankur Verma, and one dish made for the rest of the family. So yeah, I always had that instinct in me, and so do most of the kids. We just force feed them vegetables. I mean, you've always seen people trying to force kids to eat vegetables, right? That's because they're not eating the veggies; they're eating the meat, right? So in most of the omnivore households, at least. So everybody's got their carnivore instincts intact, and I had the same. I mean, obviously, over the years, a lot of other stuff happened. A lot of junk food came in. A lot of cold drinks came in. A lot of sweets came in. वैसे बचपन में भी वैसे ही था. But all of that happened. Once my triglycerides hit 600 in 2021, I understood that my nutrition's actually not right, and I need to do something about it. So I went low carb at that time, and my triglycerides started to come down. And then one fine day, I was always researching into this once I saw that my health was not right. So I went down the whole rabbit hole of low carb and nutrition and stuff. And as a doctor, I was never trained in nutrition. So I went into that. And I think in 2023, yeah, I saw a reel from Saladino when he was a carnivore, a full-blown carnivore. And it made a lot of sense to me because I was always meat friendly and I always loved meat, and I was already low carb at that time. So I removed the little bit of rice that I had during my low carb period, and then I noticed a lot more changes. And I went into the research even deeper, and that includes my first year textbooks, biology, evolution, anthropology, and everything. And yeah, and I figured that this was a species specific way of eating, and there's no looking forward. I mean, there was still a lot of inflammation that I had even when I was low carb, but not anymore. And so many things changed in my own health and my patients' health after that. Once I started putting it into practice in my other patients and clients.
Absolutely. Now, I'm sure you get a lot of pushback in India, like for really saying that no, carnivore is species specific. This is what we all should eat. Now, do you believe, or can we say that carnivore is one way of doing it and maybe low carb also makes the cut, or is it that we all need to be carnivore?
I still haven't got a pushback, at least not from the medical fraternity, and especially not from my own colleagues or my hospital or anywhere. Only because they've seen the change in me and they've seen me sustain that change, so they know it's not a fad diet. And I ask them the right questions, be it regarding medications, being regarding the patient's diet. I mean, if they're vegetarian and they don't smoke and they don't have alcohol, and they're exercising, why would one have a heart attack, right? So obviously they're nutrient deficient, and we've been studying that. And you've seen my post, right? So they're B12 deficient, they have high homocysteine levels, they have vitamin D3 deficiencies, they're even iron deficient. So all of these states actually do lead to a lot of stress in the body and also damages your vascular endothelium. So that's there. Uh, about low carb, I don't mind low carb at all. It all depends on how much of low carb are you, what do you define low carb as? Is it like less than 20 grams, 25 grams, 50 grams, 100 grams, 150 grams? What exactly is low carb? And uh, we all know, I mean, you're an expert. Everybody on this panel over here that I can see are experts, and a lot of experts have come in. Everybody knows that it's not an essential nutrient, right? So something that's not essential, why do you want to have it? Right? When you know your glucose is going to be made by your liver, 4 grams, why do you want to have it? And for me, it's not just about diabetes. It's not just about protein. It's not just about carbs. It's about all the macros and micros, right? In their bioavailable and biodigestible forms. You don't get all of that if you don't get enough meat. You know, you will never get it from a vegetarian diet. And we know a lot of people who are vegetarians who don't even consume eggs, right? There are a lot of vegetarians who do consume eggs, but wo bhi hota hai, once in like 2 days they'll have a couple of eggs. That's not going to be good enough, right? I mean, I know people who eat 10 eggs a day. They're vegetarian, they have 10 eggs a day. That's again 60 grams of protein only. It all depends on how much your weight is and how much you need, right? So if you're not going to get essential proteins in the right available and biodigestible forms, you won't get all the other micronutrients also, I know. And it's no sense of supplementing, I mean, if we're trying to get patients off medications, why would I want to put them on supplementations? It's the same, right? It's the supplement industry is the new pharma industry, right? You've got supplements for protein, for BCAAs, for creatine, for magnesium, for sodium, potassium, calcium, omegas, selenium. What else? I mean, you know the whole list. So, people can have all the supplements, and why do you want to eat food then? Everybody can be a Brian Johnson then. So yeah, and we know that this is a species specific diet. We always evolved to hunt and eat meat, and that's what our instinct is. And I have a lot of vegetarians who've converted into carnivores, and they're doing really, really well. And that I take as an achievement. So vegetarians converting into carnivores, that's a big deal. And once they get over the misconception about religion and vegetarianism, it actually helps. When I open their eyes, when I send them the videos and the books regarding how old religious texts actually advocated us to eat meat, in our healthy state and in our disease state. It makes sense to a lot of people. So yeah, I always advocate that. Now again, versus a low carb, yes, I mean, if you're doing animal based, if your 95% of your diet is absolutely animal and 5% once in a while you eat a little bit of carbs, I don't think that should be a problem. And I, I want to clear a misconception again. A lot of people think that uh, if you're metabolically healthy, you can eat carbs and you'll burn it off as compared to somebody who's metabolically unhealthy. Nobody was born metabolically unhealthy. That's the thing. When people, it's like saying, oh, you have everything in moderation or in a balanced way, and you'll be fine, right? So if you're going to do carbs in a metabolically healthy person, well, it is going to break you down sometime, and then you'll become metabolically unhealthy. It's very simple, right? So it's like that. And like I said, it's not just about diabetes and all, a lot of diseases, even cancer. You look at cancer, 1.4 to 1.5 million new cases are diagnosed every year in India, right? New cases. That doesn't mean that 1.5 million genes are changing every year and then people are developing cancer. No. Cancer is a metabolic disease. I mean, you've all seen Otto Warburg's work, Thomas Seyfried. Yeah, I've had a lot of discussions with him. And there's just so many papers out there where they've shown how high glucose or a high insulin environment actually propagates cancer cells, be it breast cancer, colon cancer, pancreatic cancer, thyroid cancers, all of them. And something that I've been thinking about recently, when you do a PET scan, we all know that we infuse radioactive glucose, So I did my research, how much glucose is actually infused. Even the technicians didn't know. So I had to go into AI and all the studies. And it's like 0.00005 grams of glucose is actually injected when you do a PET scan. That is enough to light up all the cancer cells because they go into glycolysis and phosphorylation after that. And that shows up on the scan as cancer cells, right? 0.0005 grams. That's like, I don't know, 1,000th of a teaspoon, maybe. Yeah. And there are no studies as to how much sugar will you eat that is going to then become food for cancer. Like obviously, I mean, they're like you're going to destroy your mitochondria one day, and you'll become insulin resistant, and then it happens. How do we know it happens then? How do we know it's not happening before that? I mean, cancer cells are made in a body every day, and then autophagy happens and you go off to sleep. Recovery repair happens, right? But how do we know if 1 spoon is going to feed them, or 2 spoons are going to feed them, or 25 grams of carbs is going to feed them, or 100 grams of carbs is going to feed them? When you have 1.4 to 1.5 billion cases, yeah, I mean, you've got pollutants, you've got smokers, all of that. Those are also the leading causes, alcohol. for a lot of cancers. But so is sugar. And that sugar, I'm not talking about just refined sugars, I'm talking about carbohydrates, right? So we don't know. So I would suggest better to be safe than to be sorry. you know uh, and it's to each his own. Everybody can do their own research. This is what I think, and this is what I believe. Like I said, there is no evidence on how much sugar you're going to feed, but there are in vitro studies where they've done in labs where they drop sugar on cancer cells, and they see it grow and proliferate, and when they remove it and add fat to it, it goes down, right? So whoever wants to make whatever inference out of this can do that, but that's my take on it.
Excellent information. Thank you so much. You have published an Indian case report involving a man with about 20 years of diabetes and hypertension who adopted a carnivore diet, right?
Yeah.
Now, what made this case scientifically interesting enough for you to publish?
This was my patient zero. Like I said, once I reversed my metabolic problems, this was my patient zero. And when I was discussing this with him, I saw all his prescriptions of 20 years, and he didn't do anything wrong. I mean, he was on a diabetic diet as prescribed by the hospital, and every time he went to his doctor, his diagnosis was uncontrolled diabetes, continued diabetic diet, and medications would change till he was diagnosed with a renal cell carcinoma. So kidney tumors, one of the most important causes or the most common causes of kidney tumors is uncontrolled diabetes, right? And he was advised to go on to dialysis and insulin, which he did not want to. So, he asked for my help. And then I put him on carnivore. I was like, let's try it out on you. And he did it really well. And when I saw his prescriptions, his diabetic diet was basically 260 grams of carbs a day, right? 260 grams. So 4 grams or 5 grams is 1 teaspoon, right? So you can do your maths. How many spoons of sugar was he advised? Almost 60 spoons of sugar every day, right? So you're not going to eat that, but as you all know, every carbohydrate is going to break down into glucose. But yeah, in about 2 or 3 months, we were checking his sugars every day. He was doing it himself on his glucometer and then a CGM. And we got his fasting insulin, all of that done. In about 3 months, his A1C came down to about 4.8 or 5. I don't remember it at the back of my head. But yeah, it came down. His sugar levels absolutely stabilized, and his insulin levels came down dramatically, and his triglycerides came down. And then I went to his doctor. I'm like, "What do you think?" He said, "He doesn't have diabetes anymore." I said, "Write it down on his prescription." So then he was made to write by me that this patient does not suffer from diabetes or hypertension anymore and does not require any more medications. I got that written on his prescription. So that was 20 years and 3 months gone. So it had to be, and there was nobody else who was doing that. I mean, I'm sure there were. There are other carnivore practitioners in India also, but nobody published it. So people need to understand that because everybody talks about research and publications. Now, obviously, this is just one case report. I mean, it's not the same for everybody, but a case report is always hypothesis generating. And right now, I'm writing a case series of about 10 or 15 patients who've reversed
Nice.
diabetes on carnivore. So we'll be publishing that soon, hopefully. That's work in progress. But one needs to understand that you cannot do a randomized control study on this, right? It's not
Yes.
possible. And I know why, because I have conducted randomized control studies and published them, right? So that's on emergency medicine. I am a published author. I've published more than 45 papers, case reports, case series, before and after studies, 1:1 randomization, randomized control studies, a lot of them, right? So I know how to do RCTs, and I know it's not possible in nutrition science. It's just not possible, right? If I would want to do a randomized study, it would be on somebody who would have just carnivore versus vegan versus vegetarian for many number of years, and it has to be monitored very, very closely, that, which is not feasible, right? It's not economical, and it's not ethical, because I'll have to lock them up and make sure that they adhere to it. So that cannot be done. But if you look at you've got to combine everything. You've got to combine evolution, anthropology, biology, biochemistry, physiology, mechanistic processes, Nutrition science. I mean, anywhere you read, you know the difference between animal proteins and plant proteins and all of that. But yeah, this case was really important for me because it marked the beginning, and nobody had ever done that in India, which was really important because in India there's this taboo regarding meat eating and stuff. Although meat is widely available across the country, people are scared of eating it. You know, and so that is why this was really important, so that people do wake up and people do understand that this can be done, and it's actually the way to eat.
Yeah. Great. In your paper, you mentioned a 1:1 fat to protein ratio. Okay. And which means that roughly majority of the calories are coming from fat. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, you're also very vocal, so I'm going to ask this. What's your take on the low fat protein options that are sweeping the market and the internet?
That's not food, right? Those are chemicals. It's junk food. You need fat for your body, for your hormones, for energy, right? 1 gram of fat is going to give you 9 kilocalories of energy, and nothing beats that, right? I mean, when I work out, I usually have a spoon of ghee or fat or butter, or even a small block of cheese before my workout, and it gives me insane energy. I've got Paralympians who are gold medalists who are on carnivore right now, and they're actually beating their previous records and the previous times. And before the race, they pop in, a spoon of butter. So that is the amount of energy that you can get out of it. And these low fat, high protein, these are fads. These are just playing on people's laziness. I'm sorry to say, but it is. We have become as a species very, very lazy. And a lot of people are actually feeding into it. I mean, be it OTT platforms, be it your shopping apps, be it all of these food items. Nobody wants to cook at home. Nobody wants to go out shopping. Nobody wants to go out to the movie theaters. So you have all these coming in, right? So, they're just feeding into our sedentary lifestyle and causing more diseases and more illnesses. Uh, so yeah, these low fat, high protein things, and then they have a lot of refined oils. They have emulsifiers. They have stabilizers. I think somebody from Dubai from today sent me beef patties that the patient is consuming over there. I'm like, what were the ingredients? Did you make it at home? So she sent me the list of ingredients from the packaged thing, and it had wheat flour and preservatives and stabilizers, and I'm like, throw it out and eat proper patties if you want to. But yeah, so fat is not going to make you sick. People need to get over that. It's just so ingrained, and I think people are starting to wake up regarding this. But then you've got this whole food industry behind. I have a sister-in-law who is a food scientist, and she had joined, I think, one of the big foods, which makes something like Pringles or Lay's, and she quit in a month because she saw how unethical it was and what they were feeding people. The glues that they have, the chemicals that they use, be it in your ketchup, be it in all the chips that you eat, or the biscuits that you have. And she's like, this is just too unethical. So she quit, and people need to know that.
It's
I
yeah.
actually have people who have biscuit factories, and like, I would never eat the biscuits that we make because all the waste products of wheat, after it's been utilized for every other product, is sent for those biscuits to make it high fiber.
Great for clarifying that, because I think the fear of fat is still there. We are seeing a lot of low fat protein or like low calorie protein. Anyways, in your paper, you also mentioned that this patient practiced intermittent fasting, sometimes up to 24 hours, which is maybe a meal a day. Now, was this planned? Do you fast, or was this a result of a nutrient dense diet?
See, because he had diabetes for 20 years, I wanted to put him on this, because it had been too long, and obviously he was resistant for a very long time. And we know that, during our evolution, we would have inadvertent fasting, right? We would feast when we would hunt, and then, we won't get food for like 3 or 4 days. So we wouldn't know that. So that's why I put him on this, and it actually helped. It's not necessary that everybody has to do it, because when I calculated his protein intake that he required, I figured in those 8 hours of eating, he could actually meet it. I have patients who are way heavier than them, and way heavier than this patient, and I don't let them fast in at the beginning, because I want them to, first understand what carnivore is all about, understand getting all the nutrients, understand getting all the proteins, even if it is 3 meals. I do that. And then I make them join my fasting group, which is a 24-hour fasting group once a week. And we do that as a community. So, some of my patients who've now themselves become carnivore experts, over the years, they've understood their body, they've understood nutrition, they've understood what food noise is all about. They've understood how when they eat anything which is not supposed to be eaten by us, our body gives us signals. And it's been giving us signals for years. We never heard it, right? We thought this was a part of growing up, this was a part of life, and took it for granted that, okay, fine. I mean, we're aging, so these symptoms are going to happen. We would never attribute it to food. And sometimes we would attribute it to food, but still not listen to it. And, we are a heat population. So, khaenge zarur, we know that the day we have chilies, the next day it's going to burn because so many micro hemorrhages across the GI tract, but we would still eat it. We know rajma causes a lot of gastritis, acidity because of all the anti-nutrients it has, but we would still eat it because it's so yum, right? So we would do that. Another very interesting point just about this patient was his urea and creat were always high when he was diagnosed with renal cell carcinoma. Now, when I put him on the high protein, high fat diet, his urea and creat never increased. In fact, his creatinine came down and his GFR improved. So that's another achievement. A lot of people think that protein will destroy your kidneys. I mean, his one of his kidney was already destroyed, and his urea creat was always high, but it never worsened. I mean, so whatever nephrons he had left actually survived on that. They were thriving on it. Whatever cells are dead, we can't do much about it, right?
Absolutely.
But whatever survived started thriving, and that's why his creatinine came down. Urea was always a little on the higher side, because obviously you're having protein that's also going to convert into a little bit of urea, so that's okay. But his EGFR started improving, which was a good thing. But unfortunately, he passed away after about 1.5 years, because of all the complications of the treatment he started for the cancer. So yeah, but if he was still here, I would have published another paper on him.
Right. You've actually answered my next question, which was about, most people say that no, a carnivore diet will damage their kidney, But there is also sometimes a slight change in the TSH also that people see. Is that physiological adaptation, or, is it a dysfunction? Because that's what a lot of people say on social media when they talk about carnivore.
Why would a high protein or a high fat diet lead to thyroid issues? TSH is a hormone that's released from your hypothalamus, right? On the basis of what your thyroid is doing. So if your T4 and T3 are normal, or even if your T3 has gone down a little bit, it's gone down. Why? Because it's not being used to metabolize glucose, right? So something that it's like how my insulin's gone down, right? So my insulin's gone down to about 1.6 or 1.5. My HbA1c is about 4.8 to 5.23. That's the range that I have. So my insulin is not being used too much. So my pancreas is relaxing. It's not pumping out too much of insulin. Whatever proteins I eat, sometimes it's converted into glucose, right? So you have glucogenic amino acids, which are those essential ones, and it's converted into that. And so you have the glucose, and for that homeostasis to be maintained, a little bit of insulin is required. When I'm resting, my red blood cells and my muscles are still producing lactates, which need to be converted into glucose by the liver. So when that glucose is released, a little bit of insulin is released by the pancreas. So it's taking it easy. So the same way, my thyroid is taking it easy because it does not have to metabolize all of that glucose. So when my thyroid is, you need to understand, the thyroid and the brain have a very, very strong feedback mechanism, positive and negative, right? So my thyroid is taking it easy. My hypothalamus is just sensing that, okay, fine, the T3 has gone down a little bit. Let me stimulate a little bit more. So it'll release some TSH. But that does not mean that you're going to get hypothyroidism or you're going to get hypothyroid symptoms. You need to check that out. A lot of people, when they do tests, and at the end, it's written clinical correlation is required, right? So if your T4, T3 is absolutely normal, or your T3 is a little on the lower side, and your TSH is a little on the higher side, clinically correlated, no? Then you'll know if you actually have hypothyroidism. Do you have all the signs and symptoms or not, right? And you don't go by just one reading. One reading can always be wrong, right? You know, I mean, what was your fasting status or not, or not? All of those are important. So definitely it's a physiological adaptation and does not happen to everybody. It's not like it's going to happen to everyone who does carnivore. That's not going to happen.
I would love to ask this question to a carnivore, and I think you're the right person. There is a new trend. Fiber is the new protein. That's okay. So, and women need more fiber. Women post 40, or through their menopause. Now I'm 45, and there's so much of content out there, which says fiber is the new protein. Everybody needs fiber, and on a carnivore diet, fiber coming from plants or is not possible. How would you want to respond to this?
It's absolute rubbish. If fiber was so important for us, we won't need gastroenterologists in India. They won't be seeing patients of constipation, IBS, IBD in their OPDs and in their scopy rooms. I get so many patients who are on a high fiber diet and they come in with constipation. We have to put enemas in them. And trust me, people do eat fiber.
Yes.
You know, most of the population does. Your breakfast has it, your lunch has it. A lot of people carry tiffins. A lot of people carry tiffins, and there's tiffin system in Maharashtra also. I don't know where you're based out of, but in
Yes.
Maharashtra and Bombay, you have the famous tiffin, the babalas, right? Everybody carries salads in their lunches, and they've got veggies and they've got chawal dal and all that. And for dinner also, a lot of people have salads. Even when I was an omnivore, I used to have salads all the time, because I thought it was really helpful. But why do we need fiber? People think that it's first thing that they think about is, clearing up your digestive system. Why does your digestive system need clearing up? What's stuck? It's the indigestible foods that are stuck, right? And you've made a whole bulk of it. Second, the thing, it's to again, to make us pass stools. That's the biggest misconception. I've had this arguments with gastroenterologists. Were we born with intestinal paralysis? Or were we born with non-functioning intestines that did not know how to remove waste from our GI tract? That we needed fiber to kickstart it. We were born with functioning heart. We were born with functioning lungs, a brain, our kidneys, our bladder. Why do we want our intestines to be kickstarted by something called fiber to let us know that, it's time to go to the washroom? It's absolutely insane. I mean, if anybody who's listening has had babies, they don't eat any fiber. They just drink mother's milk and they poop. You need to change their diapers 10, 20 times a day, right? Even if they do get constipated sometimes, when after 6 months, when you start feeding them a lot of carbs and stuff, you have to put glycerine suppositories, which is basically fat, right? So fat is the best laxative. And for me also, fat is the best laxative. And I don't have any issues in passing stools. And I'm really happy. I mean, there was a time when I used to go, I mean, it's too much information, but yeah, 2 to 3 times a day, right? Now I go maybe once in 2, 3 days, or even if I go daily, it's a very small amount because everything has got digested. If you listen to my podcast with Lee Copus, he had ulcerative colitis. He's in England. He had ulcerative colitis. He was put on a vegan and a vegetarian diet, and uh, he was advocated that by his gastros till they had to do a colectomy. So all his colons, his large intestine was removed, and there was an ileostomy bag which was made. And then he started experimenting. When he started eating meat and fish, nothing would come out in the bag. It would be clean, and he would feel really good. But whenever he would start having any vegetable, any green leafy, any grain, his bag would first fill up with gas, and then everything would come out undigested in that bag. Then he started experimenting. He would cut a star in an apple and swallow that. The star would come out in the bag. He would have a pea. The pea would come out in the bag without getting digested. Right? So all of these misconceptions are there, and obviously we know who propagated fiber and all that. I just told you about fiber, how they're added into biscuits and all of that food, right? So there is absolutely no need. And a lot of people think, okay, fine, you have fruits with fiber, it's going to bring down your sugar levels. How do you know that? You need to check it. It's like saying, okay, fine, you're on insulin, eat carbohydrates, cover it with insulin. So they're keeping you in that carbohydrate cycle, that addiction cycle. You'll always be like that. You will always have it. You will always have issues, right? So it's no better than a doctor telling you, okay, fine, you have your medications and you have carbohydrates because when you have the medications, your sugars are going to go down. So you need to have carbohydrates. The same way, you keep eating all the fruits and keep eating it with the fiber, and you will need a doctor one day.
Right. Dr. Ankur, we have last 6 minutes. So I want to ask you something. You call this species specific diet, right? So, is this only for, adults, men who are going to the gym and, working out, or to someone who is already diabetic for 20 years? Is it also for women? Is it for kids? What about kids? Do they need carbs, or can all of us do? Because I think we are all the same species. What's your
Yeah.
take?
Everybody can do. My son is also doing it. He does need to eat a couple of chapatis because of his school, but that's about it. But everybody can do it because the nutrients and the requirement for the nutrients remains the same in everybody. What is essential is essential. What is non-essential is non-essential. It does not change. Yeah. The only thing that might change is a little bit of the dairy part, where dairy is usually for the kids and for babies for growing up. That is the only thing. Adults usually do not require dairy. I love dairy, but I can't digest most of the dairy because it's all
Me too.
pasteurized here. It's all pasteurized over here. And we know how addictive dairy can be because of the lactose, right? So one needs to be careful about that. I finally found raw milk cheese in India. So it took me a lot of effort, thanks to some of my family members, and I found it online. So there are these two cheeses that you get through food stories in Delhi. And you can have these which are made of unpasteurized milk because by law, they're supposed to be made by unpasteurized milk. And these are imported from Italy and Switzerland. So yeah, raw dairy is something. In India, it's very difficult to drink raw milk because you don't know about the hygiene levels. But otherwise, that's something there. But everybody and anybody can do it 110%. I mean, we wean off 6-month-olds straight onto carbohydrates. And then, at 2 years, we're thinking, why the hell is my child so addicted to chocolates? It's because at 6 months, we fed him apple ka puree, some kheer, chawal ka pani, dal ka pani, all of that, right? And then that continued. That's what Annam Prasan is all about in India, right? So most of them are fed carbohydrates at 6 months. And then we ask the question, why are they so addicted?
Absolutely. One of the doctors, Dr. Rupal Dalal, she said the first solid food that a baby should be given is whole eggs and ghee,
Yeah,
that combination.
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and that's where I think the whole carb addiction starts. Now that you mentioned all of this, where is the role of spices? I mean, because if we have to see international carnivore reels, it's like just steak and eggs, maybe a bit of bacon, but we love our masalas, we love our curries. Is there place for these excellent dishes in your carnivore approach?
So I personally I do use, obviously I use salt and white pepper. I don't use black pepper because white pepper is the ripe form and it does not have as much oxalates as black pepper does. Again, a lot of people talk about how if you do this or that, the oxalates will go down. Well, you're still going to, again, that mechanism is going to be there where just because you're reducing a little bit of oxalates, you will still continue eating them, right? And that will build up over time and that will cause diseases, right? A lot of masalas and spices also have oxalates, especially things like turmeric, cloves, cinnamon. Cinnamon is very high oxalates. So I usually avoid most of them. Okay, fine. Once in a month, if I make something, uh, it's okay. It's not going to harm me. But that's about it. I don't use most of the masalas anymore. And a lot of masalas actually do cause gastric inflammation also because you have chilies in them. You've got things which are going to burn you, and they can be gut inflammatory also. So you've got to take a look at that. I know it's kind of sad, because we all love that flavor. So I do that once in a while. But my diet mostly is, eggs, buff, mutton, chicken, fish, seafood. So, sometimes I would do a mustard fish, uh, or a fish fry or something like that, shallow fried in ghee or something. But yeah, I mean, if people do want to use it, you need, again, it's very easy for me to say, use it in moderation. Again, you can't define moderation, right? But otherwise, be careful with it. Do your own research. Read up Toxic Superfoods by Sally K. Norton. Fantastic book. And you can check it out. You can check out my podcast with her also. Very, very knowledgeable about everything that has oxalates. And I was actually quite surprised to know that a lot of spices that we use are high oxalates. So just be careful with them.
Absolutely. So thank you so much. This was extremely insightful. I still have some time, so I'm going to cover up another question. You mentioned dairy. Is there place for paneer hunkered in a carnivore diet?
Oh yeah, in a carnivore diet, you can actually use them to complement all the meat and the eggs that you're eating, but they're not a substitute because again, they do have good amount of proteins and amino acids, yes, but they do lack a lot of other proteins and micronutrients. Be it something like heme iron, be it choline, be it taurine, carnosine, carnitine. A lot of them, and even vitamin B12. You don't have as much as a red meat
As
or a
much.
liver or a liver. You won't have that. So you can complement with it, but substituting it doesn't make sense. It's very, very difficult to eat 200 grams of cheese. Have you tried it? It's that big a block. Can you
Very
eat that in one meal? You can't. But you can easily do 200 grams of minced mutton or beef or buff or fish or whatever. It's so much easier and you get way more nutrients. So it's good to complement, but not to substitute. It cannot. Just cannot.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Shashi, and this was wonderful talking to you.
Thank you
Shashi,
so
over
much,
to
Michelle,
you.
man. This
Dr.
was
Ankur,
absolutely
welcome
fun.
again to the second. You are coming for the second time in Metabolic Health Conference 4, very successful. And we had a very interesting conversation with you. And I'm already getting messages in WhatsApp and other places that Dr. Ankur talks very nicely. So, an emergency physician, a self-educated doctor, and also a carnivore coach certified person. So thank you very much. And we will have a lot more of these conversations in coming times. Thank you,
Thanks
Dr.
so much,
Ankur.
Shashi.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much for having me. Yeah. Cheers, guys. Bye.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Bye.
Please get Colonel.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth Metabolic Health Conference. I'm your host, Dr. Priyanka Matanhelia. So, having successfully completed 3 editions of the Metabolic Health Conference, we are delighted to be back with our 4th edition. This year's theme is Metabolic Health Crisis: Where India Went Wrong and How to Fix It. Hello, Colonel Gautam Guha. It's wonderful to have you with us today.
Yeah, thank you, Priyanka. Thank you very much. It's a
Yeah.
pleasure to be here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So, before we begin, I'll give a short introduction to Colonel Gautam Guha. Colonel Gautam Guha served in the Indian Army for over 3 decades, including with the NSG and in operations including 2611, deployments along the line of control, counterinsurgency operations in Kashmir and Siachen. In 2013, following a spinal injury, he was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes and other metabolic conditions. He chose to make significant changes to his nutrition, physical activity, sleep, and lifestyle, and successfully reversed these conditions by 2018. That journey has since led him to help thousands of people improve their metabolic health through his platform Bye Bye Diabetes and Obesity. Hi, Gautam.
Yeah, hi, Priyanka.
Hi. So you've had quite a journey from being in the Indian Army to being a metabolic health coach. Could you tell us a little bit about how that transition happened?
Thank you, Priyanka, to have me here in MHC 4.0. and it's a pleasure to be in a platform where there is a lot of metabolic order. Yesterday, we heard Maya speak about metabolic mayhem, which she has titled her book. I find a lot of metabolic order here. So wonderful to be here. Now, when did my metabolic health journey start? I would take a step back, and I would like the audience who are listening to realize that there is first an onset of metabolic dysfunction. And it is that point which one can never pinpoint in their life as to when did this part of the journey start of metabolic dysfunction. And all these lifestyle ailments, including diabetes mellitus type 2, they are all silent, very silent in nature. And one doesn't really realize what is happening. Being an army man, same thing happened with me also. You have mentioned about a spinal injury, in 2013, followed by reduction, or you can say almost stopping my sports, and all physical activity came down drastically, and all that happened. That's fine. And I was gaining a bit of weight. But in 2015, when I was posted in Trivandrum, in Kerala, and incidentally, India is the diabetes capital of the world, and Kerala is the diabetes capital of India. And I was in the capital of Kerala in Trivandrum, posted there, and got a rude shock. There were some symptoms. I went for a surprise check to the military hospital, and I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. Random sugars at 385, 415. Mind and body still not ready to accept that I can have a sugar reading of such high sugar readings, because we have something called the periodic medicals. We have something called the annual medicals. And when such a thing hits you, you tend to think of the immediate past. So the first thing which came to my mind was that approximately 10 or 11 months back, I had got my annual medical done. And at that point of time, my sugar reading was not even 120. So how can it be 400, right? So the self-doubt starts. Then you start imagining that something must have gone wrong in the last 10 months. And I started imagining whatever wrong I did in my life in the immediate past. From there, I decided to consult an endocrinologist outside in civil. And actually, Priyanka, my journey started from there. Diagnosis followed by, followed by your periodic medicals for the coming few years. All that was happening. The bad thing was that I was not walking the right path. Besides gaining weight, which was seen by everyone, there were a lot of internal changes that were happening inside my body, and I realized it very late, that there was definite lack of energy. I was showing a lot of symptoms that are not good from a metabolic health point of view. So all that was happening, and to my horror, every 6 months or 1 year, one or the other ailment was coming as a complementary gift along with diabetes mellitus type 2. So hypertension came along. After 6 months, I got dyslipidemia. After 6 months, was graded grade 2 fatty liver, etc., and all that was happening. So definitely, I knew that something was going wrong. And then you start correcting your lifestyle to whatever extent you can, whatever understanding is available. So I did everything, and I was trying to go to VLCC, right? And I was so ashamed of myself to go to VLCC, being an army officer, that I would take the 7 o'clock slot right in the morning. At 6:45, I would quietly go there, take all those currents and all on your body, on your cheeks, all that was happening in my life. Nothing much happened. I went to Ayurvedic center, a bit of good 14 days Ayurvedic capsule, a little bit of weight loss, felt a bit good, but then it was again back to same. Then I started pushing myself, started running with 120 kgs of body weight. I started running, I started walking more, I started doing more of physical activity, took part in half marathons. I was running half marathons in 3 hours, 3.5 hours, like a fool, thinking that probably by running 21 kilometers, my weight is going to come down, because everyone told that get your weight down, everything will be fine. So I was in a total chaotic life, and I did not know what was happening till I reached 2017, wherein two incidents happened in the later half of the year. One, my father, who is still alive, is 85 plus, He's diabetic for now almost 37, 38 years. So I saw my father taking insulin, before his meals. And during my journey of diabetes since 2015, I was told that because your father has diabetes, so obviously, it's hereditary. So you're going to also have diabetes, and I accepted it. Now, when I saw my father taking insulin, the first thought which came in my mind that Gautam, 10 years, 15 years from now, you're also going to take these injections before your meals. The second incident which happened was of a very close colleague's younger brother who was diabetic for about 15 years, losing his foot, getting amputated due to gangrene and diabetic foot. So when I saw his condition and when I saw my father, uh, that was playing in the background of my mind. And finally, there is a point where you take that decision. That happened on the New Year's Eve on in 2017, 31st December, when I was dancing on the floor at around midnight, and I found that probably I was the fattest man in that entire gathering. I was not happy to look at myself. I was not happy with whatever was happening with my life. I came back disgusted. Next day morning, I did not want to wear my uniform, wear the badges. You mentioned about my NSG tenure and all that. I did not want to put my commando badge and all those things on my uniform but then I can't do it. So I was in that bad state, and that is when I started exploring, right? And yesterday, one of the speakers mentioned about Dr. Jason Fung. Yes, in my life also, the first person who got me into the fasting lifestyle, the low carb lifestyle, the high protein lifestyle, which Dr. Ankur was speaking about, the carnivore lifestyle, it all started with Dr. Jason Fung. And then, the next person who shook me up was Dr. Sarah Holberg. God bless her soul. She's from Verta Health. Yesterday, we had Dr. Shamini as one of the speakers from Verta Health. And Verta Health was doing some wonder. And Dr. Sarah Holberg's TED Talk, I must have watched it 50 times in a span of 5 days. And I was so motivated to find such people. And from there, then I got in touch with Neil Barnard, Dr. Eric Berg, who is in this platform, Dr. Ken Berry, who's in this platform, and a number of people across the world who speak about a low carb lifestyle, who speak about fasting as a therapeutic tool, etc. And I started walking this journey, not very sure. And this is and why I'm elaborating, Priyanka, my introduction, because all this finds a place in the book in some manner or the other, which I have written down. Because I know this journey is not about scientific jargons. This journey is more to do with your mental makeup. It has more to do with your emotives. You have to have that emotion, that passion, that self-discipline to walk this journey, and you have to be motivated. It's not easy. I agree. So I got in touch with all these people in some manner or the other, started my own research and started applying on myself. The support I got was from my children, whom I keep at paramount, and then my wife, and family and friend support is very important. If I get a chance, I'll speak about it during the course of a talk. And then something good started happening. Now, what is the good that people see? People see your weight coming down, your waistline shrinking, your cheeks, the fat around your face going down. So people just judge you on that. And yesterday only, in another this thing talk, I was mentioning about type 5 diabetes. In fact, yesterday somebody in the panel also spoke about type 5 diabetes. So people always, take obesity and diabetes to be, twin brothers, twins. So anyway, so when people saw me externally, undergoing a transformation, that is when people started reaching out to me. And being in the army, when I had lost about 20, 25 kgs, overall, I lost about 39 kgs. But when I had lost 25 kgs, that is the time when I was told to come and take a formal talk. Now, this is where my life changed again, because I just couldn't go up and speak without any preparation. So I needed to prepare. Now, what was the preparation? The preparation was whatever I had read, whatever influenced me, and whatever I imparted on myself, and the application, and I had to bring it into some form. And that is where my ethos of cohesive application of lifestyle. I agree, every tool is important. But I, being a Fauji, I feel that and cohesive application is what is needed, because some people can fast, some people can go low carb, some people can do a lot of physical training, strength training, and all that. But you need someone who's consistent, number one, who's disciplined, and who can cohesively apply everything, right? So that's where my talks began, and then I started talking left and right. And in that process, what not many people knew is that I was slowly and gradually reducing my oral anti-diabetic agents, my medicines, right? In fact, at a point of time, I reduced my statin and my hypertensive pills, my blood thinners. So while all that was happening, uh, there was a method in the madness which was getting logged, because my journey, when it started in the new year, I started logging everything. Everything is logged. I still have that diary of 2018 where I have logged my journey from January to August, when I left my last metformin. So while all this was happening, towards the end of 18, I started taking talks, started motivating people from all walks of life, mainly from the army cantonments, but their relatives, etc., their friends, they all started connecting. The journey began like that, Priyanka, till I decided that okay, let me put it into some form. I was still in service, actually. The army headquarters has got something called the ADGPI, the Additional Director General of Public Information. So it's a handle which you all must be seeing now, even now on Facebook and all. So they put their army stories, and they put their motivational stories, etc. So they put my story as a motivational story of an army or colonel losing weight and all that, beating back diabetes. So that is when I was called at various civil platforms to talk, till the time COVID came, and then all my outreach programs became online, and thereafter I subsequently retired a couple of years back, and I'm continuing my journey. I've got communities, learned a lot from the communities, and so that in nutshell is what Gautam Guha's journey of diabetes and metabolic syndrome to remission, or rather what I called bye-bye, so I call it reversal. And a lot of people have questioned me, why reversal? Why? How do you challenge the word remission? So that's a long story, and I will cover that later on if I get a chance. But that's my journey, and in that journey, there are a number of people who have been part of this journey. I have learned from them. I have logged some of their achievements in the book. And after my retirement, of course, Bye Bye Diabetes and Obesity is a registered platform, and I am trying to reach out to more people. The idea is, what the idea of this particular MHC is, we need to change the outlook of our countrymen. We need to change from fit India to healthy India. We just cannot accept that there are too many chemist shops mushrooming all around our colony. We have to be very, very clear. It is, and we have to catch the bull by its horn. There's no two ways about it. Young people getting diabetic is just not acceptable. We need to change the outlook. Sorry for such a long introduction of self.
No, I think that was very, very informative. And you really gave a very, overall view that it's not just about, medication or the physical ailments, but also mental health aspect of it. And, obviously, as you pointed out, people always judge from appearance and not just that because when we talk about diet or nutrition, people always think it's all just about losing weight or eating a certain pattern. But it, as you pointed out, it's individual. It's not just eating in a certain prescribed manner, but based on your body. So logging down, understanding your body's response to various foods is very important. So I think that was very, very informative. And to move forward, so let's talk a little bit about, you said that you did a lot of research and you realized that research, what you were learning was challenging the conventional understanding of diabetes. So if you could throw some light on that, and I could possibly show a couple of illustrations from your book, which you have very, well illustrated. So, so if you could talk about that, and I'll just in a minute show.
So do I wait for the slide? I'll just
No,
say a
no,
few
you can
lines.
start.
Yeah.
You can start. Yeah.
So see, Priyanka, I have seen my father taking methi, fenugreek seeds, methi seeds soaked in water and having that water, right? So be it neem patta, be it pan ka patta in Trivandrum, every household has got a pan ka patta. First they would eat dosa in the morning, then they would put a pan patta in their mouth and say that betel leaf is good. This thing. So yes, I'll come to this.
Yeah. Please
So
go ahead.
What I learned is that where are we going wrong? And when I say we, in 2018, the definition of we was very small, right? Having walked through this last 8 years in this lifestyle, and having listened to almost 8 or 9 speakers in the last 2 days, even my horizon is opening, and I look at some amazing work done by so many experts. So that we was very, very, confined, and whatever our parents told us, or whatever we saw around our neighborhood, whatever people advised amongst our friend circle, that was the norm. That was the way one looked at an ailment like diabetes, or for that matter, any chronic lifestyle ailment. ये मत खाओ, ये मत पियो, ऐसा रहो, do this in the morning, do this in the evening, this will get your sugar down. So people are doing all type of things without understanding as to what is the core issue. I mean, the day I went for my first 15 kilometers walk, I walked from Trivandrum, from a house in PTP Nagar to Shangumugam Beach, and I'm naming all these because these are very close to my heart. Uh, these stories of my life. So when I walked for those 15 kilometers for the first time without a cookie or a biscuit in my pocket, right? Without a chocolate in my pocket, that was the day when I was breaking the first norm, because my mother told me, my father told me, my wife told me, people around me told me that, you can have a drop in sugar level, hypoglycemia is very dangerous. And and from there to come to a community, and I'm sure many members of from my health group must be listening to me right now, and they must be smiling, because in our health group we get blood sugars at 45, forget 70, 45 milligram per deciliter of blood, of sugar in your blood. So we drop down that much when we do long fast and all that. So yes, 70 was frightening. Yes, I walked without a biscuit. I said I'm not going to have all this methi pani and all. On the contrary, I'm not going to have rice from tomorrow. And that was the first point where I challenged the existing ecosystem. So yes, it is a very, very deep topic to cover now in such a short time. But right from your diet to your lifestyle, to your way of walking, talking, your way of doing exercise, your importance of sleep, recovery, etc. Everything is linked to your metabolic health, and we need to understand that we have to, at the very first instance, do everything that needs to get the insulin levels down. There is no blood test. I'm repeating, there is no blood test in the Indian Army or any forces, or rather any clinic all around, where a person showing symptoms of insulin resistance or diabetes or pre-diabetes is made to go through a test of fasting insulin, where the HOMA IR is calculated. It is not done at all, because HbA1c becomes the marker. So if we continue to chase, आपका ब्लड में शुगर कितना है, आपका हीमोग्लोबिन का ग्लाइकेशन कितना है, we'll get fixated at that only. We need to understand what's happening behind the scene. So yes, I'll come to this slide. I was obese, so I put this slide because I was like this, and I wanted to put this slide because, see, insulin is the driver of obesity, not calories. I was counting calories. I had downloaded apps which counted calories. I had hired a dietitian. I've not gone deep into my journey. It was beyond VLCC and just an Ayurvedic session. I had hired a dietitian from Chandigarh, sitting in Trivandrum, who would advise me to make the toast or the bread, toast it harder and make it more, burn it more. I mean, that sort of advice was coming. We were counting calories, mathematical calculations. So, and there was no discussion of which food has got what type of glycemic index, which food has got what type of insulinemic index, and what it entails, what happens to the entire biochemistry inside your body once you ingest that food into your stomach. So that is what this I wanted to depict in the book. The book has such simple illustrations, which are easy to understand for a common man. Can we have the next one? I can't see anything on the screen actually. Yes,
Oh.
yeah, this one. Thank you. And this one is about the boxing bout within. Now, what I say is that, the day we are born from our mother's womb, the boxing bout starts, right? And this boxing bout is restricted to the pancreatic beta cell, who is the fighter in between in the black shorts. He has got two gloves in his hand, that is insulin, which is secreted by the beta cell. And its job is to fight the glucose. It's a very laymanish example. And just now Dr. Ankur was giving such a beautiful example, that बच्चा पैदा होते इंडिया में उसको you start off with all those packaged foods, and then you give them all the sweet and the carb heavy stuff, the staples, and the mother is not satisfied till the time the mother feels that this much ounce of milk or that particular bowl of whatever it is, apple or khichdi or whatever has to be ingested into. So all that starts off with a response in the baby's body. So your boxing bout starts at that age when you are born and you're a small child and when you cannot communicate with your mother. Though you try to communicate by saying that I don't want to have anything, my stomach is full, or I'm not feeling like having it, but still you are forced upon it. And then the entire hormonal imbalance starts from there. Sounds bad. Even I have a mother. I have gone through this. We all have gone through this. And we all love our children. We all love our mothers. But unknowingly, this is happening. And now then you get into a lifestyle, the present generations, where you have got access to all types of junk foods, carbohydrates, staples, and your fighter inside you is pitched against a very heavy opponent, right? Just give me another 30 seconds on that. So when you are fighting too much of glucose, obviously you will tire out, and that is called the beta cell burnout. So once the beta cell is burning out, your function is declining. You are into the wrong path. So there is a way to fix this, right? You have to just reduce the number of fighters all around, and that's so easy. It is so easy to reduce the amount of glucose that the insulin has to fight. So the moment you do that, you give rest to that fighter, and then you give time to recover and recoup, and then your beta cell fighter is ready again to fight the glucose, provided that when you reach a stage of reversal, stabilization, or remission, whatever you want to call it, when you reach that stage, that is where you fight one against the another. And if you have pitched your beta cell fighter against one glucose boxer here on this ring, take my word, it will fight till you are alive. Yes, you showed another of my illustration. This one is basically a small child, showing a finger to the pizza or the donut. The idea of this is to tell that if there can be a statutory warning for cigarettes or for nicotine, if there could be certain commercials run before every movie that we go to see in a movie hall, why can't we have such very clear messaging all across for the carbohydrates, especially the refined carbohydrates? We are in a society where we are encouraging our young generation to eat refined carbohydrates, and then they don't know what to do, and then they are hitting the gym. They don't understand. At a young age, somebody gets a cardiac arrest or something happens in the gym, that video goes viral, that reel goes viral. People start blaming the gym, or people start blaming lifting weights. The root cause is never understood. We need to put such like statutory warnings all across, not just small ones, but they should be very prominently displayed at various places. We need to change the way we think about our diet, especially carbohydrates.
And of course, this is quite, you explained this one also, right?
Yes, I'll do that. This is nothing but to explain that The same human body can have a different metabolic age and a different chronological age. Here I have given example of the same car which is 10 years old. So if you have a car standing outside your house and you don't maintain it, it will look very old. It will deteriorate. So same thing happens with our body. Many of us, we don't match our metabolic age. Our chronological age is what is written in our passport and Aadhaar card. But metabolic age is something, and for your metabolic age, there is a beautiful calculation. Anybody can go on Google and check out as to how to calculate your metabolic age. So we must look at our metabolic age and give it much more importance and try to look better there, rather than being too concerned that whether my age is 45 or 55 or 60. I have a number of examples on my platform, on my website, on my recent app and all, where I've shown such like real changes happening with people at 62, 26-year-old diabetic reversed in a state of remission. They don't look like 62, 63 years old. They look like 50. So yes, we have to look at metabolic age through the lens and not at chronological age.
Okay. So I think let's talk about, the book. I mean, you've already explained to us such wonderful concepts, and you've distilled down complex information into very easy to understand concepts. But first, tell us, like, how did you decide? Why did you decide to write the book when you were already talking to people through community? What do you aim to achieve from this book?
Uh, I am very, okay, fine. So Priyanka, see, what happened is that while I was in service, I wanted to write the book because while all this was happening, I wanted to pen it down somewhere in some manner. The book to take a shape like this, the title like this, and all that was not planned at that time, 5 years back. But while being in service, there are certain norms that one has to follow for writing a book. But post your retirement, one can do it. So that is how the book has got published recently. What is the whole idea of writing a book? The whole idea of writing a book is to tell, because the outreach programs and in my communities, I cannot reach out to so many people. I ultimately want that a book should be there in hand of every Indian household, actually across the world, because while there are certain Indianized examples and all that and conditions, but this book is for everyone all across the globe. Because the root cause remains same, the way you want to tackle it, I feel has to be universally same. The conditions may vary, but yes, I wanted one to pen it down. Secondly, I wanted to write something which actually is not very scientific or medical oriented, which tends to overawe you, and then you say, oh yeah, let the doctors handle me, and and I'll follow whatever the doctors tell, because that's what I broke, that norm I broke, and everybody on this platform, they have broken that norm. So I wanted something that people hold in their hand. When they read it, they get motivated to walk that path. And I felt in my last 8 years of journey that most of the people suffering from diabetes mellitus type 2, or any of the metabolic disorders, ailments, they generally accept, and they tend to live in a, how should I say it, in a patient mindset, right? They have accepted, and they want to be like in a patient mindset. No, I'm an army guy. I'm a Fauji. I want you to be a warrior here. Damn it, you can't just give up in life. So I wanted to a book which, when people read, their mind, their patient mindset changes into a metabolic warrior, right? So that was the idea of writing the book. The book, you said, is so its book is a lived journey of my last 8 years, 9 years, what I've been speaking. It has got learnings from my own reversal, own remission stage journey. It has got learnings from my members of my health communities. And when I say health communities, I'm not talking about Facebook, YouTube, and all that. I'm talking about close knit communities, in my WhatsApp group and all, with whom the interaction is much more intense. It is much more result oriented, right? It is very real, and it is happening over the time. So and that is where you learn a lot. It is the nichod and the learnings of my connections with people across all walks of life, in various outreach programs, NGOs, etc. And as I said, I have tried to keep the science very, very simple and very relatable. Sometimes, things like insulin resistance, role of hormones, glucose transporters in the body, etc., can become very, this thing. And that's what I realized. People don't want to understand too much about insulin resistance or glucose transporters. What is GLUT4? How does the glucose enter your muscles? No, they don't want. So I have used very interesting analogies. I have got a Ola and a Uber car somewhere. I've tied up a couple with a rope somewhere, and few examples you have shown in the illustrations. So I have tried to make this book very interesting for a normal reader to read. The book is, lays out a practical roadmap. And when I say that roadmap is the ethos that, and I have labeled it as a 5-finger punch, right? मैं सबको बोलता हूँ एक उंगली, I will say it in English because there are a lot of audience who are listening in. With one finger, if I try to hit you, I'm going to break my finger. If I use 3 also, I'll hurt myself. But when I use all the 5 fingers and I make a fist, put my thumb over it, and then I punch you, that is where I'll get the power. So I use this concept to say that 5-finger punch, right? In which, of course, the middle finger or the largest finger or the most important finger is your diet, is the food intake that you do in your journey towards remission. And then there are other lifestyle applications like fasting, your stress management, vitamin D and other supplements, yoga, and all that. So that is what the cohesive application of lifestyle is all about. The book is also, I've got a chapter where I have covered the approach towards insulin and medical reduction in a very responsible manner. And 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 2 more points. The book emphasizes on the role and support of family and friends in this journey, right? That is very important. You can't do it alone. Sometimes it becomes very, you get overawed with things. You need somebody to hold your hand. And lastly, the book is about hope and positivity. I have picked up real examples, real people from my WhatsApp groups. They are in India, alive and kicking. They are in a state of remission, like Shashi sir, whom I love a lot. I've been following him since 2018 when I got into all this. So yes, like him, like me, and like many in my communities, there are people who are in a state of remission for the last 7, 8, 9, 5, 4, whatever years, and they all are there to motivate somebody else to walk that path. So the book is about all this.
Great. So, Gautam, tell us a little bit about, I think we've got a good understanding of your book. It's called Diabetes Undone. I think we need to tell our audience the name of the book. And it's a very, very, book name like a punch itself. So, yeah. So tell me a little bit about, when we were talking about the book earlier, you told me a couple of stories as to how, you tell people to adapt to the tips that you prescribe, this 5-finger punch, because as you mentioned, there are people from different walks of life, and not everyone can, adapt to these messages, similarly. So how do you help people, or if you could give few tips?
So everyone is fighting his or her life's battle. What this journey has taught me is that I always thought that I have done a big thing in my life. I have achieved something miraculous. And then I meet a person who teaches me such a humbling lesson that I realize that mine was nothing, his is great. And then I meet a third person and I find that even she has got a greater story. So all of us have got some wonderful stories of our own fight within our life. And the journey of diabetes and lifestyle disorder remission that we undertake. And yes, I was mentioning to you about the fact that in my communities, I have got people from all walks of life. So, there is someone from, say, Dubai, who has access to all the amenities of life. And she was having monk fruit way back in 2019. And I had not even heard of monk fruit, right, as a sweetener. And then there is someone from the Chawls of not chawl, but from a very humble background of Mumbai, who drives an auto rickshaw, faces a tragedy in life, lost his wife, has got a child, and he was also with me in a diabetes remission journey. And the difference is that he accepts and modifies the diet to go with his whatever he can afford. So he cannot afford, say, for example, any of these fancy nuts and seeds, be it chia, flax, or omega-3 rich, something, or cashews and almonds and all that. He can't. So he takes peanuts and bathue ka saag day in, day out. That is the type of passion that is required when you walk this journey. So yes, and like this, there are countless stories. I was talking through an NGO in Patna with certain people who drive rickshaw and all that. So they had a different story to tell because they are poor people. वो कहते सर हमें पौष्टिकता मत समझाओ. Don't explain us nutrition. We only want to fill up our stomach. And what has India done after the green and white revolution? We have just decided to fill up the stomach of Indians. And yesterday we heard Dr. Manoshi and the likes, what the Britishers did with us and what has happened after our independence and all. Poor country is fine, but we have just fed wrong to the entire nation. And we have become a laughing stock as far as diabetes is concerned in the whole world. And we talk about healthy India, and we talk about fit India mission. I mean, it's not you have a pot belly, you've got insulin resistance, it is visible on your body and in your face, and you're standing, at the start point of a 10-kilometer run. It doesn't help at all. We have to, if you have that much of passion to run 10 and 21 kilometers, why don't you have the passion and that zeal in you to reverse your condition? That is also a lifestyle application. So India has to look all this through a different prism. It's not about how well we are doing as far as fitness is concerned. The health ministry, the health minister, the health department has to look at things beyond how many chemist shops, how many hospitals we are creating. We have to look at what are we doing at the fundamental level, at the grassroots level, where the poor people, the rickshaw pullers, the people who are actually suffering from diabetes, who actually don't have money to buy costly medicines, who are relying only on metformin in spite of their doctors giving them costlier medicines. They just pick up metformin because they find it cheap and they are just deteriorating their health. Ultimately, they get into very severe complications. So yes, that is a nichor of a gist of what we were discussing the other day about my interaction with various types of people.
Wonderful. So tell us a little bit about, when someone reads this book, what will they take? Like, if you could give 3 tips or something to, carry with them as they read this book, what is it that they are going to learn?
Okay. The first thing is that, this book is not just for people who have been diagnosed with diabetes. It is for anyone who wants to understand, what may be happening inside our bodies before the numbers become alarming. Diabetes mellitus type 2 doesn't hit you alone in any case. A lot of my clients, and now I use the word clients, or my group members or people who connect with me, sir, everything is good, sir. I just got high sugar. How can you just have high sugar and everything be good inside you? So it doesn't hit you alone. So chronic elevated blood glucose and insulin resistance affect your everything. Heart, liver, kidneys, your nerves, your energy, your metabolic health per se. So the warning signs, they appear early. And this book is for helping you to recognize those signs and to motivate you and to take charge, to act in time. This book is to tell you to make informed choices. This book is for those who don't know where the start line is. And even if they know where the start line is, they don't know how to take the first step. This book is for everyone, every age, be it a 20-year-old who's trying to prevent something, or a 70-year-old who's trying to control. Anyone who wants a meaning and a definition to health can pick up this book. I would take this opportunity to say that next year I'm going to publish the Hindi edition, because I know tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities in India, that is where a lot of diabetics are there and they need this book in Hindi. I already have started getting this sort of a feedback from the ECHS community of the army, which is the ex-servicemen contributory health scheme. It is something like the CGH of the common service. We have ECHS. So from there, I've already got a feedback that this book should be published in Hindi also, and I'm going to do that so that the outreach is more. And so this book is for everyone. But yes, if you are suffering and you have been diagnosed, or you are in a stage of pre-diabetes, or you feel that there are certain symptoms, certain signs, just pick up this book, read. One, you will get motivated. Two, you will know what is the path to walk. Three, you will get the confidence and the kickstart that is needed to get into this journey.
Great. So I think we've reached to the end of our conversation. Our next speaker is already here. So first of all, let me thank you for inspiring us, because this was really inspiring. Your journey from being an army person and to metabolic health coach, and it's the same zeal and passion and mission approach. So lots of we've learned a lot, and I'm sure the book will people will really learn a lot from the book. I have already read it, so I can vouch for that. It's a great repository of knowledge and experience. And I would like to invite Shashi to give a vote of thanks to you.
Colonel Goa, thank you very much for
Thank you,
accepting
Shashi.
this invite and coming and sharing your knowledge. You are a great inspiration for a lot of us. The first time I read about you in some newspaper clipping and posted it in X, we had interacted few times. And
Yes.
you have an inspirational journey. You wrote a book also. So you are one of the few non-medicos we are invited in this conferences because of a significant work you have done, especially releasing a book. See, we are much in for education, the education of people, and that is the step which you have taken by educating in your book. So we'll keep looking forward for more such collaborations in coming time, and I'm
Surely.
sure that you are enjoying the conferences. We have huge respect for the military, of course.
Thank you.
You may not be knowing that my sister-in-law Jayashree has also written two books on military, that is Kumar and Operation Sarp Vinash. So you may be knowing these are on military personals only.
Yes.
So thank you very much, and we'll keep connecting again. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashi. All the best for the remaining part of the conference. And it was a pleasure being here. It was a pleasure because of two reasons. One, I have enhanced my horizons, my knowledge. I'm going to reach out to a number of people now after attending your conference. Secondly, which I want the audience to hear, and just give me 10 seconds for that,
Yeah.
is through this, I feel empowered that the path that we all are walking is correct. There are so many people who talk about it. So thank you, Sashi, for all this.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
Please get in, Dr. Bhattacharya. Dr. Parikshit, welcome.
So good to see you. How
So
are you?
welcome again. So you were there in our Metabolic Health Conference too. So as you know that, this is the fourth edition of Metabolic Health Conference. We have successfully run Metabolic Health Conference 1, 2, 3. So this time we decided to focus on India, the metabolic health crisis, what actually went wrong and how do we really fix it. So I'll first give your introduction to everyone who's watching. So Dr. Parikshit Bhattacharya back in 2004, a medical graduate from Kolkata, India, was taking the Hippocratic Oath. One line moved him the most. It read, "I will prevent disease whenever I can, and prevention is preferable to cure." I think you have really taken this line to the heart. Although he started practicing medicine and surgery since 2004, the itch to move away from the traditional prescribe a medication approach forced him to do more for the sake of his patients. A decade later, in 2014, he eventually forayed into a dedicated practice of metabolic health and took it up as a specialty. Opening up all the new horizons of treatment possibility, he realized how being healthy is way more important than anything else. He deeply researched the healing properties of nutrition lifestyle changes as against the conventional approach of prescribing more and more medication. He refused to believe that certain chronic disease had to linger with us lifelong. Eventually, the idea to reach out more people took shape, and he founded Healthy RX, a vision directed towards healthier world. Today, with his passion to resolve and make people healthier by de-prescribing and reversing chronic disease, and after having seen and helped more than 8,400 patients, Dr. Parikshit is changing life for the better. We are going to discuss on what years of treating Indian patient reveal about metabolic disorders. More than 8,000 patients is massive. Even when I met you for the first time, I told you that you need to publish some data. This is so massive that in India, the data doesn't exist on reversal of disease via low carb. Welcome again, Dr. Parikshit.
Thank you so much. A big shout out to you because I was just talking to a lot of doctors who I shared these links with, and they was kind of like, oh, it's an online thing. So, but I realized something. Sometimes organizing an online show like this is way more hectic than in person. I'm seeing the background work that you're doing, the timetables, the questions. It's like amazing. So, kudos to you and your team. Brilliant.
So the first question I will shoot is, you have been spending years seeing Indian patients with metabolic disorder. When you look across all the patients rather than one disease, what recurring pattern do you see again and again?
Okay, now it all starts with education. That's the first thing which you are doing so wonderfully. I think it's just lack of awareness. Now, yes, we doctors are partly responsible because, as everyone knows, we have never taught about metabolic health. We were primarily focused towards disease management, not health enhancement. There's a big difference between the two. So when we are not there, and then we can go back even schools, colleges, nowhere. They're not teaching health anywhere. And again, if I go back to the classical definitions of health, we were taught that health is, the absence of disease and things like that. But we were never taught that health should be more focused towards thriving, not just surviving. So if you're looking at what maybe the areas where we lack, it's obviously education. That's where we doctors and health coaches and people like you who are already doing a brilliant job coming. And now coming to where we fail, I think it's, we live in a very, very tempting world of good food, easy comforts of life. I remember when I used to be in my childhood, if my mother said, go and get a pack of milk, I would have to walk 5 minutes and then bring back 2 heavy bags or something of some more groceries. Now, everything's at the fingertip. It's too easy a life. Luxury has its own downsides, and we are suffering from that day by day. And then there's lack of consistency. We prioritize so many things. And when we realize we should have prioritized health, it's already too late. So I just think we have to give a bit more importance to our health and then realize we can create wealth, we can create memories, we can travel, we can do what we like doing.
So as you rightly say, earlier we will spend 5 minutes in walking to a store. Now within 5 minutes, the same thing comes at our home by just spending
We
less
walk to
than
our
1
fridge
minute
and
in
get food.
that. So that's very true. So when patients come to you with one single issue, like he or she will come with only HbA1c or high fasting number or high cholesterol, triglyceride. So it is usually, maybe, it is usually seen as something individual. It is seen in silos. So do you see them together? For example, patients come with diabetes. Do you also assess them for the other factors, maybe interconnected with CVD or fatty liver or various other things?
I think, it's been spoken about multiple times over the last 4 editions. Yes, it does start with insulin resistance. So I was looking into some research. Unfortunately, India has very little of the documentation. But most research does suggest that close to 15% of the Indian population, and mind you, 15% of the documented population who go through some labs, 15% of them are already insulin resistant. Now, if we go beyond insulin testing, metabolic obesity, metabolic syndrome, that is almost a huge 47 to 51% of the Indian population. So then you and me, we can safely say half of the Indian population is hypothetically insulin resistant. That's where it all starts. Okay. Yes, I do love talking about other things like muscle and VO2 max and strength and resting metabolic rate. Those are also important parameters I try teaching my patients. But yes, when there's insulin resistance, as Dr. Peter Attia says so beautifully, the four horsemen, We have metabolic disease, we have cardiothoracic conditions, cardiovascular conditions, we have neurogenerative conditions, and of course, cancer is also one part. So if I see any medical condition, or let's put it like this, if I've seen close to 8,000 patients or a little more than that, I cannot tell you what their insulin resistance values were, but I can tell you one thing. Out of that huge bulk of patients, I think not more than 10 to 15 were not insulin resistant. So I think that gives you a clear picture. So that leads to everything else, be it waist circumference, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, autoimmune conditions are more prevalent in people with insulin resistance. So we just started insulin resistance.
So see, what we are going to discuss is we are going to discuss very basic thing, because most of the people who are going to see these are the general public, and
Absolutely.
sometimes even medical doctors do see. But so I'm going to keep the conversation very simple, even if it is a little repetitive one, because the message has to be driven again and again in our people. So coming back to insulin resistance, what could be the clues that we have insulin resistance without actually measuring insulin? We'll come to the measuring of insulin later. What could be the other clues when we
If you're talking,
immediately
if you're
know average public just by seeing themselves?
okay, if you're talking about symptoms, it's very clear. It's people tend to have low energy levels. Okay, they're hungry all the time. By the way, yes, hunger is a very strange paradox at times. People think they're hungry just because of what they've done for so many years. People eat for habit, pleasure, routine. So hungry all the time, low energy levels. Sometimes it will translate into waist circumference or over like belly fat, or sometimes even having some visceral fat if we do a test or something. And then, yes, as Dr. Robert said, very interestingly, he's always said this, but it just refreshed my memory. The 5.7 HbA1c is not a good metric. He said even after 5.2, you are already becoming insulin resistant. So nowadays, look, in urban environments, most people after a certain age, 30 or 40 years, they're all doing testing anyway, okay, or at least an annual health checkup. So if we have certain symptoms, okay, if we sometimes have skin changes as well, hyperpigmentation and all, and then if you see there's an HbA1c close to even 5.7, you can more or less be sure that they are insulin resistant. And then, of course, very few doctors unfortunately test. I keep on trying to spread the word that test. So easily accessible. If you test, then you're sure.
Yeah. So I think very interesting. I'm sure that the other markers also do reveal the triglyceride HDL ratio. They are also the ones, and presence of fatty liver and all also do
Yeah, they do give you a very
indicate
clear idea.
to
Absolutely.
indicate insulin. And I think the very fact that we have protruding belly itself also shows. Most of
Absolutely.
us are all
No,
having
fatty liver is also an epidemic nowadays, I believe. Like, every third person I see has grade 1 at least. And that
Great
is
one.
pretty alarming. But yes, what happens? Everyone passes that off as okay. That's okay, not too bad.
Normalized.
I'm not stereotyping, am I?
No, see, if grade 1 is actually normalized for everyone, they say every Indian has it. You not, I've seen even medical doctor telling that, okay, all of us have fatty liver. So what? This was during my pharma time when I used to discuss. So
No,
sometimes,
even till date,
Hmm.
a doctor is okay with an HbA1c of 5.7 to 5 to 6 also. But look, as I said, what we consider okay, like again, it's our medicine teaching us to keep people okay. They don't teach us to keep people amazing. So when that mindset shift starts happening, that look, I give a very funny example to everyone. If someone walks into an adult, of course, if an adult walks into my chamber, I tell them, what is the summary or the target we're looking at? If you maybe sometime down the line can feel 10 years younger than your actual age, be it how you feel in terms of strength, symptoms, and your blood work, that means you've done a fantastic job. And if you feel 20 years younger than your real age, you've done something astounding. So just summarize again for the layman person, the simple way to put it, you should always feel and look, and yes, your blood work should also look 10 years younger than what it actually is.
So in our country, that we have a lot of people who are very thin with protruding belly, and they all consider themselves as very healthy compared to the person
Yes.
who is overall broadly obese. We may not see as much of them, but most of the phenotype are all thin people. So again, this message has to go in. how do you see them? Are they all okay? Are they sick?
No, one thing you would realize that when we see a thin person, it's a huge chance they're suffering from sarcopenia, right? Now, that can even be younger population as well. Now, muscle is such a big, big important thing. Yes, you would want to discuss it at a separate part of this discussion. But if you're not overweight, visceral fat, when we just spoke about something like fatty liver, you're still storing excess fat everywhere. Okay. Be it in the bloodstream, be it around the organs, be it around the heart, the liver, the kidneys. So that is what we don't always see. And now coming to the muscle, I think 70 to 80% of the population which I have come across, not just my patients, I'm talking about everyday life, we don't have enough muscle. So that muscle is obviously going to make us look thinner and skinnier. And yes, then there's always that population who will have no muscle, but also a lot of subcutaneous fat.
So when patients come to you, you must be asking them what they are eating. So,
That's the
so
first
what?
thing and only.
So what does their plate look like on an average for most people? I'm sure that I don't know whether since you're practicing there in Kolkata, it is only the local one,
Kolkata.
or do you also see of other community who are staying there and following their own diet? So what is it you see in their plates?
No, we live in a very interconnected world. So be it me doing an outstation consultation, be it seeing people here from different communities. Think of this. Let's just break it up into two parts, vegetarian and non-vegetarian. Most Indians are living in India. A vegetarian and non-vegetarian diet has for years been more or less the same until the last item on the plate, right? I'd start with the rice and roti, have a vegetable, have a dal, which someone thought was a lot of protein, but it's not. And then finally, someone might have the paneer and I might have the fish. So it's more or less the same. Uh, Today, I think you spoke to Dr. Veena, right? Yes. So it was very interesting that she was from NIN and all. So I had a talk many years ago, I think it was 8 to 10 years ago, where I was presenting on screen all of NIN suggested recommended dietary protocols. And I just seeing her talk, I thought, let's see if they've updated it. And I realized up to 2024, hardly any update. They're still talking about that food pyramid where the bottom is loaded with grains and cereals and pulses. And yes, vegetables, yes, it's there. But I do have a little bit of a problem with vegetables as well. Not because, I am very carnivore myself, but the problem is we all have a fixed appetite. We cannot keep on having tons of vegetables and then tons of protein. So the problem which I've seen with vegetables is when we have a lot of salads, a lot of vegetables, we are left with very little space to get the protein, which is, in my opinion, one of the most important nutrients. So if you talk about what my patients are having, be it vegetarian or be it non-vegetarian, more than 90% don't even get close to their protein requirements. That's one big problem I've been seeing. And as a result, look, we all need food for energy, for comfort, for emotions, for pleasure. So when we don't get that protein, which we're not really thinking about, suddenly we're looking for something else. And what is the most easily available thrown at us food? Carbohydrates. So usually it's always everyone is doing easily 2 to 300 grams of carbohydrates a day, barely 40 to 50 grams of protein a day, and just a bit of scattered fat here and there. So that remains the biggest problem.
So it is again carbohydrate dense, I guess,
Absolutely.
as it is everywhere across India. Only the grain matters, that's all. There may be rice somewhere and there may be wheat somewhere. Or there may
Absolutely.
be even millet somewhere. It doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't make a difference.
As per that ICMR study, which was released, that more than 60% of a plate is grains or
Yes,
carbohydrate.
absolutely.
They have very clearly stated that even substituting grains with millet doesn't make any difference to the risk of diabetes because it
Not at all.
is literally the same. Though people may say that, okay, with millet is not as tasty, we might eat less, but study at least even that whatever the solution they are given studies, I may not agree or we may not agree, but the fact remains that this high carbohydrate, high grain millet diet we have, even this is a study by doctors themselves, endorsed themselves. Even they conclude that such a high carbohydrate diet is leading to
And
out
it
of
beats me
controls.
why no one's doing anything about it, even till date. So that is the unfortunate truth. And people like you have to keep fighting. And you're doing a great job. But yes, I can just add on one line here. Uh, if I just interrupt me wherever I think I'm going on and going on, because I just love talking about all this because you have some questions. So I sometimes, you know what, medicine is a constantly evolving science. So, a very esteemed professor and mentor of mine had once told me that, whatever I would learn during my MBBS days, maybe 5 years later, 50% of that would be wrong. But we would have to figure out which 50%. And no one is there to guide us. We have to learn on our own. So my child taught me something very interesting. And that was by accident. I would go on, and this is the initial years, I would go on trying to tell my patients, don't have so much carbohydrates. So sometimes, you know what? It's like telling a kid, don't have that packet of Lay's or don't have a dairy milk chocolate. They're not going to listen to me. I realize, like, yes, I tell them the science. I take over an hour with every consultation. I explain to them how the hormones work. But even then, the problem is when we are trying to deprive ourselves of something, we already feel miserable about it, right? So then one day I realized something interesting at home. So my child, he was around 5 years old. He was into a lot of football and skating, and he was very fit. But then during the COVID times and all, he started putting on some belly fat. So that's when I started telling him, don't have this food, don't do that. But child is not going to listen. Now my child is 10 years old. I taught him a different trick. So that's kind of just tricking you into fixing your life. So I taught him how to count his proteins. So I told him, look, you want a pack of Lay's, you want a pizza, you want an ice cream, go for it every day. Mommy will give it to you, I will give it to you. But your precondition is so for him, I had put in around 55 to 60 grams of protein. I said, get your 55 to 60 grams of protein every day. I taught him how to calculate it. Now, the funny thing is, he does that and he reports to me and his mother, and he hardly asks for anything else. Sometimes he opens a pack of Lay's, he just has two pieces of Lay's. So protein gives you satiety, it fills your tummy, and it automatically keeps your carbohydrates low. So, you and everyone on board here, they do have certain carbohydrate thresholds. But I don't like making patients feel that I'm going to deprive them. I said, Chala, you want your carb? And yes, a blueberry cheesecake is any day tastier than maybe a bowl of like paneer. But if you tell them, hit your protein targets and then enjoy your carbohydrates. If you prioritize and sequence it like that to an extent, everyone's on track. So that works brilliant with my patients.
I think this is also corroborated by a lot of studies which shows that food sequencing, eat protein first, vegetables, and then if you want to have carbohydrate, that automatically lowers the load rather than having first. So, and I also agree with the
That may
concept
not
that
always be possible, but even then,
I
just
agree with the
push the
concept that
protein in first, they won't have space for carbohydrates.
I eat protein first. Though the study will say have vegetable protein, I will always say that have protein first, then vegetables, and then
Yes,
whatever you
absolutely.
want, you can have.
Anytime.
One interesting
Anytime.
question I want to ask you. I am an ex-pharma personnel, you know this. I'm used to selling anti-diabetic right from glibenclamide to metformin to what are the latest drugs are. So 30, 40 years back, there were just two drugs. Only metformin, fenformin, glibenclamide, or even chlorpropamide, everything, those are not available now. Now there are so many drugs, so many sulfonylureas, SGLT2, DPP4, and GLP-1s, and the Voglibos, a lot of drugs, imeglimin. There are so many good drugs available. So why cannot we manage diabetes with drugs? What is the issue with so many drugs?
Interestingly, my doctor patients listening to this will know close to 25 to 30% of my patients are my professional colleagues, my doctors, my friends, my seniors. So sometimes, you know what, I tell everyone, getting healthy is the easiest thing in the world, but you have to get the basics right. As a doctor, we have to let go of some egos. We have to be open to thinking outside the box. Our box is our, studies at medical college. And then it becomes so easy. So now your question, the answer is also very easy. How can you justify giving 5 oral hypoglycemics or insulin injections and then indirectly feed the patient with 50 spoons of sugar? As simple as that. So you take away the carbohydrates, which is equivalent of turning into glucose in your bloodstream, and automatically things come down. Yes, there are other things, as I said, they're very important. Your muscle mass acts as a sink. It helps in insulin sensitivity. It increases your resting metabolic rate. So, We all want to get away with a bit of cheat eating at times, but if you have a lot of muscle reserve, you can get away with it. But yes, you fix the food, you don't need the medicine. It is as simple as that. The quicker the medical fraternity understands this, but again, it comes down to another thing. We doctors, we do a consultation in 5 to 10 minutes. We want to see 30 patients a day. I see maybe 5 to 7 patients a day because I take over an hour and a half. So you have to get into the depth of their life. You have to try and understand what stresses them out, how well they are sleeping. I do a 30 to 40 minute history only on the food. So once you have found out what's going on in the food, your job is done. So, the pharma company is never happy when I do that, but what else?
So great. I think that answers it. Either you control with multiple medications or you control with food, either with no or less medication. This is what I tell everyone that, okay,
Absolutely.
there are a lot of medication, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 medication. They are all good, but it will become what I say is it will become a chronic progressive disease if you go into medication with high
Correct,
carb.
very right. They're all
And if
good
you are in
actually.
low
Like I'm not
carb, then it
saying,
is not a chronic progressive disease.
absolutely. Because I'll tell you something. I've given GLPs also to I think barely 10 to 15 patients in the last many years. But you have to make an assessment. Is it a case of them being lazy or is it a last resort? So the point is, and what's happening nowadays, thanks to social media and everything, everyone thinks, wow, I've got an injection. So if you realize, okay, this patient wants to be lazy, as it is, we're a lazy population, right? And then sometimes they're begging for a GLP-1. So same with medicine. I do give medicines, metformin. I do prescribe quite a bit if required, just for that initial 2 to 3 month improvement and just to get them motivated, seeing some good results. And then I tell them, I'm going to take you off the metformin as well. But as I said, medicines are definitely useful, but you have to make a very good assessment whether the patient needs them at all or not. If they're doing everything right and still things are sluggish in their progress, yes, a medicine is going to matter. But they're not doing anything, then why would I give them a medicine?
100% correct. Now we'll just talk on those fears now. In this country, there are two food groups we fear. One is protein and fat. I'll just come to this. And then we eat tons of carbohydrate. And actually, when we are stuck with any disorder, we actually blame those food which we never took in significant proportion. So this is the paradox of India. Now we'll come to the first group is protein. Protein damages kidney. There are two things. One is high protein damages kidney. Another is whey protein damages kidney. So no, I wanted to just talk on this couple of things. That does protein really damage our kidney?
Okay. I have
And
some very
another question
renowned.
is, what is excess protein?
Okay, I love that question as well. So first of all, you have heard it, I have heard it. You ask someone to increase their protein, the first concern is what's going to happen to my kidney or creatinine and whatever. So, first of all, I tell them all we are trying to do is get you to your adequate protein, which you should be having, had been having, and you should be having every day for the rest of your life. If you want good hormones, if you want good skin and hair, cartilage, cell repair, and of course, good muscle. Protein is important for everything. So, I have some very renowned, well-known nephrologists in Calcutta. So they refer a lot of their patients to me. So I sat down with them multiple times. And yes, nephrologists also are the ones I'm talking about. They understand the protein science. So they have opened their nephrology, big books and shown me. Even for a stage 3 CKD patient, kidney failure patient, the recommended protein is 0.6 grams of protein per kilo ideal body weight. So that could be like, 40-gram protein, 50-gram protein. Remember, stage 3 kidney about to go on dialysis. So it's almost impossible for us to get anywhere close to a protein which might even do anything to the kidney. So I'll tell you something again. Protein, what is too much protein? What is adequate? In my opinion, again, when I just went to the NIN website, and of course our medical books, they talk about the NIN website. I think I saw 0.8. Some of our medical textbooks say 1 gram per kilo ideal body weight. I start from 1.5. The reason is two things. All protein is not equally bioavailable. So, certain egg protein, whey protein, animal proteins do have good bioavailability. So if it claims to have, say, 25 grams protein per 100 grams, I might be getting 20 to 22 of that eventually. And the moment we move to certain other proteins, the availability or absorption is reducing. So we always have a margin which we're losing. So if we start at 1.5, we are somewhere close to what we need. And incidentally, now I haven't moved, but a large part of my patient base is also high performance athletes now, sports persons, athletes, national sports persons. So for them, I put them on close to 2 to 2.2. I have a few bodybuilder patients, they perform on stage. So this is the example I give to my other patients. Look, these bodybuilder patients, they hit 300 grams of protein a day. Even then, their EGFR and kidney and everything is perfect. So, even if you and me tried, we would not cross 150 easily. So don't worry about the kidneys. And yes, how do we assess kidney issues? Yes, it's true that if you are overloading already compromised kidney with a lot of protein, you do see certain blood reports which don't go well with the nephrologist. But yes, we reduce it accordingly. And now coming to whey protein. I'm 48 years old now. Till around 45, I never touched a whey protein. Nowadays, I do have it at times. I do give it to a lot of my patients. Theoretically, look, a whey protein or a plant protein, these are just, a plant protein, you're just having a byproduct of peas or rice. A whey protein, you're just having whey from the milk. They do have their roles. First of all, if you choose a good brand, just like anything, me choosing a paneer, a good quality or a poor quality. Similarly, if you're careful about the quality or brands you're using, you're having the purest form of protein possible. And yes, the advantages are convenience. Look, at the end of the day, if you're a pure vegetarian, you won't have egg. And of course, if you're a vegan, then some people are in more of trouble. It just helps you get to your goal. And secondly, I tell everyone, would you prefer having 5 medications or 1 scoop of a protein powder? And then everyone says, no, I prefer having that. So I said, do it. It's going to improve your health. The medicines are not going to improve your health. They're just going to keep you sick for a longer time. So that's it. And whey protein does have the calorie advantage as well, because this is something I was not looking much into over the last 20 years of my practice. But yeah, I do realize calorie does have its role somewhere. So if you're overweight and if you're struggling with a lot of visceral fat, getting your protein and being in a slight calorie deficit does help. Now, calorie deficit can happen in 2 ways: exercise or eating less calories. It's always much easier to consume less calories than to burn the calories. So through protein powder, just a quick example, 1 scoop of protein powder is 25 grams of protein, barely 110 calories. If I want to get 25 grams of protein from paneer or chicken, I'd be going to 250 to 300 calories. So again, that's where a protein powder works well. But they're absolutely safe if we choose a good quality product.
I generally use the word energy deficit rather than calorie deficit, which seems to be making more sense because carb,
Right.
fat, both are energy it makes. Now we'll come to the other
Absolutely.
part, fear of fat. Fat causes heart disease. Fat will clog our arteries, especially the fear of dairy fat, coconut oil, or all animal-based fat. So your view on this, because a lot of people are watching in YouTube also.
Okay. Now, this whole fat myth started way back in the 1950s, and then there was the American Heart Association, and then there was a big donation of $28 million to the American Heart Association by Pfizer or one of their sister companies when they wanted to launch a vegetable oil. And that till prior to that, if you look at the demographics, there was very little chronic disease in the world. I think this was prior to 1960. Till then, most people would use ghee, lard, tallow, butter for cooking. There was hardly any chronic disease, obesity, diabetes, or even cancer. And then when all this shift changed, and I think 1961 was the first time the dietary guidelines were published, and then they keep on being published every 5 years. Suddenly there was a shift that stopped using tallow, butter, ghee, moved to vegetable fats. So fat was villainized, demonized, and I think you being from the pharma industry, I think the pharma industry had a huge role in propagating that message. Now, coming to fat, what my take is on fat, I haven't seen a single case where fat in our food has caused any medical issues. The problem in our Indian context, because this is a very Indian-centric event you're doing, we never have fat separately. We Indians, we love having fat with the carbohydrates, right? So it's always bread and butter, it's ghee and roti, it's kachori, sabzi, like dipped in oil. So one aspect of fat is the seed oils and the certain fats which might cause more inflammation because of their omega-6 profile and all. But the point is, the other aspect of fat is, yes, I think we all started our journey. Like I started this journey after getting in touch with Dr. Tim Noakes, and he was my first mentor in this journey. It was always low carb, high fat, low carb, high fat. But yes, if you, in my opinion, if you keep on telling patients that fat is harmless, I've seen a trend also that then they start over consuming fat. It's difficult in the Indian context. It's not like we're living in Europe and we have a huge piece of chicken steak or beef steak with a lot of fat. But if suddenly someone's adding a ghee and butter to everything, and that whole concept when bullet coffees and this, fat again has the only problem in terms of, as you said, energy. So it does have double the energy or calories compared to protein and carbohydrate. So when that happens and we go into a huge energy overload, because I already told you, burning that energy is very difficult. That's when we can struggle with certain health outcomes. But other than that, I haven't seen, because look at that pathway. We all know a spike in insulin or chronic hyperinsulinemia leads to fatty liver, leads to visceral fat, leads to high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease. Theoretically, fat breaks down into fatty acids. There's hardly any insulin spike. If there's no insulin spike, it's good for us. But yes, we just have to keep that calorie balance or energy balance in mind when we're saying have fat. But in my opinion, because protein and carbs both have that 4 calorie per gram, if you're cutting the carbs, just increase the protein and half of their problems go away.
So, what are the kind of resistance have you faced from your patients when you tell them to go low carb? Is it very high? Or what are the different, things they told you, excuses they told you, or the other factors?
Look, resistance comes from, a family support is very important. Society support is very important. So, the more you keep on educating them. So the first resistance is obviously variety. That I think is the most important thing. Look, I won't be lying. I love my carbohydrates. Okay, I'm a Bengali. I like rice and fish and mishti, rosho. I did a seminar. The topic of the seminar was, is Rasgulla healthy? And that was the question mark. And we had a huge audience. So think of it like this. I tell everyone after explaining the hormones and the carbohydrate and the glucose spike, I tell them, look, I'm not trying to make carbohydrate the villain here. Yes, Dr. Tonma had earlier pointed out beautifully that, and we all know also that carbohydrates is not essential. Okay, the minimum amount of carbohydrate essential for, human survival is 0. But I tell everyone, carbohydrates should never be the villain. There are two ways to look at it. The more insulin sensitive you are, you can handle carbohydrates slightly better. The second part is, everything in moderation is, I think, okay. Look, we all deserve, we're all going to die. Come on, we're going to die at 90 or 100, right? If we live a good life. We want to live those years healthy, functional, okay, active, the health span, what we talk about. And yes, somewhere down the line, we want to enjoy ourselves. We don't want to live a very mechanical, monotonous life where there's hardly any food. So I always want my patients to enjoy the journey. So if I tell them no carbohydrates or low carbohydrates below, say, 30 grams a day, they are going to struggle. I know it because I do. I like that ice cream once in a while. So think of it like this. If I tell you, Shashi, I love ice cream. I need 2 scoops for breakfast, 2 scoops for lunch, and 2 scoops for dinner. What are you going to tell me right now? Doc, you're going to become a diabetic very soon, right? But if I tell you, no, I am stubborn. I'm going to have my chocolate ice cream every day for the rest of my life, but I'll only have 1 teaspoon. That doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? So the ice cream was never the villain. It was the quantity which I might have had. So here we all have to understand the carbohydrates is not the villain. It adds pleasure, it adds variety in the Indian context. It also adds the energy. But if we don't overdo it, I think we are fine. And another obstacle I hear from patients is, hunger. I think hunger is not a bad thing. Unregulated hunger is a problem. So hunger, in fact, is a good sign telling us what our body actually needs. Sometimes it's a good thing. Again, a problem where I have with GLPs is they take away the pleasure, they take away the hunger. I've seen GLPs work brilliantly with addictions, even like smoking and alcohol, because it switches off that pleasure in your brain. But suddenly, if I'm having a GLP and I don't like the taste of my ice cream anymore, I'll be a sad person, right? So the point is the pleasure should remain in moderation. And that's again going back to what I told you, give them the protein, make them hit their 90 to 100 grams protein, add a little bit of fat here and there, add veggies, let them have the carbohydrates. 90% of them do brilliantly well. And yes, the moment they're an athlete or into good resistance training and all, then the equation changes. Then they can handle carbohydrates. The conversion to glycogen is more efficient and it's not really turning into fat or anything. And sometimes, yes, some may disagree with me. I've seen that, for explosive activities, the fast twitch, muscle fibers and all, sometimes carbohydrates does work for some of them. But that totally depends on how fat adapted they are or not.
Can you tell us about any very significant, complicated case which has come to you and you managed to handle it well, reverse it?
I've done it for a lot of patients, but I'll tell you something. My first guinea pig, I have two interesting patients. My first guinea pig was my father-in-law. So this was when I started. So I know I don't have too much time, but basically I used to do surgery. I was with Apollo for 17 years. So I had a big bike accident. I have a passion for riding across the country. So I broke my leg in 7 places. I was bedridden for 1 year. That's where the journey started because my doctors told me I can never ride a bike again. I thought I have to ride. So I have to get fit. And then conventional medical fraternity could not give me a solution. So when I learned a lot from Dr. Tim Noakes and through you later on and everything, I realized that the food is the magic. And then, of course, I moved to strength training and everything. Then I found my first guinea pig. My father-in-law at that time, this was in 2012-13. He was a diabetic for 25 years. He was on 64 units of insulin. He had horrible diabetic neuropathy and he could hardly walk. And his HbA1c, by the way, was 11. One day I said, come on, let's try and eat like this. And by the way, he's a vegetarian as well. He only has eggs. It took me 6 months. He was off his insulin. His HbA1c dropped to 6. And he exercises every day. So that's the magic what this can do. And my second patient, he was an ENT doctor. This was a very different journey, but it was one of my most drastic success stories. He wanted to join the Indian Army. So he came to me one day and he said, look, I passed all the exams, the return, the exam, the everything, fitness test. They disqualified me for my age. So, sorry, for my weight. And then I said, what is it? So he was a very tall guy, 6'3". If he's listening, his name is Dr. Shombik Chaudhary. So he was 99 kilos, 6'3" in height. I said, what does the army want? He said, they want 85. I said, okay, we can make you lose 14 kilos. And then he said, the problem is they've asked me to go back in 45 days. I said, okay, it's going to be tough. We can try. And then he said, no, Dada, I found you late. I only have 29 days remaining. So in 29 days, using just the magic of insulin, fixing the insulin, doing training and all, we made him lose, I think, 17 kilos in 29 days. And he then joined the army. So that was another brilliant story, which worked wonders. And, I also learned a lot during that time because that was a very, very small time window I had to make results.
Really good. So if we want to, let us say, redesign Indian plate, now by now that 60, 70% or 80% is grains, specifically grains. I'm not even coming to sweets and all. That's how we generally see. Even the dal, which we claim is protein, is actually watery dal. So if you want to just redesign Indian plate, how do you think you will do it?
First, we all have to get to the parliament, right? That's where the policies are happening. You have to occupy a space in the parliament and make the changes. But yes, putting it very simply, if you look at my limited experience over the last 20 years, for someone like you or me, who maybe exercises 1 hour a day, mostly our work is sitting, using our brain, our intellect. We're not a farmer or a construction worker, right? Mostly, we don't need more than 2 meals a day. That's something I've realized. Anything more than 2 meals a day is excess energy entering my body, right? Number two, out of those 2 meals, it's so simple. You break up your protein. So try getting 30 to 40 in each, approximately, based on your needs. So if you're a vegetarian, you can do with, milk products, soya products, nuts, seeds, and all. If you're a non-vegetarian, you have animal options. So get at least 30, 40, sometimes even 50 grams of protein on that plate. Once that is sorted, you will not be able to have more than maybe one roti or maybe a little bit of rice. Okay. Fruits is a bit of a mixed bag. Fruits is something some people love having. So if they love having, I do give some fruits. It kind of helps with even the sweet craving because, people who have sweet cravings, the fruit handles that as well. And yes, the rest is leafy greens, vegetables. In the Indian context, we're blessed to have so many vegetables. I don't even mind a little bit of, tubers or potatoes if it's in moderation, as I told you. So the trick here is 2 meals. Coming to fasting, if you're doing 2 meals, if you can do it in a 7 to 8 hour window, that works beautifully. If you are insulin resistant, I myself, for the last 10 to 12 years, I've been eating 2 meals a day. Mostly I was doing 1 meal a day, but then 2-3 saal se, I realized I'm not being able to hit my protein targets in that single meal. So now I split it up into a 4 hour window. So I basically fast every day for 20 hours. But in those 4 hours, I try squeezing in my protein and the rest just comes naturally.
Fine, that means you advocate a proteinaceous meal, mostly
Absolutely.
proteinaceous vegetable.
Absolutely.
I think that's so. It is not very difficult. The one we are eating less has to be increased, and one we are eating in
And
excess
because
has
they have
to
the
be.
same energy, it just makes sense. Yes.
So, what is your message to India?
Eat when hungry. Learn your hunger signals well because we didn't talk about it, but sometimes we feel hungry just because we are probably dehydrated, we haven't slept well, or sometimes even the lack of electrolytes in our body. So if you are getting hydrated, sometimes if you use a bit of electrolytes to keep yourself fueled, you are much more aware about your hunger. So learn hunger signals, get your protein right, move, exercise, get stronger every day. That would be my message.
Great. Thank you. So, Dr. Parikshit, whatever we discussed are very, very basic thing. Again, there was nothing complicated or big thing, but we wanted to discuss the same because again and again, coming from a doctor, hammering the same is always good.
It's
And
yes.
with the more India focus we have, I think this message is very clear. Again, I will request you what I requested back in MSc to start publishing some studies with the wealth of document you have. It is going to help India a great deal. So
No,
thank you
definitely.
very
I
much.
just heard that Dr. Ankur, the way he's publishing things, kudos to him. So I would love doing that, and I'm working on
Yeah.
that.
We can see what possible we can do, what collaboration we can do to get something published. It has to come out with you have wealth of data of more than 8,000 patients. So thank you, and let us look forward for more and more such collaborations, and we'll
Thank
keep
you.
connecting in
Best
future.
wishes to you and your team. Outstanding work. Keep it up.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Bye.
Please get Michelle in, Ashish, Sanjeev, Siddesh. Sanjeev, you need to enable screen rotation. Get Siddesh in. Yeah, now it's perfect. So, Michelle, you will kickstart the session.
Yes. So, hello everyone, and we've received a lot of questions. So, over the last 3 days, so we are all here together to answer some of those questions, and we picked this up from YouTube, from our chats, from social media. We have a wonderful panel here, and if we all can, I mean, of course, mine and Shashi's is there, but Ashish, Sanjeev, and Siddesh, if you all can, take a minute and introduce yourself for our viewers, that would be like excellent. Maybe we
I'll
can
take
start with
1
Siddesh.
minute. So these questions, we are going to slot it differently. Anything related to weight loss and all will be addressed to Michelle. On diabetes will be addressed to me. Anything on food related meals and all will be sent to Ashish. On the exercise front will be for Siddesh, and our sweetener special, Mr. Sanjeev Giwala is here. So anything, if you have any question on Sweetener, I'm sure you must be having, because I saw
Yes,
something on
yes.
YouTube. So
Yeah,
we'll address
we've
it
got
to
one question on
we will address
sweetener.
it
Yeah.
to Sanjeev. So Siddesh, you can start with addressing yourself briefly, introducing yourself.
Hi, everyone. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to this conference. So my name is Siddesh, and I am a health coach. And so basically, from the past 6 years, I have been practicing, and I have helped over 300 people. Reclaim their metabolic health, help them, gain muscles, lose weight, and help them follow a good, healthy lifestyle.
Yeah. Sanjeev,
Hi.
you can just introduce yourself briefly, 2 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. Hi. Sorry, I didn't see it live. It's on live now. It was off. Yeah. My Sanjeev. I own and operate sucralose or hexacose foods, and we're one of 6 people bringing allulose to India, which is an easy way to reduce sugar in any recipe.
Thank you. Ashish.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ashish, and I basically focus more on the food part of it because we hear a lot of theory with regards to low carb and high fat and high protein and all that. So, what I try to do is I try to implement simple to make recipes in which all these theory can be incorporated, and ultimately, at the end of the day, we have to eat. So this is what I do, and I try my level best to make sure that I try to make meals as healthy as possible.
Thank you. So Mission, the first question would be, I think we have seen something on that weight loss blunt, Why
Okay.
why do people struggle to lose weight from whatever they are doing, whether they are eating more or eating less?
See, weight loss is still one of the most searched topic. How can I lose weight? Right? So, like that's there on everyone's mind now. There are two things here. One is, sometimes people say, I eat so little, still I'm gaining weight. I have to just think about potatoes and I can gain 2 kgs, right? So we hear concepts like that. I think and I really, I don't think we can anymore have a weight loss conversation without talking about GLP-1. And I'm not getting into what GLP-1 can do, but I am saying that GLP-1 has taught us one thing, that it was never about willpower, right? It was always about hunger. That's one lesson, and that is why GLP-1 is so successful. And with the increase in GLP-1, I think there is all the more importance on going low carbohydrate, increasing your protein and exercising. So everyone who never exercised is now thinking about strength training, because if they're taking GLP-1, they need to strength train. If they're taking GLP-1, they need to eat more protein. They need to eat lower carbs, right? So when someone is saying that I'm eating less or I'm eating more, look at the hunger. This is also the point that Dr. Roshni made, that we still need to take the hormonal approach. Yeah, I mean, even GLP-1 is doing that, right? So it's an hormonal approach. It was never about willpower. So instead of looking at your portions, look at what you are eating, and then weight loss becomes a byproduct. You cannot target weight loss. There are a million underlying things. So if you take care of those underlying things, weight loss will become a byproduct, just like weight gain was a byproduct of the underlying metabolic issues that you were having. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
And I would like to add a few points here. Michelle, you mentioned that how people claim that they are eating less and how they're gaining weight. Almost all of the clients that I have consulted, all of them reported the same problem. And when I looked at their meals, they were genuinely eating less. So how was it possible that they gained weight? The answer was that they were under muscled. So basically here exercise is very important. Gaining muscles and exercise is very important, because whatever you eat, if you don't have muscles, the glucose won't be absorbed, and it will lead to fat gain, increased glucose levels, and metabolic disorders. So in India we have this problem that we undereat but we are under muscled. So whatever we eat, it goes into fat stores, and it gives us hyperglycemia and insulin resistance. So lack of exercise, lack of activity is another major problems that Indians have.
So someone with
Absolutely.
so
Yeah.
so Michelle, with someone with with huge body weight, let us say obesity, what is it they should focus on? On the macros, you think they should eat more protein, less carb, more carb, or less or high carb and less fat? Do exercise, do fasting. What do you think? Because again, the question of fasting comes up.
Absolutely. See, someone who is extremely overweight, right? They are, they are honestly tired. Everyone who comes to us has tried everything else which has not worked for them, and hence they are coming to us. So, someone who is extremely overweight, I think the first thing they need to do is start eating well, right? Prioritize protein, nutrient dense meal, whether then you eat 3 times, 6 times, I don't care. Start eating well. Take out all carbohydrates, because mostly it will come in the form of rice, roti, and other junk food, ice creams, etc. Take out all of that. Start eating, start nourishing your body. Now, the moment you start doing that, right now, your hunger levels are not that high anymore. You give it a week, you give it 2 weeks, and this by itself is going to be very difficult. So you support them, you hold them there. Now, once this happens, slowly their hunger starts coming down. We have to take the hormonal approach, right? We cannot take the willpower approach. So, and once that starts happening, then we can look at fasting. See, every fat loss diet is a diet of deficit. Okay. I mean, whether you do low carb, low fat, fasting, exercise to lose weight, run a marathon, whatever you do, we are trying to create a deficit, right? But using willpower to create a deficit has not worked for anyone. And that's the reason GLP-1 is so successful, right? So take the hormonal approach. First, nourish yourself. Right? Eat enough, eat well, bring down that insulin, get it stable, right? And then go back and listen to your body. You will not be hungry that often. And yes, low carb is the way to go. I mean, with the prioritizing protein, and how much low carb is a very personalized thing. But, for someone who is extremely overweight, just taking out processed foods and seed oils makes all the difference. And then the journey begins.
Thanks. So there was also a question that if someone is diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, what are the first changes they can make in the diet? So what we can do is, we all know the different macros. We have carbohydrate, protein, and fat. So once they have diabetes is not going to go, it's going to stay with us. Only thing is we can do is to manage it. So reduce those food which will raise your blood sugars, and that is reduce carbohydrate, because the breakdown of carbohydrate is ultimately glucose and sugar, which we loosely term as sugar. It is glucose. Breakdown product of protein is amino acids, and then fat is fatty acid. Amino acid may not raise significantly, fat doesn't raise. Best thing is to reduce the carbohydrates, increase more protein foods. So when you increase protein food, along with that comes the natural fat. Increase eating some vegetables, because they are low energy density food. They will slow your gastric motility and all, and it will keep you full for quite a long time. So if you eat more proteinaceous food and eat less of grains, I'm not telling don't eat. So that depends upon your tolerability. If your tolerance is less, get off grains. If you still have some allowance for grains, you can as well have. How you will know is to measure blood sugar. So you eat food and then measure your blood sugar. So here you can also do something, meal sequencing, which I mentioned earlier in other sessions also. Eat protein first, then vegetables, and then reserve the carbohydrate in the end. So if you're able to do this, you will find carbohydrate automatically coming down. If you eat roti, rice first, you will eat a bulk of that, not eat protein. You do the reverse. The studies have shown that if you follow meal sequencing, the blood sugar spike and even insulin spike comes down. There are some people who will keep shouting that, the total carbohydrate load will require so much insulin. Some people shout in social media without understanding anything. But if you read the studies where they actually measured, when you do meal sequencing, eat protein first, then vegetables, then carbohydrate, the insulin spike and blood sugar spike both comes down. So this is the beauty of low carb diet and lowering down carbohydrate. What I'm mentioning is specifically for type 2, not type 1. So type 1 is a different ball game altogether, where they require appropriate insulin dose even for proteins they take. So I'm mentioning on type 2 diabetes only. I hope things are clear in this.
Right. I have a question for Siddesh here. If someone with diabetes or obesity who has never exercised regularly or never exercised before, what is the simplest way to start?
So, the simplest way I would say would be, getting into the habit of doing any kind of activity. So initially for the first month is to get up at, to set a time and do any kind of activity. It can be as simple as walking. So for the first month, for example, you set a time at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. the alarm rings, and you just have to do something. So you go for a walk. You take a 15 minutes, 20 minutes, or half an hour walk. You increase it, week by week, and after that, you can buy some resistance bands and a couple of pair of dumbbells, and start in that time period. Start doing some resistance training with the resistance band and the dumbbells, and you can continue with your walk, and you can gradually increase the timing. So for example, initially you have set the time to half an hour, so from 6 to 6:30 you will be doing any kind of activity. Gradually increase it by 15 minutes, then by an hour. So what happens, this is that now you have set an habit. Now your body is acclimatized to working out and doing any kind of activity in that given period. And again, we don't have to do anything intense. If you if you take a consultation from a certified coach, he'll be able to guide you how to progress, and how to which exercise to do, which exercises to avoid, and this will help ensure adherence, and you will be able to sustain it long term. You don't have to do anything intense. So basically what people fear is that weight training means intense training, and they will get sore and everything, but it is not the case. In fact, if you start resistance training, weight training regularly, you will see that your energy levels have spiked. And initially for the first week you might feel sore, but when the first week ends, the soreness will reduce and your energy levels will be as if you have aged back 10-20 years. So that is the beauty of resistance training and weight training and exercising. So for anyone who has not exercised before, who is facing, who has just diagnosed with diabetes or is obese, this is the simplest thing that he or she can follow.
Absolutely.
There was
Thank you
one
so much.
question from the YouTube I saw. Someone has asked that, do pancreatic beta cell recover or regenerate for a person with long history of diabetes, 30 years, and insulin dependent? See, it is very less likely it's going to happen, because there are no major studies supporting this. We have seen some sort of recovery in some people with early diabetes. Small, I've seen personally that someone using sulfonylurea had certain C-peptide, and then off sulfonylurea C-peptide was similar, which shows that in that 3-6 months his generation is possibly has improved, but we cannot really say. But as of now, there are no data to support that this can happen. So it is very unlikely. But what can happen is low carbohydrate diet can reduce the amount of insulin taken, which is for sure. So I hope this answers the question for that person. Yeah, Michelle.
Yeah. Sanjeev, my question is for you. So, someone has asked that if I have diabetes and I want to replace sugar, but artificial sweeteners don't taste that great. So, which sweeteners are reasonable choice and which are the ones you would advise we should not have because there's so much information out there?
Yeah. Hi, Michelle. I mean, as a diabetic, sugar, yeah, take it out. Don't eat anything sweet, whatever. That's the standard advice. There are many sweeteners available that are generally safe, Diet Coke and things like that in moderation, but they're high intensity. So the things that you want to make ice cream with, the things you want to make kulfi with need bulk. And so you need a sugar that will actually dissolve and make ice cream or anything. And allulose is one of the few that can actually do that. But even erythritol can work, even though it has some negative data around it. But the idea is to sort of build a better dessert that satisfies you. And with allulose, you can have your ice cream for breakfast, literally. A protein ice cream breakfast without a problem. But it's up to you how you make it. And yeah, these products are not easily available, but they're very easy to make at home.
I think let me add to this that there are the few sweeteners which can very safely use are allulose, stevia, monk fruit extract. I think these are the ones which are currently the hot favorite because every other sweetener seems to have some or the other controversy. While they may
But
not be really real, but we want to stick to the safer ones. Allulose, monk fruit sweetener extract, and stevia seems to be correct. Yeah, Mr. Sanjeev.
yeah, Mr. Shashi, hi. By the way, great job you guys have been doing. I have to say, I was just overwhelmed with whatever information you've been giving. Fantastic, all of you. Just on monk fruit, it's interesting. There aren't that many approvals for monk fruit in India, but it's coming in everywhere. And it's a bit peculiar what's going on. And so it's something to watch out for because we've seen some monk fruit that is sucralose, which is almost similar tasting. So something to watch out for, I would say, in the future. I think FSI really needs to get its act together with some of these things.
Thank you.
But yeah, monk fruit is a great, product to use. It's safe, it's natural. These are the things that nature produces. Even allulose is made by figs, and then it's made from corn. Simple enzymatic reaction. So it exists in nature, and this is what we humans can master, and then we use it to master our own cravings. And even like people I've read about that fail on ketogenic diets, satiety and, variety of foods. Well, you can become your own Willy Wonka with allulose.
Thank you.
Or
There's one more question.
Haagen-Dazs,
Yeah.
whatever.
Thanks. Thank you, Sanjeev. There's one more question which has come up is someone has just WhatsApp me is it possible to get diabetes remission after 10 to 15 years of diabetes? So this is highly individual. We cannot say. It all depends upon our insulin producing capacity. If someone has messed up with huge number of high level of blood sugar for a long time, then it can certainly would have caused damage and C-peptide insulin production would have come down. It is possible in some cases. It is not possible in some cases. So what you have to do, you have to try. Go low carb, go little the lower ketogenic diet. Take the help of your doctor to adjust the medication. Slowly come off. But this is a long-term process. It's not going to be short-term. It's not that you go for 2 months, 3 months, and then get. For some people, it might take 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or even 12 months. Depends upon how strictly and how consistently you do. It is possible in some cases, it may not be possible in some cases. But what is possible is improve the control, number one, reduce the amount of medication. So the medication burden will reduce and control can improve. So these two things. That said, I have known cases of 15, 20 years also coming off all medication. And I have even known certain cases where diagnosed diabetes was just 2, 3, 4 years prior. But it appears that already they seem to have an insulin deficiency and their C-peptide is already low. So they may need low carb plus a smaller dose of medication. So it is highly individual. Another question which has come is typically what do we eat when it comes to low carb. So, someone has also messaged that what should I do? What should I have for breakfast? So, Ashish, what do you think on the low carb and keto spectrum both? What could be few choices of breakfast?
Sure. See, most of our breakfasts begin with a sweet cup of tea, and you have poha or you have upma. Sometimes, when there is a festive season, you get a lot of jalebis and fafdas and all that. Uh, for somebody who is beginning absolutely new and who has no idea, he can do a small transition. And for example, there are simple recipes with sprouted moong. You can make a breadless sandwich, add some paneer into it to add some protein. Otherwise, you can something as simple as using a gram flour, that is besan chilla, and then grate some vegetables or sprouted moong on top of it, and then having it a bit of curd, hung curd, and that will ensure that the beginning of the day, the start of the day, is very high in protein. And for those people who are used to having a sweet cup of tea or a coffee or something of that sort, you can add some heavy cream to it, and as Sanjeev rightly said, you can add some allulose or monk fruit or stevia, and that drastically brings down the carb load during the initial first, because you fasted overnight, and then it completely prevents your blood sugar from shooting up. There are
So
tons and tons of recipes which are available in the internet, on YouTube and all that. So once you get the hang of it, once you're conscious about you want this particular thing to come down, you want your blood sugar to come down, it'll guide you in the right direction. You just have to be aware about your macros.
And I think one of the simplest breakfasts for those who can eat are eggs. It makes life very simple. And I'm sure
yes,
that you have at least tons of recipes on this, but we don't even need to know, frankly.
lots and lots of them are
We
there.
know we can eat eggs in different form, either boiled or as an omelette or as a bhurji, scrambled egg, or as poached egg, water poached egg, if you can make. I think this becomes one of the easiest one. A lot of
And
stuff is now
I'm not
available.
sure. Sorry, I'm not sure whether most people are aware, but a combination of eggs blended with paneer adds up and ramps up the protein. Because for some people who say that I don't want to eat more than 2 eggs or 3 eggs, just add 100 grams of protein, blend it together, and you can just make an equal omelette. And then all of a sudden, you find that the protein has gone up from 18 grams to 30 grams.
What could be some of the other small items which are low carb that can be had in breakfast, according to you?
One of them is sometimes you can have Greek yogurt, which is filled with some seeds and nuts. That is enough. I mean, it does appear as if it is limiting. It is very small in quantity. You have it, it is completely satiating. Then you have, as I rightly said, the besan chilla is there, egg omelette is there, then sprouts moong sandwich is there. I'm a Gujarati. I love my dhoklas. So what I do is I add paneer. Paneer is such a versatile dish that people often think of it only in terms of paneer tikka or paneer makhanwala or paneer burji. But I add paneer to my besan dhokla without changing the taste, without changing the texture, and I don't even realize paneer is there inside it. Then I'm sure you eat a lot of idlis. There is one recipe which is curated by you. You mix coconut flour and paneer and make very flavorful idlis. Have it with some coconut chutney. So there are lots and lots of options which you can explore.
I think there are very, very simple ones also. For example, just have some avocado, which is now available in most of the big cities
Absolutely,
through these apps. Ones which was available for 500, 600 rupees is now available for 60, 70 rupees. For those who can afford, I mean, 60, 70, I'm not telling it is cheaper, but there are many people who can afford this. It become very easy, just throw in some avocado, Greek yogurt. You can make Greek yogurt at home now. You don't need to buy outside also.
You
We get
can
a lot
make
of nice.
guacamole out of it.
You can just scoop and eat. We have nuts.
Yes.
Even
I
if you have
usually
these
do
three.
one thing when I come from my workout. I add a scoop of unflavored whey protein, add half an avocado to it. I add some nuts and all that. I blend it together, and I find that it is very, very helpful. I don't need to eat any breakfast after that.
Great. Michelle, you have any question?
Yeah, so because we are on this unflavored whey topic, there was a question which said that, I can't eat paneer all the. This is the biggest issue, I think, is variety. with vegetarians, right? Because there's only so much paneer you can eat in a day, right? So this unflavored way, and are there other whey options, that can be added? Do you guys use whey a lot? I mean, of course, Siddesh and I are using, but in terms of y'all, for diabetics, like what is it?
See, before Ashish will give a lot of ideas on how to use whey. Personally, for me, for people with diabetes, I always recommend having whey post meal. Please don't have it in empty stomach. For some people, the blood sugar can go up. It is not that whey is converted, but because of action of glucagon and highly insulin resistant people. So always add it post meal. It doesn't make any difference, because I also have whey, even though I don't exercise, but I am a vegetarian who take eggs, but I take whey most of the days post meal. And my blood sugar is not only low, but even my insulin is low. So my insulin is probably around 15 units or so. What I not injected insulin, when I measure postprandial insulin after 2 hours, it's just around 15. So for me, it doesn't spike, and having post meal is best. Yeah, Ashish, you want to say something? And then
Yes,
Siddesh can also add.
yeah, I'll just elaborate a bit more on paneer. See, paneer, after all, is a form of a dairy product. So when we move out of the realm of paneer, and then when we focus more on dairy products, there are a lot of things in terms of milk derivatives which we can use, and we don't get bored of it. For example, you prepare curd, you strain out the whey out of it, you prepare hung curd, and there is a lot you can do with hung curd. Of course, paneer is there, then whey protein is there. You can I'll just give you a couple of practical examples. We just had an example of breakfast. Now for lunch on for dinner, we usually, most of our lunches or dinners, we reserve and most of our vegetables include potatoes. So what we can do is we can eliminate potatoes entirely, and while making things like you can have paneer bhurji, which is there, or you can incorporate it into the vegetables in the form of palak paneer, or you can blend it, because our Indian kitchen has got such a huge plethora of spices that paneer can just be, it can be blended into many forms. Matar paneer, palak paneer is there, paneer bhurji is there. Like for example, if I'm preparing pav bhaji, I eliminate the bread part of it. On my bhaji, I sprinkle paneer. I can make cheese out of that, a cheese spread out of that, a cheese slice out of that. I can melt the paneer and make it in a healthy dip. So there are various simple ways, and all these are not complicated at all. They just take 5 minutes to 10 minutes to prepare, and all of a sudden we find that there is a huge amount. Like for example, in whey protein, people usually associate whey protein with something sweet. It's either a chiku flavor, or a chocolate flavor, or a mocha flavor. What I usually do is, now with the availability of high protein milk available so easily, with my whey protein, I just add a bit of the skim, the Provilac high protein milk, and I am able to get, and I add some saffron strands to it, and all of a sudden I get a saffron infused milk. Sometimes when I'm in a mood of having something salty, I just add some curd to the whey protein, add a bit of chili, pasted chili, and then I add some salt and jeera, and I have buttermilk. So a normal buttermilk suddenly becomes a protein-rich buttermilk. So essence of having paneer or a milk-based derivative is to enhance the protein content. And once your protein requirement is fulfilled, once it is there, automatically the carb craving will go down, and we will find our energy levels being steady throughout the day.
Thank you, Ashish. So there's a question. Acha, before I come to you, Siddhi, there's a question. I just want to address the person on YouTube has just asked me about that. Can they regenerate the C peptide? So with that, which you answered. So the person is asking, how do we motivate? See, motivation is something. It is something you have to do. So you can tell the person that try it for some time. Okay, try it for 1 month, 2 month, and when they try, they will see actually the insulin dose comes down. But the catch here is you will have to work with the coach who knows this, and you will have to work with your doctor, because your doctor will decide the insulin dosage reduction. So without that, it cannot happen. So even if you want to try, find out someone who can help you with low carb, tie up with the doctor so that multiple days reading can be given to doctor and then the dose reduction can be done. It certainly can be done. Try it for 1 month, 2 month, dose reduction will be there. If the person is motivated, can stay. If the person is not motivated, they can go back to eating the earlier meals and then the earlier insulin also. So I hope that answers. Siddesh, the another question which has someone WhatsApp to me is, what are the strategies we can do for a person who has diabetes to improve blood sugar control via various forms of exercise?
So basically, what we have seen, and we have ample of evidence for this, is that resistance training is the best, is one of the effective modalities to control blood sugar levels. Because when you exercise, your muscles soak up the extra glucose that is lying around in our blood, and it is insulin, the transport by which the blood glucose goes to the muscles while you're exercising is insulin independent. So your blood sugar, your cells actually utilize your blood sugar without the need of insulin. So for insulin resistant individuals and people who have blood sugar issues, this is a plus point. So if a diabetic or a person who is insulin resistant, if he or she does, even if they give 30 to 45 minutes to resistance training, they will have a much better blood sugar control throughout the day. And also, I would encourage everyone to walk post meals, or throughout the day, if they can take out some time, or not even it's not necessary to dedicate a separate time for this. They can take their meetings, their call while walking. They can slightly reduce their usage of Zomato and Blinkit and Zepto. And for some reason they can go and bring some of the groceries by themselves. Make it a habit, so that the total number of steps they take increase throughout the day, and this will definitely help them a lot to reduce their blood sugar levels and have a better blood sugar control.
I think some other thing we can also add on to this is the exercising the soleus muscle. So which we can
Soleus muscle, yes.
while we can do while sitting, and even while standing,
Yes.
we can just raise our toes and
Yes.
do the soleus
So
push-up.
yeah.
Another is,
Yes.
those who can, those that the joints are supporting, they can climb stairs. So even if you
Yes.
climb some 4, 5, 6 stairs, if your joints are supporting, there is a caveat here. If it is
Yeah.
supporting, even after post meal, if you do, it's going to help you control your blood sugars very nicely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's one more question for Sanjeev.
Yeah.
Is there any studies to say the safe dose of allulose? One, and is there some other benefits of taking allulose other than just being a sweetener? Does it have positive, negative impact?
Well, I mean, it has 20 years use in Japan as a regular ingredient, but studies have repeatedly shown, and I've done myself, where a 10-gram dose in an oral glucose tolerance test, which is a replica of a BMJ diabetes study, reduced my postprandial glucose by about 35%, and about 40% of my insulin excursion. In the first 20 minutes is when your body secretes the most insulin when you are eating. So that seems to have a very positive effect. And it bulks in a recipe. So you were talking about like paneer recipes. So something like, I mean, chena poda. I mean, I never had it. Okay. So, but like that's a dessert. Okay. Which is a baked cheese. And you can turn that into a decent, nice little fatty treat with paneer. I mean, there's so many things you can do with allulose that you can't do with others. And make your diet much varied and much more satiating, and you can push your fat level that you require to the limit, so that you are in balance according to what you need. It's just a very flexible ingredient to widen your pleasure of and success of doing a diet like this. That's what I found as well personally. Try and make an ice cream with erythritol and it turns into a block of ice.
Have you also seen the positive effect on insulin release post having allulose?
I've never seen a study to say the opposite. And there's many from China, from Japan, from Korea, and in the presence of sugars, and other carbs, it definitely has a GLP-1 type effect. In fact, there's a trial which is underway now called LISA, which is a small trial in America, but it's a long-term one, and it's examining this, GLP-1. I mean, it's a dessert at the end. It's a better dessert, but it has these positive little, features that you keep finding out, and it's very benign and it's very useful. And you wonder why plants make it themselves.
Is there any negative downtrend for it? Does it cause any gastric upset issues and all for some?
The studies that people rely on are done on empty stomach on a high dose to test the absolute limit. So there was a study done in Italy for Australia where they did it on children in a food matrix, and nobody had any problems. So it's very food matrix dependent, and your stomach will tell you very quickly. But usually you don't want to cross 10 grams per serving. That's my sort of estimation as a good sort of benchmark.
I think allulose does form a good bulking agent. When I make chocolate at home, earlier I used to use erythritol. Now I don't use. I now use allulose to bulk it up a bit and then add a bit of stevia monk fruit to have little more sweetness. I find that this works very well.
Yeah, and also ice cream, you can make at home. Fat, fat bombs, is for ketogenic or anybody looking for like a quick little dessert. 4 ingredients, blend it together: peanut butter, coconut oil, allulose, unsweetened cocoa. Put it in a freezer tray, and you've got a treat for the next few days. And whenever you get a craving, you have one of those, and you've hit some of your fat macros for the day as well, in a little small bite size. Shrikant, you can turn it from a sugar bomb to a fat bomb, really healthy, quite reasonably good dessert, for that matter. These things are possible now in the 21st century. They weren't before, but they are now.
So someone has also mentioned that, whether we can, whether we can do low carb for some time and reverse it totally. Now, what I want to tell you is no, this is not a 3 months, 6 months, 9 months course that you can do something, get it to normal level and go back to eating. No, once you're lost means it is lost. So I am at 10-year type 2 diabetes in remission. Even today, if I eat a high carb meal, my blood sugar shoots up. For example, some deviation happens during some occasion. If I'm attending a wedding or some event or some religious function where I'm forced to eat something, blood sugar shoots up. For me, it's okay. I don't cheat. It is just a deviation. So even today, I have not regained that complete control. Maybe it doesn't spike much because I've been in control for 10 years, doesn't spike much, but it does go up. So low carb or ketogenic or carnivore, whatever you're following for type 2 diabetes, if it has worked, it has to be done lifetime. You can never recover. So it is not a course that you can do and go back and eating all those junk again. Not possible. So do it. If I can do it as a lacto-vegetarian, I think everyone can do it. And I have documented everything. I have this 10-year data, including safety studies and all. So multiple studies on lab reports and all I already have. So I have studied myself very well, and it is possible to maintain a absolute normal level HbA1c 5.2 for 10 years, provided you follow low carbohydrate diet and a carbohydrate threshold of what your body can tolerate. And what is your goal? If your goal is ketogenic, then less than 30 grams. If you are okay with 100 grams of carbohydrate, non-ketogenic state, you can tolerate, then you can have anything between 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 100, 120, 130 also. In fact, the liberal low carb is said to be on the top range is 130 grams. As per the study published in Nutrients, I think by Nina Teicholz, the myths and misconceptions on low carbohydrate. So you can go up to 130 gram also, depending upon what your tolerance is. Some can be more, some can be less. Yeah. Michelle, you have any question?
So I think we only have 3 minutes left. So
Well,
just quickly, so Siddesh, one for you is that which one was this? Huh. So which is the best if you have to rate walking, cardio, or strength training?
Okay, so basically, I wouldn't choose anyone because all these all these three activities have different functions and different outcomes. So basically, walking, as we all know, is good for blood sugar control, and it is a very low intensity and low effort way of getting any activity in. So that works for many people. Cardio, as you know, it is important for your cardiovascular health, and weight training, as it is established, it is, it is great for blood sugar control and metabolic health, and it has many benefits. So uh, one must typically include all these three in a day. Maybe you do resistance training thrice a week, walk regularly, and do cardio sessions twice a week. You can play your favorite sport, or even if you enjoy running, do that cycling. So you can, include all of these in this kind of a split that I mentioned.
Excellent. Ashish, this one is for you. I love rice, at least some quantity I would want to have. So this person is saying any replacement or substitute for that?
Yes, you will be surprised, Michelle, when you cauliflower is one of the most wonderful products, and when you steam and steam it to a particular level where it just becomes soft, and then you using again the Indian spices, you can make wonderful dishes with it. You can pair it with anything. You can make a fried rice out of it. I've added biryani masala, and I've made paneer biryani with it. I've made egg fried rice with it. So you can do, make cauliflower. Say you can do a lot of things. For those people for whom rice occasionally, if they say that no, I want to eat at least once in a week, the most safest way to do it would be to first take unpolished rice. This is again for a very rare occasion. Instead of polished rice, while the carb content in both is almost the same, the unpolished rice ensures that the gastric emptying is very, very, very less. And instead of cooking it in a pressure cooker, you just put it in a boil mode, and then just like how traditionally it used to be done, and then just pour away all the starch, so that the effect on blood sugar is very, very less. Pair it with a good amount of protein, and this is how you can do your hacks.
Thank you.
Excellent.
I think time is up. So thank you very much. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Ashish.
Thank you, everybody.
Sanjeev.
Thank you,
Siddesh.
everybody.
Siddesh. And I'm sure that we are there are still a lot of questions in YouTube. I think I will address them individually later on. So plus from other channels, people are also messaging me. So we will have some of this discussion later. Maybe one day we all can join for a podcast and address a lot of questions from the public.
Sure.
So thank you very much, and we
Thank
will all
you.
connect again.
Thank you, everyone.
Shashi,
Please
Michelle,
get
God bless.
Sandesh and Jasmeet in. Please get me also in. Add spotlight. Okay, yeah. So I'm here. Yeah, so welcome again, Sandesh and Jasmeet. So we had a very interesting session earlier on the other day on the gut health, but there were so many questions. We are not finished most of the questions which were there. So let us go back one by one. Okay. So someone has said that he or she has acid reflux or GERD. This is on supplement. Can they take betaine hydrochloride or apple cider vinegar to improve digestion? So, Sandesh, can you explain on this?
Answer is yes and no. It depends on case to case basis. There are The first thing I do, so it is more real for the audience, the first thing I do is if a client is really insisting on betaine HCl or apple cider vinegar, I ask them to take some lemon water, half a squeeze lemon, water and salt in the morning, empty stomach. And the reason I do that is to check if there is any gastric irritation. I think we will talk about gastritis later, but if your mucosal lining is irritated, the full gut lining is made of mucosa, which protects from the acid barrier. But if it is irritated or thinned, you will get a burning sensation with lemon water. If they say, yeah, I'm good with lemon water, and they're really hell-bent on, trying something, I would say, yes, go ahead and take apple cider vinegar before meal, 1 tablespoon with little salt, 100 ml water, and drink it. Make sure you rinse your mouth because it will impact the enamel. It is very acidic. And yeah, they felt better. Yeah, I mean, we can go for betaine HCl as well. Now, again, just so let you know that these are symptom management. Instead of a drug, we are trying to use food and nutrients here, but we still need to find the root cause of the acid reflux, slash GERD. And there are multiple root causes. One is a low stomach acid, which is actually much lesser seen. But there are cases of more around stress, definitely causes low stomach acid and GERD. Big meals, large meals can cause that. Pregnancy can cause that due to the pressure on the LES valve. Overweight, obesity can cause the same, right? Hypervigilance. There are a lot of people who have a lot of anxiety, fidgety nature, right? This is something you will see correlated with GERD as well. So we will have to look at the root cause, but yes, symptomatically, these are some things they can try if they pass the lemon water test.
So, Jasmeet, what about the role of digestive enzyme? Are they useful?
Definitely to some extent. In my practice, I haven't recommended, I think, except one of my client that I'll discuss why in that case she needed digestive enzymes. The first thing is people should understand why they need enzymes and how the enzymes are actually helping. In the last session, I mentioned like first set the environment if you want to improve your digestive system. Basically, what these enzymes are doing, these enzymes are actually helping you break down the food that you are eating into the absorbable form. So when I talk about absorbable form means when you are eating carbohydrates, it has to be converted to glucose. When you are eating protein, it has to be converted to amino acids. Amino acids can be utilized by your body. And when you have fat, you need fatty acids. So it's a job of your digestive system to give you the absorbable form of nutrients. Now, if you are feeling bloating and all, like people feel like maybe I need enzymes, it means you don't have those cutters which cut the bonds of that big molecules and not giving you that small molecules, glucose, amino acids, and fatty acids. You can take, but it's very difficult to replace the enzymes which are being formed in your gut in that coordinated way. Coordinated way in the sense when you eat the food in your mouth, you have amylase, you have lipase. In your stomach, you have pepsin. And when the food reaches the small intestine, your pancreas are releasing lipase, protease, and at the same time, gallbladder first releases the bile to emulsify the fat. The thing is, these supplements can help, but it cannot replace. In the sense, first you work on the foundation to improve and see why your digestive system is not able to produce these enzymes. Could be the nutrient deficiencies, could be because you haven't eat protein from the last 10 years and now you have started eating protein. Let your gut adapt to that, the dietary changes. Okay. So as Sandesh mentioned, like you don't have that mucus layer. If you don't have mucus layer, your gut your cells which produces stomach acid, they know this person doesn't have mucus. So I don't have to produce acid, otherwise it will cause gastritis. So it's about the foundation. If you are working on the foundation, your digestive system in itself produce all these enzymes. And let me discuss with you one case in which I have to recommend these enzymes because that lady, she's an actor, she's a singer. She's all the time like she's in that that hypervigilant state, like she's performing so many things at the same time, different roles. So sometimes she have to eat on the sets while driving, while discussing the scripts. So when I ask her to calm down and get to that rest and digest mode, it becomes really difficult for her. So I suggested her those enzymes and it really helped her. But when she's at home, she don't need enzymes. So it's about like first set the environment, see what you are eating, and your gut is ready to digest the food.
Thanks. I'm just getting in Michelle also. Okay. Michelle, you can ask the next question.
Sure. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe Jasmeet, you can take this. Why does whey protein cause discomfort in some people?
Yeah. So whey protein becomes very important for us, for our vegetarian clients, because they have to meet their protein target. And if you see, like when the people, they don't tolerate the whey, you just look at their history. You just see they are not, their gut has not adapted to that high protein intake in a single meal. Sometimes it's like amino acid overload for their gut, but they are able to eat meals slowly. You know that when we switch from a high carb to low carb, we have to add or gradually add the protein intake. Definitely, if they are able to digest a heavy protein meal diet, but they are not able to digest whey, that is also different. In the way, when you're eating a whole food, it has to pass all that process of stomach acid digestion. It takes some time. It's a slow process. Slowly the amino acids are released and then they get to the initial part of the small intestine and they are absorbed slowly. But when we have a whey, definitely it's like an overload for the gut because the gut has not yet adapted. So this is what I actually see in the people, and this is what my aspect of diagnosing. So it's like you just start with maybe the 1/4 of the scoop, then you go to the half scoop, and then you can go to the full scoop. And it's always better if you can have it along with the meal. If you eat with the like empty stomach, definitely it's like an overload. Okay, it's like all the amino acids, they are like small intestine. Even your immune system can become reactive, if you're not used to. Your immune system may think like something is coming, it can be damaging for the gut. Okay, it can react. So it's always individualized.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Sandesh, someone has asked, I have gastritis diagnosed on an endoscopy. What does that actually mean? Is there a diet or are there supplements that can help the stomach heal?
Right. So gastritis is inflammation of our stomach lining. Right from our mouth, we have a lot of fluids, digestive enzymes, mucosal layer, all of that. But if you look at the stomach, there are 3 compartments in the stomach. I'll just call it upper, mid, lower for now. And gastritis basically means that the mucosal layer has thinned or is absent, depending on the severity of the case. Now, why has that happened is what we need to find out. But because the question is specifically around supplements, I'll address that first. Now, when the lining is really thin, when you eat, or even when hunger starts coming in, gastric acid gets secreted, right? And that is basically stomach acid, which is lead acid battery pH 1 to 2. And that burns the underlying skin in the stomach because the mucosal layer is lost. Now, when you go to endoscopy, you will see the finding as gastritis. You may see 2 things: gastritis without H. pylori, gastritis with H. pylori. And a lot of evidence actually says most gastritis will have H. pylori associated with it. And some may not be associated. H. pylori may be negative and gastritis is positive, right? Now, to the question on what people can do, right? If it's an H. pylori infection, and Jasmeet has a lot more knowledge on this than me, we would do a much different protocol. But let's say it's a gastritis with H. pylori negative. The first thing is not supplement, guys. The first thing is you need to let the mucosal lining heal, right?
And that's the case where you should leave behind citrus fruits away. Why? Because citrus fruits pH is lower. It will stimulate the gastric acid even more, right? So your goal temporarily is to make sure the stomach is not producing enough acid for a healing purpose. Now, how do you do that? The way you do that, at least in my practice, I do a low pH diet, and it is temporary so that the body can heal itself. So in a low pH diet, you don't need so much gastric secretion. So you're not continuously stimulating that, impaired mucus layer. And then you add some things in the food in the low pH diet. So it's in the low pH diet, what we would do is remove citrus fruits, highly acidic, remove coffee, remove caffeine, remove tea, maybe red meat temporarily because the pH is lower, so there is more gastric stimulation. But long term, this will cause you deficiencies. So you need a trained practitioner to do that. So once you do a low pH diet, generally we've seen that the client improves, and the symptoms will tell you that. You can come to supplements. I'll talk about a few supplements, but again, please exercise caution, as you think of supplements. So one of the very popular one is called zinc L-carnosine. It's one of the most studied nutraceutical for gastric mucosal injury correction. And there is a lot of human evidence that is there, although not enough to call it like a definitive gastritis treatment. I think we need to still go through the diet, right? Definitely there will be, your gastroenterologist may also work with you on that. The second one that is pretty well known and used is called DGL, D-glyceride licorice. It's again a mucosal protection. So all the supplements are here for protecting the mucosa so it heals, and it heals. Now, you would see that a lot of times acid reflux, you take a PAN-D, which is a PPI, and you get better after 2 weeks. Why? Because you have suppressed the acid. That suppression has given the time to heal, and then you are fine. Of course, if you keep your same lifestyle practices, it will return, just like diabetes remission through diet. So those are the two. Then there are a few others. There's sulforaphane, which comes from broccoli sprout. It has been indicated in H. pylori quite a bit. There is mastic gum. There is glutamine, which is basically the food for your enterocyte, the cell wall of your digestive tract. So there are a host of supplements, but I see that as a 10%. The diet and your lifestyle changes will be the 90% to take.
Excellent. So, Jasmeet, because we are on this subject, can you, explain when H. pylori is positive? Because Sandesh has already covered the negative, so I just thought, we'll link it. Am I audible? Is Jasmeet audible to you?
She's back.
So it's the first thing is why, if you see like somebody is having H. pylori, they get it very frequently. They take the antibiotics, after a few months, again, they have H. pylori. This is what I see. Generally, this is what people even complain. Like they take, very frequently the antibiotics for the H. pylori. Now, why they have H. pylori? The thing is like, as Sandesh mentioned, gastritis, how they both are actually related. The gastritis in itself is a condition when you have low stomach acid. Okay, if you have low stomach acid, or I would say it's in a practical way, you are not eating protein. If you are not eating protein, you won't have enough stomach acid. And if you don't have enough stomach acid, you don't actually need mucus. See, why you have mucus? Mucus is there to prevent you from that stomach acid. So it's a job of the gut lining to produce the mucus, so that stomach acid can come and you can digest protein. Now, what is happening? You are not eating protein. You don't need stomach acid. You don't need mucus. So this whole process, okay? So now what happened? Now, like if you eat, now the stomach acid is there, not just to digest the protein. Stomach acid is like, line of defense of our body. It's like anything bad goes to your body, any bacteria, anything, and you don't have that defense mechanism. People just believe like stomach acid is there just to digest the food. It is there to prevent you from what? From any kind of bacteria that goes in our food. Maybe like we are taking in, like by breathing, people are mouth breather, they are all the time taking in bacteria as well. Okay, like that goes directly to your stomach. And when you don't have that stomach acid, your wall is also like most of the time it is open. Okay, so people believe that they can replace all these things with the enzymes, bile, the bile, TODCA, and all these things, betaine, HCl, and I don't even, because they don't understand what is actually happening inside the gut. That is why they are looking for the replacement. Now, that is why H. pylori is so common, because they don't eat protein, they don't have the mucus, and H. pylori can only survive if the environment is non-acidic. Okay, if you have enough acid, H. pylori can't even survive. So actually you are creating an environment inside your gut so that these bacteria come and dance and thrive over there eating your own food. So that is how it's all happening.
Yeah, and just to add, B12 deficiency, look for H. pylori infection. Iron deficiency,
nutrients.
Look for H. pylori infection. Because you may supplement B12, supplement iron, and then you stop the supplement, thinking that your serum levels are all good. It will start dropping down, because like Jasmeet mentioned, the root was the bacteria, to which the root itself was the environment, which was largely a lack of protein diet. The other thing I would like to mention is salt. I spoke earlier also. This low salt fad has wrecked our gut. Our body makes about 3 liters of hydrochloric acid. So think about how much salt we are deprived of. We need to add salt.
Hydration is important.
There you
Because
go.
your
So
mucus
hydration
layer
is
needs
very
a lot
important.
of water.
Right. So, Jasmeet, what is the diet now that you've said that it is a lack of protein, right? So, just by increasing protein, will it get better, or because we do have some questions around supplements as well now, because you are on this topic and you've mentioned a few. What are the changes that they can do in their diet? Is it cutting out carbohydrates, adding more fiber? Like how is it?
Definitely, because in the last session also we discussed how one can improve their digestive health. It's first to set the foundation. It's about nutrients, because your gut cells need nutrients. Nutrients for what? For gut, for the food to move, you have to have good gut motility, and for that you should have healthy gut cells. Your muscles, gut is also gut cells. It's also a muscle actually. The muscle has to move. That is why that peristalsis movement. It's actually, people think that they are eating and it's like, the gravitational force which is pulling it. No, it's not the gravitational force. It's the muscle actually, it's moving, and that's why your food is moving. If your muscle is not moving, food is not moving at all. So you need a healthy muscle, gut muscle. For that, you need protein, you know that. And then you need the cells, the parietal cells, all the cells which produces the digestive juices, they need nutrients. So that's definitely food is a priority. But now, then how you eat is also, that is another aspect. Like when you are eating, see, these enzymes, this stomach acid is not there all the time. How do you know? If you wake up in the morning and when you brush your teeth, you do that gag reflex, something like that. So you never feel that acid coming out. You don't feel that acid in your mouth. And now you have your meal, and after that meal, you just do that kind of thing, that gag reflex. You will feel that acid in your mouth. So it means acid was not there in the morning. Acid is when you are eating. The digestive juices are present while you are eating. It's not there 24 hours. So how does your gut knows that you are eating? If your gut doesn't know that you are eating, do you think that your gut will produce the stomach acid? Your gut will produce the digestive juices? Because when the gut is functioning while you are eating, more blood has to be flushed towards your digestive system. At that time, digestion is a priority. At that time, having a controversial talk or, fighting or running is not the priority of the body. It means, because at that time, when you are in a fight or flight mode, where the blood will flow towards your peripheral muscles, it's not towards your gut muscle. So first set that priority in your mind. At least your mind knows that you are now eating. So all these digestive juices are being produced. Now, definitely the gut will be healthy. Definitely food is along with that. It's a priority.
Excellent. Now, this is something that I had asked Dr. Ankur Verma also, and I'm going to ask you. Social media. Okay, so two things. One is Isabgol. Okay, everyone is having Isabgol, and there are these some miraculous benefits, that you get to see on Instagram. What's the role? Does everyone need it? And then the whole concept, which now says that fiber is the new protein, right? So everyone spoke about protein. Now everything has protein. And now there's this whole concept which says fiber is the new protein. Now everything has fiber, and everyone needs to eat a lot of fiber. So, and I think, Isabgol getting so famous is also, like, how do I easily get my fiber? I think it's coming from that space. So to both of y'all, and both of y'all can answer.
Go ahead, Jasmine.
No, you explain.
Okay, fiber is very much talked about, especially in the realm of constipation. And now I also have, a perimenopausal woman talking about 30-gram fiber requirement. That's another area. And then the third one is, general health. I want, more fiber. To my experience, fiber is a very individualized nutrient. It depends on the person. So you will have one phenotype who does really well with fiber, and that's great. And there's another phenotype who really has a lot of bloating, gas distension with fiber. Now, of course, there are probably reasons why that bloating, gas distension is happening. We'll not get into that conversation. But for me, it is very individualized. So I am currently working with a Crohn's patient in partnership with a gastroenterologist. If you ask a Crohn's patient who's a lacto-ovo vegetarian, say eat more fiber, when their colonoscopy has also already told there is lesions and strictures, you're only going to worsen the problem, because the fiber is going to further worsen the gastrointestinal tract. It's very similar to that analogy we talked about, the traffic jam. Will you add more cars? So in the Crohn's case, even in ulcerative colitis case, and you would have heard that in the carnivore diet, you see miraculous changes, improvements in patients and clients when they do a 100% carnivore diet. Why? Because you're removing fiber, which is the number one obstruction in the healing process. Now, on the other side, you also will find cases where fiber works really well. So I'll give you one example. I've been working with a patient, client referred again by a gastroenterologist, post a SIBO breath test, small intestine bacterial overgrowth. And the type of issue there is excess hydrogen. So excess hydrogen causes bloating, just like excess methane. But in excess hydrogen, what actually happens is you get more loose stools. Where excess methane, you get constipation. Now, I want to share that in this case, fiber is a death sentence. Again, death sentence. The reason is your carbohydrates, especially the fibers, what we call FODMAPs, fructo oligo mono disaccharides, actually get fermented by the gut, which is in the small intestine, where the bacteria would ferment it. Again, we need to find out why they're in the small intestine versus they should be in the large intestine. So these are cases where fiber is not right. Now, the other third phenotype is somebody who has what we call chronic constipation. Everything else is normal, but chronic constipation, again, constipation, basically they're having difficulty passing bowel movement. It's not like they're not able to pass for 4 or 5 days. Definitely that's not the case. And there are cases where fiber helps, isabgol or the psyllium husk helps. No doubt about that. I think it's individualized, and the gut microbiome, like I said in the earlier conversation, is very complex. It's very bio-individualized, and that's been my experience. So please just don't go and pop isabgol. It may work for you, then great, congratulations. But if it doesn't work for you, it may make matters worse.
Absolutely. So, Jasmeet, can you address the other part? Because, the reason he mentioned perimenopause women, menopause women, I think it's just the algorithm, that I'm 45, it's targeting me. I see so many reels around fiber, that I should have fiber. And especially for women, it is now needed. And post 40, you need it more. As a woman, what's your take on this?
Yeah, for a perimenopausal woman, definitely fiber to some extent becomes important. Why? Because they become estrogen dominance. Okay. And being estrogen dominance, what happens is sorry, just a moment. So being estrogen dominance, it's like somehow they get cellular hypothyroidism. Okay, I don't want to get into detail of that, how they become cellular hypothyroidism. Cellular hypothyroidism, it could slow down your liver function. It can slow down your lung function, your kidney function, and also your gut function. Okay, so now this is because estrogen dominance is causing cellular hypothyroidism. We have to help a woman to get rid of all the excess estrogen. Okay, and that estrogen has to be metabolized through your liver. Okay, and then liver that pack it into your bile, and bile has got all the toxins, like all the excess things from your body, and it has to go through the bile duct, and then it has to go to your gut and then get back out from the back door. That is how the things are happening. Okay, so people say like fiber will help. Maybe fiber can help in the sense to help get rid of all those toxins, because fiber is waste. Okay, fiber has to go to the large intestine. So fiber help carry that excess estrogen, which bile is actually carrying. That is why it can help eliminate it from the body. So that is why they consider for perimenopausal women. That is how it is important. But the first thing is, first you should improve your liver health. You are just taking so much of fiber, it won't help you, because estrogen dominance, it's already happening in your body, and that in itself is due to many reasons. Maybe you are not eating enough protein. Okay, maybe you don't have a good muscle mass. Okay, that could be other reason. Definitely food is a priority, strength training, any kind of exercise, that is activities are important. Now coming to the liver health, how you can improve liver health, that is also important. Why your liver is like, that bile duct, it's why the bile is stagnant, because bile is carrying all those toxins. If your bile is stagnant and you also taking lot of fiber, it's not going to help you. Okay, so the thing is, first you see, like people can recommend fiber, but that can also not help you. So, like I think somebody asked, it may interrupt your fat loss also. Definitely it may interrupt your fat loss, because the liver is not healthy. If you see, most of the ladies, they become insulin resistance after 40. Okay, and their insulin resistance is that bad, even they are going very low carb, still they are insulin resistant. So there are many factors that we have to consider. Fiber, definitely, it becomes important at that part of your age.
Right. Any one of you all can address this. Now, gut health is something, there is a lot of awareness, good. But then there is, lot of supplements and, products that are out there. So, it's going in both directions. Now, for someone who is listening to this conversation and feels that, okay, I may have a gut problem or I may not have a gut problem. I don't know, but I think I do. What are the tests that are available today? Which are the ones that are actually useful, and when should someone test, or when can they simply start changing their diet and lifestyle? Like, who needs a test and who can make some simple changes and figure out that, okay, do you really have a problem or not?
Yeah, so they should start with
Yeah,
that.
so this is a very complicated question. And it's great that there are new tests that are available in the market, but it only adds to the confusion in a already complicated gut topic. This is how I approach. I can share how I approach, so the audience gets an idea of what they can think about, right? So if it is to do with upper GI, anything stomach and above, right? And if you really need to do one, so for example, the gastritis conversation we had, right? I increase protein, I get a burn, right? I stay empty stomach a little time, I get a burn. I can't do fasting, I get a burn, because the stomach acid is coming and hitting the mucosal layer. Please help me what to do, right? Obviously, we would start with a low alkaline diet, some of the supplements, but there are clients who are very objective, and with the GPT and things like that, they do their homework and come to you, and they are willing to get to a little bit more objective way of conversation. And that's when I would say, hey, refer to a gastroenterologist for endoscopy, because it's a visual evidence and a visual test. There's a test called rapid urease test for H. pylori detection, especially if you have gastritis. There's a breath test also for H. pylori. There is an antigen test, although it's not very accurate. So there are a few tests available from an upper GI perspective. I think we are a slightly better position when it comes to upper GI. Now, the most ignored organ is the small intestine, because on the large intestine, you can do colonoscopy. So you can put something on the back door, you can put something on the front door, but the middle door, there is no access. And that's the beauty of the gut, right? Like it really becomes the clinician skill and diagnosis that goes a long way. So when it comes to, let's say, I do work on a lot of autoimmune gut cases. So especially Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, you already have a doctor's diagnosis. As coaches, we don't do the diagnosis. We are not equipped for it. But when we see that, we do see colonoscopy coming in quite popularly, and that does give you some indications, especially if you have a lot of lower abdomen pain, constrictions, a lot of colic issues. The gastroenterologists do colonoscopy and then they refer to the coaches. So we do have some evidence there. When it comes to stool testing, this is the place where India has gone bonkers recently, right? The gut microbiome test. And the challenge is that our gut microbiome literally changes every hour, every day. Maybe it changes to every food that you ate just in your last meal. There is a human gut microbiome project that is actually running from 5 to 6 years. You can look up, online. So I'm not a big fan of stool tests, and they're very expensive, and there is so many dynamic parameters. I would largely go by the symptoms, try a few things. So action orientation is more important in gut healing versus excessive testing, which are largely, not very diagnostic enough for you to think through. And there are a lot of times, like in my own gut health journey, every report was normal, except that I had B12 low and ferritin low, and I was told that everything is in your head, right? And you are an IBS case. And what I realized is 70% of IBS comes from food infections, which you might have got long time back, which eventually comes as the small intestine bacterial overgrowth, right? So collecting the history of the client, some blood work definitely is useful. It will give you a lot of indications. Like Jasmeet said, the liver panel can tell you quite a lot. Your serum electrolytes can tell you a lot. You see the number of blood reports where you see low sodium. Of course, if they are on medication, that's a different matter. But if they are not on medications, low sodium is something that is perennial, right? And then, yes, you can use some of the imaging tests, endoscopy, colonoscopy. Some of them come with, stool culture and sensitivity test. Again, if there is worms, ova, parasites, you can catch it if they have some dysfunction. But usually the doctor has already worked through that. So this is my view on tests. The gut microbiome test is not very advanced unless it is a PCR DNA test. And there are, I don't want to call the company names because I'm not associated with them. There are 1 or 2 in the US that actually do DNA-based PCR tests. And they are pretty accurate, but they cost like a good 30,000-40,000. And eventually, what do you know? Like there's an issue and then you need to work on your lifestyle, right? So you come back to the same environment conversation. But there are people who are very objective clients who want to, really know. And if that's the case, we leave the choice to the client. Just me.
See, this is what he mentioned at the last. That's the point. The thing is, no matter you do that test or not, you have to come back to the foundation. You have to come back to the same things. The treatment doesn't change. So that's why we never recommend our client just to spend 40,000-50,000 just for that kind of test. And microbiome, he already mentioned, it doesn't just change it. It changes with the stress. If you are stressed now, your microbiome is different. After an hour, if like you're jolly, like, you're just laughing and all your microbiome change. So why we should, more work on that, that part, the lower part, and you don't know like what is happening from the mouth to the small intestinal part. It's very important.
Excellent. Jasmeet, this question is related to you. And this came up when I was looking at some of Dr. Pran's work. he spoke about breath and why not breathing deep is kind of affecting the gut and the acid reflux, I think is what he had mentioned. And I have heard you in the last couple of days quite a few times mention about breathing. I think today or yesterday you were speaking to someone.
Dr. Ian is very
Right, right. So can you please share something like what's the relevance and why did you mention that and what's the take?
See how many times you breathe in a day. Every minute you take breaths. How many breaths? 12, 15, maybe if you are a good breather, maybe 7, 8, okay? And how many times do you eat in a day? 3 times?
I eat
Two or three or maybe one?
2, 1.
Okay,
Yeah.
being a fasting coach. And the thing is, see, we are focusing more on eating just 3 times a day, what we are eating and how we are eating. Definitely that is important. But the number of breaths that we are taking each and every minute, 12, 13 breaths each and every minute, we are not focusing in that. So is that not your food? Oxygen is not your food. Can you metabolize your food? Can you utilize your food without oxygen? No. So what is your breathing muscle? This is diaphragm is your breathing muscle. If you are not using your breathing muscle, do you think that you get enough oxygen? And each and see, we go to gym. I just give you different aspects, why breathing is important. I'm not going to tell how diaphragm moves. Everybody knows. They can go to YouTube and find how they have to engage diaphragm. So when you go to gym, you want to, peripheral muscles like, shoulder muscles, bicep, tricep, that is what we do. And what about the internal muscle? How you exercise that? Walking. Even when you are in gym, that time also, if you're breathing right, your liver muscles are also moving. Your gut muscles are also moving. Like you are just, they are also being impacted by these muscle exercise, peripheral muscle exercises. But for that, you have to breathe right. Okay. Every breath that you are taking, it means you are providing right amount of oxygen to each and every cell. So why people after engaging their diaphragm, their acidity just go away? Why? Because now their LES wall, it relaxes when it has to relax. It has to be closed when it has to be closed. Why? Their bile starts to move because bile was thick and bile was not moving because your bile duct, it wasn't showing that movement. Okay. So just before the meal, if you start engaging your diaphragm, it means you're activating your gut muscles. Okay, your gut motility can improve if with each and every breath throughout the day. If you do diaphragmatic breathing, if you engage your diaphragm, that will definitely improve 100%. It will improve your gut motility. 100% it will help you with your constipation. You can take thousands of supplements, still you can have constipation. Why then I see people with 20 years of constipation and it get resolved with 0 supplement? How it is possible? It is possible because the thing is they never worked on the foundation. They are taking laxatives. Still, they have to use suppositories sometimes. Why they need suppositories? What does suppository do? Because something is stuck over there and it's not coming out. Why it's not coming out? Because muscle is not moving. So it's very important for your muscles to move. So diaphragmatic breathing is not just for gut. It's for your metabolic health. It's for your mental health. It's for everything like what we do.
Excellent, excellent. I have 5 minutes, but this question is very important. What is the interplay between autoimmune diseases and gut health? How much do we actually know? What can someone practically do to support their gut if they have autoimmune conditions?
You can take Sandesh.
Yeah, so this one is, I think we had one of our guests talking about the increase in autoimmunity in the last few decades, so maybe couple or more decades, right? I'll talk a little bit from as a metabolic health coach, right? We are using food as medicine. So autoimmunity has a lot of causes, and I want the audience to know that just with food I am not going to assure my client that, hey, everything will be all right. There is multiple things to take care of. So if people are interested, you can follow Dr. Sarah Zal, SZAL. She talks about trauma and autoimmunity. So if you have a large, heavy dose of trauma in your young childhood, there has been now studies coming that in your 30s and 40s, you are succumbing to autoimmune cases. So trauma, what does it do? It rewires your brain modeling, right? So it starts right from there. That's one of the triggers. A lot of clients tell, why me? Why me? And I start picking on history, and then it actually goes to something that happened in their lives in 16, 12, 20, somewhere there, mostly in childhood. So trauma has a large role in autoimmunity. Gluten in some people has a role in autoimmunity. You can go to glutenfreesociety.com and read a lot about the papers that are there from Dr. Peter Osborne. For some people, dairy does cause autoimmunity. So one of the ways I go about is, obviously we want to understand what's causing it, but the client actually wants relief first. So first I would actually take away gluten. And I hear that gluten is very modified today. Here there was the wheat was a tall grass versus a short dwarf wheat today, etc. But I have a case of Hashimoto's. This lady was about 50 years old. The only change I did was removing gluten and dairy for 90 days. The antibodies dropped from thousands to low hundreds. No other change, no supplements, nothing. Right now, she comes back and says, you know what, I want to have gluten again. I said, hey, then you need to go back to seeing higher levels of antibodies. And lo and behold, the antibodies went up. Right. So that is one. Second is dairy in some people. Third is autoimmunity. I look at largely around what else they are consuming, which is artificial. Our gut does not recognize things that are processed and human made, right? Those cells will, which cannot withstand that. They look at it as a foreign mechanism that is coming in, and then they throw the antibodies. So that's another place to look at. So artificial sweeteners, artificial flavors, coloring agents, enhancers. Think of it. This is there in almost all foods, right? So those are some areas. Then there are some cases where there are parasitic gut infections from a long time. One of the case I had was blastocystis hominis, a parasite that was there in the gut. Again, this client wanted data, so I got GI map done for them, but I knew it was a parasitic infection. But to proceed with the next, obviously with the doctor's partnership, it was getting hard. There is also indications, around heavy around general stress. So you would see, especially why 70% of autoimmunity is in women. How do we explain this? And that's largely, obviously, there is a little bit of a perimenopause angle. Perhaps I have not done a lot of studies. Probably Jasmeet is more aware. But I know that women sacrifice their life, take up so much stress to run their families. And stress actually suppresses a lot of your immune function. So these are some areas of, and you see all of this is associated with modernization, right? So probably there is a reason why our autoimmunity has gone up. But from a dietary perspective, I would look something like a paleo diet, autoimmune paleo diet, going more Paleolithic back in the times to remove those triggers. So those are some first 30 to 90 days things I would.
Excellent, Jasmeet. We just have maybe half a minute. Why women have more autoimmune disease?
Perceived threat, nutritional deficiencies. Women have more perceived threats. Like threat is not there, but it's all the time. It's there. And nutritional deficiencies is the one thing I would say. And then from time to time, like, the hormonal changes, the stress starts to accumulate, poor sleep. Okay, that is why with the woman, one should be very careful when switching from high carb to low carb. It should be always low. Okay, it shouldn't be like sudden change. Even that sudden change can lead to immune system can become overreactive. You won't believe there are people who get autoimmune switching from high carb to the low carb diet. And that was always a sudden, switching from 200 to 250, relying completely on the glucose, and you are telling your body now the glucose is not coming in, and they don't have, they are also insulin resistance. Due to the insulin resistance, they, can't even use fat for the fuel. It's first that is very important that we as a metabolic coach, we should consider this.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Sandesh. Thank you, Jasmeet. Thank you so much for your time. This was wonderful. Very, very, very educative for our viewers. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Sandesh.
Thank you. Over to you, Shashi, for your next
Thank you,
session.
thank you. So, yeah, so the next session is going to be of Dr. Eric Berg. Now, what happened was Dr. Berg is very busy during this time. So he himself has requested to pre-record it. So what we are going to run now is a pre-recorded session of Dr. Eric Berg as well as the next session, which is going to be Tucker Goodrich. Both are pre-recorded sessions. So we will go through both the sessions one by one. Thank you. Yeah, so recording in progress. So welcome to Metabolic Health Conference 4, Dr. Berg. We are delighted to have you with us as we bring together some of the world's leading experts in metabolic health to share the latest evidence, clinical insights, and practical strategies for improving health and transforming lives. With over 47 million followers worldwide, Dr. Eric Berg DC spreads the truth about getting healthy and losing weight. Dr. Berg DC, age 61, specializes in healthy keto and intermittent fasting. He is the director of Dr. Berg's Nutritionals and a best-selling Amazon author. His book, The Healthy Keto Plan, describes specific strategies on doing the healthy version of ketogenic diet as well as intermittent fasting. So he has conducted over 4,800 seminars on health-related topics and trained over 2,500 doctors worldwide with his method. Dr. Berg breaks down confusing, complex health topics into easy to understand and usable knowledge. I think Dr. Berg needs no introduction. We all know, we all grew up seeing his videos, his shorts, and the kind of impact he had not only in his own country but globally, including India. A lot of us follow him, and I'm sure that we will get some lot of wisdom from Dr. Berg today. Dr. Berg, welcome again.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really, I appreciate that.
So the theme of this particular conference is metabolic health crisis, where India went wrong and how to fix it. So I'm going to ask you something about India, because we have seen a lot of your videos about India and Indians, and some of your videos are viral in WhatsApp. You are very, very familiar with some of those video where you have shown that Indian men's are having pod bellies and the metabolic health crisis. So when you look at India from outside, what is the first thing that strikes you about our diet or about lifestyle and health pattern?
The first thing that jumps out is I correct me if I'm mistaken, but I think in India you have the highest percentage of veganism, or I guess vegetarianism, and so yet not the lowest diabetic rates. In fact, I do know, because I used to practice very close to Washington, D.C. in Alexandria, Virginia for 30 years. A lot of my clients were from all different cultures, and I had a very large following of Indian patients, and I have a great affinity for them. They were more into more natural things. They seem to be very compliant, but I noticed a lot of them have something in common, large stomachs. So that's really what got me interested in kind of diving into the history of what do you eat in India? And I started to realize, it's really hot over there. So there's been some years ago, I mean, hundreds of years ago, probably thousands of years ago, you had to do something with food. You couldn't just have fresh food all the time because it would go bad. So you'd have to preserve it and have a lot of grains and things like that. But I think the thing that jumps out the most is that Indians tend to have a bit too many refined carbohydrates, and I might be exaggerating, but I think I'm not.
That's very true. See, our issue is we are highly grain based.
Yeah.
And second point is Uh, Indians are not really vegans. We are all dairy vegetarians. So we consume a lot of dairy. There may be a few percentage of Indians or very few people who might follow veganism, which is more of a Western concept. India is traditionally vegetarian and dairy vegetarian. That's how it is. So now, what is it you felt when you saw the structure? You did mention about pot belly. Now, there is a term called TOFI, TOFI.
Yeah.
So, thin outside and fat inside. So we seem to collect a lot of fat in our midsection, in belly, in liver. So can you throw more light on this? What are the risk factors? What happens when we collect a lot of belly fat? Now let me tell you one another story in India is people with belly are respected. They are called as healthy.
Yes, right.
And people with a flat tummy may not be as respected. They will think that this person is not having enough food to eat. Maybe it is psychological, maybe it's cultural, maybe it is historic. But from an outsider, what do you think about this?
Well, I kind of look at the body through more of a anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, a biological standpoint, not taking any consideration of anything else. And so, unfortunately, having a big belly is not a good thing health-wise because what we're dealing with is a couple things. One is we're dealing with fat around the organs. We're dealing with fat inside the organs, and usually, if not always, a fatty liver. And then it spills off into the other organs and around the belly. So when you see people with a belly, I could pretty much guarantee they have a fatty liver. And but that being said, there are those people who even don't have a belly yet have a fatty liver as well. So it just hasn't gotten to the point where it's protruding out. The other thing that I notice with Indians is they get a lot of bloating with the type of foods that they eat. And I think one of the things traditionally that you consume after a meal is, I guess it's like a fennel type of something you eat to help
Yeah.
with digestion, right? Maybe that's because of the bloating. And um, so you do see bloating after meals a lot with Indians, and I can go into that as much as you want. But so we have a combination of larger belly. And so my whole thing is, um, it's just the tip of the iceberg. What's behind it? What do you have to do about it? How can we get rid of it? And is it healthy? No, it's not. It's kind of it's in a family of a general word called metabolic diseases, which is a lot of different things: blood pressure, diabetes, fatty liver, and even polycystic ovarian syndrome, gout. All these are really one problem manifesting as different symptoms. Yet when you go to the doctor, as you know, especially, each one is held in a silo with, you have a diabetes, you see an endocrinologist, high blood pressure, you see a cardiologist. So everything is kept separate and it's treated separately, and you know the disaster of that.
That's true. Unfortunately, it is never seen as something which is having either a common root or a stem. So everyone thinks that it is different. So different specialities will treat it differently. So fatty liver is widely prevalent in India, very wide. So I think in India it is said that fatty liver is very common and it is normal. The unfortunate, not only common, but it is treated as normal. And believe me, when I was in pharma, sometimes I used to discuss with doctors, even medical doctors, even MDs used to tell that fatty liver is very common and it is normal, and even I have it. This was the surprising statement. How do you see fatty liver as something which is contributing to the morbidity?
Well, what's really interesting about the liver doesn't have normal fat cells like the rest of your body. I don't know if you knew that. So, what's going on? How can you actually have fat in the liver if it doesn't even have fat cells? Well, you get a different type of fat that's outside the cell. the fat actually deposits in the liver cell itself. It's called a hepatocyte. So that's very, very dangerous because then you have inflammation and then you get scar tissue and then you get cirrhosis. But here, the thing about the liver is it's a silent disease. It doesn't show up for decades. So all this time you're doing fairly fine. You're a little tired, you have a belly, and you think you're fine until one day you're diagnosed with advanced cirrhosis because you have high liver enzymes. Well, that's not the first. It's not like this disease that you've been diagnosed is not. It's like you have to realize there's a missing time frame that goes way behind it that unfortunately the doctors don't pick up because you don't really go to a doctor unless you have a symptom. So they're not really necessarily scanning or looking for it until one day they happen to find it. But a lot of these things, unfortunately, been brewing in the oven over years. And so, um, you might say, well, aren't there studies that reveal the cause of fatty liver? Well, fatty liver belongs in one of the areas of chronic disease, and about 80 to 90% of chronic disease is called idiopathic unknown cause. It's kind of like a big confusion. They don't really know exactly. It could be this, it could be that. There's risk factors. It's all very confusing. So unfortunately, one of the biggest problems is when you get diagnosed, you get on a drug, but then the investigation stops right there. They don't keep looking deeper and deeper. It's just not really taught. And so then you're put on a medication and then you're managed over time. So unfortunately, the big hole in the bucket is the lack of deeper evaluation into this root problem. And doctors don't have time. And also, even the randomized control trials, which I'm sure you're well aware of, like for statins and other drugs, they're all designed mainly to measure one thing, not the lifestyle or diet. They're designed to measure drugs against the placebo. So it's almost impossible to look at all these variables, lifestyle factors, diet, and double blind it. You can't do that. So this is why there's not a lot of research on the connection of a root cause diet to fatty liver. There's some, and it's kind of obvious, but it's the whole system of researching it is not a good tool to be able to research these things. The randomized control trials are basically designed to measure like one variable against a sugar pill. So that's one of the big problems.
Now, see, as I mentioned earlier, that we eat a lot of grains here. So
Yes.
whether it is rice, wheat, a bit of millet, and refined oils, sugars. Now, sugar could be in the form of direct sugar, table sugar, or even those crude form, which we call it as jaggery in India, which is the crude form of sugar. And I'm sure you must be knowing this term. We call it a jaggery or gur or good, we call them. They're all the rough forms of sugar or unrefined forms, which is used widely. Protein, we'll have to really search for it.
Good point. Good point.
And we think that that lentils which we have, lentil pulses, which we call in India as dal. I'm sure you must be knowing this term, which we also have it in a bit watery form. What do you think could be the issues in all this? Is it that protein is low? Is it the grains are high? Is it that sugary stuff? Is it that fat which you are using?
You brought up a really good point because when I talk to people who actually, I've never been to India, but I talk to people who actually been there and they try to find restaurants with animal protein. There's not a lot. And I think protein is expensive, but protein is something that turned me around. And I'm just going to tell you, long ago when I was 28 years old, I'm like 31 right now, but no. I basically, when I was very, very, very sick. And the first thing that I changed in my diet, because I was a vegetarian for quite some years and just had terrible time. I didn't even go low carb. What I did was I started eating more animal protein. I was having eggs and fish and even some beef. And that's really what turned things around. The quality, the density of protein. I tried to consume plant-based proteins, lentils, nuts, soy. It did not make me feel better just because the quality, the completeness of that. I mean, let's just take an egg, for example. Um, an egg isn't like a traditional, people think it's like a protein, but it's actually more than a protein because when you have muscle, it's mainly muscle protein from animals. But then an egg is kind of a thing that is going to turn into an entire organism. So if we just take a look at the number of proteins in an egg, it's over 850 different proteins that have all different things. You have nutrition, you have vitamins, you have minerals, phytonutrients, all sorts of amazing things from the egg. And when you're dealing with a processed protein, whether it's soy or pea protein, you don't have the fats in there. It's very, very low fat. It's highly refined. So you're getting this very low quality protein, incomplete usually. And that's why you don't feel better because we don't really consume protein for fuel. We use it to replace body tissue, like for example, the inside of your eye and the organs and the brain. You need protein not just for your muscles, you need it for all the biochemistry. So that is out of all the things that will create probably the biggest improvement in someone's health, it's to add more quality protein. And if you notice in processed foods, junk foods, there's one thing always missing, and that is the protein. Always, it's missing because it's expensive.
And what you say is true in India. If you come, you are going to find it very difficult to get good quality animal foods here. And even if you find, there's a good possibility that they would have used a good amount of seed oils in it.
You're right. I will say though, dairy, you could get close to some good protein with dairy, especially in the area of cheese and fermentation and fermented, and maybe kefir, maybe some yogurt. It's definitely a step up, but I know that's a problem, especially if you're going to a restaurant. I have no idea the food chain of what you can buy, what you can't buy, but um, I'm very fortunate. I live on a farm, so I have my own chickens. I have a pond with fish. I have animals, so that's what I do.
That's great. So as you say, the dairy protein, and I think one good dairy protein or a couple of them we have is we can make what is called as Indian cottage cheese or paneer. So
Yes.
so 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 that's my mainstay for all my clients who wants to, manage diabetes with low carb or ketogenic. Paneer is one form we use, and it can be made at home very, very easily. You just have to curdle it, and it is available very widely. So in India, we get full fat as well as low fat paneer both. So there is no restriction. And another thing which we use very commonly is yogurt, or at least those strained yogurt or hung curd or Greek yogurt. It has different name. So we commonly recommend strained yogurt or hung curd, as we call, draining away all those liquid whey and a bit of lactose it has. So I think this primarily, these two proteins form very, very important protein source for vegetarians. A bit of course, cheese also we use.
You know, when you in America, you have Indian restaurants. I know they're very different than in actual India, but I do know they do have incredibly flavorful foods with herbs, curry, but then they have to add the sugar to it. So I think there is a way to make to use the traditional foods, Indian foods, and keep the industrial processed refined sugars and starches out of it. And I just want to spend a minute just talking about that because when you're consuming carbohydrates, there's three different kinds. You have the sugar, which is the obvious, but then people don't know what the starch is. Well, there's called industrial starch. This is something that is put into the foods as a couple different forms with different names: modified food starch, modified corn starch, maltodextrin, flour. A lot of that is just not good for you. So if you have you'd be much better off eating an actual potato or a vegetable starch, something like that, or a tuber, than the actual refined starch. Starch really is sugar. It's hidden sugar. So we have sugar molecules, which are glucose, and then they're on a chain. They call that starch. So starch really is a sugar. And what's interesting is it behaves worse than sugar on your blood sugar spikes because it's so highly processed that when you eat it, it's not even sweet, but it'll raise your sugars and push you right into diabetes, probably faster than actual sugar would.
I think even that the chain of sugars in form of glucose in form of amylopectin, which is found in wheat, we found that it spikes harder than table sugar as per some studies.
Yes, you're right. You got that amylopectin, which is a deadly starch that it's pretty dangerous. And this comes down to the wheat, right? The so-called healthy wheat that we eat, which has gluten, which is not good for your gut, that has the starch, it has anti-nutrients like phytic acid that blocks the nutrients. So I think that again, I think there's a way to do it in India, but you just have to be smart about it, and you're going to have to be able to read labels, and you're going to have to um, get enough protein and not do the highly processed sweets that they have, and especially if you're trying to reverse diabetes, which you actually can if you catch it in time.
Can you tell us about maltodextrin? I mean,
Yes.
it's a very, very common additive probably, and it is not listed as sugar at all.
Now they sell it as a sugar-free filler. It's a bulking agent, a bulking just to make food look bigger. It's very, very cheap. In fact, you can buy a ton of it, like literally 2,000 pounds for $500. Like, so you can imagine it's a cheap way to bulk up foods, and it gives you a kind of a mouthfeel. It makes it it's very damaging because it's under the radar as far as it being a sugar, but it's like the first ingredient in some of the protein powders that a lot of young uh, men consume to be able to bulk up with weightlifting. But it's literally, in America at least, it's hidden in so many different foods. And the average person consumes hundreds of pounds of it per year without even knowing it. So this is why you have to read the label. They put it in everything. It's very, very cheap. And that way you can use less of other ingredients. But it's pretty deadly. I would stay away from it.
One of your videos on maltodextrin was very popular here some time back. So that was also like, spread like wildfire in WhatsApp. So we have WhatsApp is very used very widely here. Just release one video and then it becomes very viral. So your Indian belly as well as that maltodextrin was something which was spread like wildfire. I have one very interesting question to ask you is what is the culprit? Whether is it just carbohydrates or is it seed oils? So there is always like chicken or egg. So there are two schools of thought. Some say that it is the excess carbohydrate which causes all the metabolic disorder, while some says that the starting point is using seed oils.
Yeah. It's hard to know for a fact because it's very hard to test this in humans. And so here's what we do know. We do know that um, what's really bad, and this is not debated, when you take a seed oil and you keep reheating it, right? Keep reheating it as in a restaurant, which they fry everything in. It gives off a very deadly byproduct, which is very damaging to our cells. So we know that. We also know that even when you buy oil that sits on the shelf, you're buying something that's very fragile. It's already been processed. It's already been heated at least once, and it's been deodorized and it's been decolorized using solvents. So is it healthy? I don't think so. Also, the amount of calories we consume are way, way, way higher from the seed oils now than long ago. The other thing is when you consume a lot of the seed oil, it gets embedded into our membranes. It gets it, it gets stored into our fat cells. So when we actually burn our fat, we actually oxidize that oil, giving off a byproduct, giving off residue that is toxic. So I don't like to get into debates because we can go back and forth on it with certain people, but there's enough evidence to tell me that, you know what, I'm going to stay away from seed oils right now. I think what's easier to prove is the sugar and the starches, simply because they directly increase insulin. And then the chronic elevation of insulin over a period of time is what then turns into insulin resistance. But again, right now, people are using AI to get health answers. And unfortunately, it's going to be another Google it, because what AI is giving you is the average of consensus of everything out there. You're going to get what is the average? You can't differentiate what's true, what's false, what's important versus trivial. It'll just give you the average. And the average is just more of the same. Half of it might be true, half of it might be false. You don't know. So it's just going to add more confusion. So this is why people like you and other people that have personally tried certain things, and even if I'm on my website, I have over 8,000 success stories. I mean, you might say that's anecdotal, but I think if you see 8,000 people that have major results, it's something to look at. It holds some weight. And then I always tell people, you should just try it for a couple weeks and see how you feel. Then you don't need a study to tell you it works or not.
Very important. And 8,000 is what you have published there. But there are a lot of us who have watched your videos. And during those days, I was one of the prolific watchers. I still watch a lot of your videos because all those short nuggets which you give is very, very useful. Now, what I wanted to ask you is, you see, in India, we are primarily vegetarians. Okay. Now, a large percentage are actually what is called as non-vegetarians. When we say non-vegetarians, means they are more than dairy protein eaters. They are eating eggs, chicken, meat, fish. But the research have found out that on an average, we eat non-vegetarian food only 5.5 times a month, which is on an average maybe just 1.5 times a week. So we are basically, though 70% may be non-vegetarians, but we are all vegetarians daily. And we eat these animal foods only once or twice a week, barely. In fact, we have one of the lowest meat consumption globally. Eggs, even though they are very, very low cost and affording, many people still avoid it. And now people avoid it even because of that fear of cholesterol, which is there. And we see India was following a grain based or agricultural based diet for quite some time. The incidence of diabetes and metabolic syndrome were not that great, but it is exploding now. What do you think are could be the causative factors? Is it that our lifestyle has changed? Is it the influx of modern processed food, ultra processed food? What is your view on this?
I think there's a really great way to diagnose any problem very simply. And just look at what's called, and there's research on this, environmental mismatch. So if we just take a look at the history of Indians, of what they initially ate back then versus now, you'll quickly see the gap, okay? Or the environment that you used to be in that you're in now. You might be sitting all day behind a desk before you were outside exposed to the sun. Um, let's take a look at how much cell phone action that we do. So we got, you know, look at the different environments, and then you'll be able to quickly dissect where your problem is. Is it movement? Socially, are you around a lot of negative people or positive people that support you? Food is a big one. Back in the day, long ago, how many times did we eat a day? Did we actually snack? Chances are that's a no. So back in the day, we had a lot more activity and motion outside. Now we don't. So if you combine that with our foods, you can quickly, you don't even need a study. You can quickly see the gaps and what you need to focus on. And I'm actually going to share this on my website and do more videos on it. But I think you could quickly diagnose anyone by just asking a couple questions about their environments, work environment, their food environment, in their kitchen, in their pantry, in the refrigerator. You can just look at that and quickly see the gaps. So there's all sorts of very simple things people can do lifestyle-wise to realign and redesign your environment, okay? Because unfortunately, everything has been designed for addiction, especially in the area of foods. So if you have junk food in your house right now, you could say no to it, but I'll guarantee as soon as you're hungry, tired, or stressed, or there's some social activity or social party, you may give into it. So one of the things that I think is really important is to take every environment that you have and add and clean it up, redesign it. So if you came in my house right now, you wouldn't be able to find one snack food. You can't find any junk food. You literally have to, because I live on a farm, you'd have to drive an hour away to get some. So that really makes it successful because there's not too many options for me. I just have to eat real food or nothing at all. The same thing with you're sitting behind a computer all day, setting up timers to take breaks, go outside. In the morning, getting sunlight on the eyes, very important, not looking into the sun, but just getting that sun exposure. That helps the circadian things at night so you could sleep, dimming the lights down at night to set you up for a good night's sleep. So I think it's really important to look at all these factors. There's two people, older men that are my neighbors, and they're farmers, and they don't have a lot of education. They're older than me. They should be literally dead by now because they live on pure junk food, okay? And they chew tobacco and they smoke. And I'm like, how are they even alive? They're outside all day long working with equipment and in the sun, working the land. Obviously, my whole thought has always been food, 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 but you also have to look at other factors too: movement, exercise, being exposed to the sun, being outside. These are other factors that are important. One more story. I had a very close relative had really bad acne, terrible. And I worked with the diet. It didn't make a difference. No difference. I'm like, normally it works. Then a month later, she comes back and her skin is just gorgeous, just beautiful. I said, what did you do? She said, I'm no longer depressed. I found some friends. I'm hanging out with friends. We're laughing every day. And I'm like, wow, so you need that social component too. And so just when you thought you figured it out, there's always an oddball case that comes up that you have to look at the lifestyle. But at the foundational level, the food is the first thing a person needs to work on. Cleaning up the exposure to your environmental foods that are in your face every day. You have to get that out of your environment. And if you could purge that, it'd make it a lot easier.
I think those are very, very important points you told, because most of us are now confined in our rooms under artificial light. We don't even get those sun rays or sunlight on our eyes. It's very, very critical points. I tell this many times to my clients to go out and look at the sun in the morning so that melatonin is released after 12 hours. You are able to sleep well, sit in that circadian rhythm. Very, very important points. Now, about micronutrient deficiencies, I do see very widely in India that we are deficient in B12, vitamin D. How about those Indians over there? In your experience, those Indian diaspora who are there, do you test for deficiencies? Do you see it widely prevalent, especially B12, zinc, which are found primarily in animal foods?
Yes, there's many reasons why people are deficient in these micronutrients. I would say I'm going to take it from the top. Okay, the number one thing that people are deficient is vitamin D. The darker your skin, the less you can absorb. And also, if you're out there and you don't have your shirt off, you just have on your face and your arms, you literally have to get a lot of exposure of that sun to get your vitamin D. And the other problem with that is there was an error years ago with how much we really need, and it's never been corrected. So in other words, a lot of things are based on false normals, like we need 800 IUs when we really need 8,000 IUs a day, and that's a lot. That's a good amount of sun exposure or to take vitamin D. So that's number one. Number two is magnesium. Magnesium is it's very almost impossible to test on someone because you can't really test it on the blood because most of it's in the bone, it's in the tissues. Also, the amount of foods that we eat, especially if you're eating a lot of sugar, you're depleting your magnesium. Magnesium is involved in making energy, and if you have leg cramps, we know for a fact you have problems. Magnesium is controlling the excess calcification that builds up in the arteries and the joints and everything. So we have, and then also when you get into zinc is another one that's really, really important. A lot of people don't eat enough shellfish or red meat, which you'd have the zinc. So if you're not consuming these animal products, chances are you're going to be deficient. You're going to have to get tested or enhance with real nutrition, not the synthetic version, but I would do trace minerals. I would definitely do the magnesium. I would do vitamin D at the very minimum for people because it's really hard to get that from food. And if you have a fatty liver, now we really can't absorb all the nutrients we need because we need that liver to be able to break down certain nutrients and absorb them.
Very important point. We see uh, sometimes I do see sometimes clients do come in. Getting blood work in India is very easy. So anyone can walk in and do. We don't require doctor's prescription. I do get it tested and send them to the doctor, but I do see vitamin D in single digits when it comes to nanogram per ml in single digit 5, 6, 7. It is so horrible. And India is a land of sunshine. You get as much sunlight as you want almost throughout there, almost except at windy rainy season. Otherwise we have enough sunlight. But and when it comes to vitamin B12, it may be around 200 pgmol. Very, very less. We require at least above 500. But then even the 200 is shown as normal, and people have a lot of odd symptoms and backache or tingling sensation. Neuropathy is very, very common, and these are the nutritional deficiencies, at least two common we see. Now, uh, do you think that healthy version of keto can be done with Indian vegetarians? Because many
Yes.
of us will not eat non-vegetarians food, including some may eat eggs, some may not.
It's just more difficult. It's more difficult to keep your carbs low enough and then add the protein. But it can be done. I've seen it. And I've had people who were from India that actually came to my office, flew there, and we got them on the right track, and they do great. You do want to eat what your ancestors ate, whatever that was. But the problem right now, the elephant in the room is in the last 30 to 40 years, the addition of the industrial processed, highly processed, refined carbohydrates. That is really what you need to avoid. So if you could do actual plants, herbs, nuts and seeds, and maybe some soy stuff, and then maybe some other lentils and beans, um, you can do it. You can do it. And I've seen it done, and you could thrive on that. In fact, I know vegans that have, I'm sorry, I know people who went that way and reversed their diabetes. So it can happen. And certain bodies, you can't, not every body can thrive on the exact same diet. I have to, my body will only respond to very dense animal protein, or else I just don't have enough energy. So I know for me, it's more of that, but other people can thrive on other proteins from lentils and a little bit of egg here and there. So it really is something you have to test. And I think one good clue is how much energy you have, not just during the day, but how much, if you exercise, do you run out of energy quickly or do you get more energy that can be maintained? And can you handle a physical exercise without getting exhausted? These are tests to see if you really need much more protein because I know people that start to exercise, they start walking up a hill and they just get out of breath so fast. So they need more protein, they need more nutrients.
I think India can do possibly low carb and keto with dairy protein, like as I mentioned earlier, paneer and hung yogurt or Greek yogurt. They can as well do because dairy protein do work out very easily, and enough dairy is available here, so it is possible to do. Now, you know, our prevalence of diabetes is said to be around 11.5 or 12%. In Middle East countries, it is quite high, more than 20%. And we always say that we have to have animal protein or animal foods to prevent diabetes and all metabolic syndrome. But we do find even in US, the prevalence is quite higher. And the question which many people have here is why is it that Middle East is having a high prevalence of diabetes, 20%? What do you think would be the cause?
I missed, you said in America or?
Both. First Middle East and then also America.
Well, it's obvious to me because I'm in this field. It's just it's the chronic consumption of refined carbohydrates, and not just that. Um, it's the frequency. It's the snack food. See, back when my father was a child, they had grocery stores. They didn't have aisles of snack foods. Okay. Now you go in the grocery store, you have snack foods everywhere you go. In fact, even if you go to people's houses, they have little dishes. I know it must be hard to believe of little snack foods or sweets on outside their pantry. They have it sitting in little bowls. Have you ever seen that before?
How about Middle East? What is your
Oh,
view?
that's the worst. That's the worst because I've also had quite a few patients from the Middle East. I went to Dubai and I didn't like the food. It was just so sugary. Everything was so sweet. Um, I just I did not feel good because they put sugar in everything. So they also have the lowest vitamin D levels of anywhere, even though they're in the sun, but they're obviously their body is covered. So there is a connection between low vitamin D and predisposing you to inflammation and predisposing you to diabetes. So you have also that factor as well. Um, I'd also noticed I would have people from the Middle East fly into my office all the time for infertility too, which is in the same area of nutrient dense foods. They just weren't consuming enough. They ate a lot of refined sugar, unfortunately.
So it is also the prevalence of modern ultra processed food and sugars and the kind of oil which they use, even though they may be meat eaters, but I think adding these foods does not do them good. What
I, th- I
is,
think I think
yeah.
I think too. There's some small countries that literally have the highest rates of diabetes of
Mm.
any other countries. There's small islands. You've heard of them, right?
Mm.
And you look at what they eat, it's almost 100% processed foods. Like it's literally, it's
Mm.
like, do we need any more evidence? I mean, it's pretty much they're all just obese and having all these chronic diseases. So an ancestral mismatch severely. We that's like the biggest thing that jumps out is these ultra processed foods. Now, in certain countries in South America, they even have this little black warning label that we're trying to also get in America too, that engineered for addiction.
Mm.
So if we take a look at what's really causing chronic disease, it's really the food companies that have gotten a free pass, and they have coined the term. I don't know if you ever heard of this before, but everything in moderation.
Mm.
As long as you eat it in a moderate way, it's okay. Um, that's bad advice because as soon you can't just have it in moderation. As soon as you have one, you need another one and another one and another one. So unfortunately, everything has been designed for you to be addicted and dependent on. Uh, if you put me in front of a bag of Doritos, I will have to eat it. So I physically have to keep distance from those Doritos, and I'm fine. But I used to eat. I used to be the worst of the worst junk food people on planet Earth. I used to consume so much. So it's very ironic now I have very good habits, but in the past, it was worse than any patient I've ever seen.
Doc, what is your view on ghee? You know that India was is the birthplace of ghee, or ghee is the contribution of India to the world. You think ghee is good? Does ghee cause cardiovascular disease? Because the first thing which people are told here is to stop eating ghee.
Ghee has been consumed for centuries, and it's a it's processed from butter, which is a very good fat. There's so many good things. I've done videos on what butter can do for you. But yeah, I think I highly recommend you cook with butter. You eat butter in your foods and get rid of the seed oils because butter has saturated fats. They're more stable. They're meant to cook things in and even consume in food. So there's a lot of things that mimic ketones also in butter too, but typically you can also get a little bit of vitamin E and vitamin K2 and vitamin A in butter.
So, so tell us some. See, you have written quite a few books. So I think you have an upcoming book.
Yes,
So
it's called
please tell us something about that.
it's 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 called Change Your Environments with an S. And this is all about taking like I've just mentioned, taking these different environments and take one by one and start to change it over to redesign your environment so that way the healthy choice is going to be easier. So it's all about adding friction to the bad habits and removing friction to the good. Um, this is the opposite. This book is the opposite of just have more willpower, just have more discipline. We know that doesn't work. Behavioral changes don't work in an environment that you're addicted. You can't. It's kind of like telling an alcoholic that works at a liquor store just to try harder, right? It's not about trying harder. It's about changing your environment. Just take a child. I mean, if you have kids, you can't have sugar in the house. They're gonna eat it. I did. So you have to purge your refrigerator and also and at the very least, don't have the food out in your face. At dinner, have a big sign. It says the kitchen is closed, and don't eat 3 hours before you go to sleep. You're going to feel better. Don't snack. You can learn from all my mistakes. So I have this book was really written for me and all the mistakes that I made, and then to make it, it's a new way of making it easier to stick to things, basically.
Very interesting, and I think I could already see the book in Amazon. So I think the Kindle version is already up for sale, and I think for all the viewers, I think we can all, when the book is released, we can all grab it, and we can gain a lot of insights into this. Now, we are just coming to the end of it, another few minutes. Uh, what is your key message to India? What do you think that 2 or 3 or 4 points you will tell to Indians?
Unfortunately, the system is rigged for you to fail. The food system, you are bathing and swimming in an environment of addiction, cell phone, food, drugs. So you have to have enough awareness to start reading labels, start changing your environment, to start to eat more quality proteins to be able to survive. And unfortunately, you can't leave your health to the medical profession because that system is only designed to manage your diseases, and they don't look for these root causes at all, unfortunately. So you are in many different systems, like a fish in a toxic fish tank, and you need to get out. You need to be able to get out of this mess. And that's what people like you and me are trying to teach people, how to be more causative over your health, be in the driver's seat. That's really what it's all about.
Thank you, Dr. Berg. And I think you have a wide range of supplements also, and I find that you also have an Indian branch for that. So Dr. Berg supplements are available in India also. Very interesting. And I know quite a lot of my US clients, they do use a lot of your supplement, especially your vitamin D, K, electrolytes, and a host of other stuff you have. Because I was just going through and I could find that, those supplements are sold now in India also. So I think that's good. That's a good offer for us. Anyway, Dr. Bug, thank you very much. And your interaction, your session was very interesting, and I'm sure that a lot of us in India will learn much more. And you are already popular, and for those viewers who may not have seen by chance, though all of you know Dr. Bug, please head to his channel, and there are a lot of nuggets. You learn a lot of it from his extended video or even those small reels. Dr. Bug, thank you very much for appearing in Metabolic Health Conference 4.
My pleasure. And when I go to India, I will be calling you so you can show me around.
Yeah, you can.
We could even find a restaurant that serves maybe some protein. Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Possible, yes. Possible. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Bug. Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Yeah, so this was an interesting session with Dr. Berg. The next one we are going to run is again a pre-recorded session with Tucker Goodrich on seed oils. Yeah. Hello all. Welcome again to the 4th Metabolic Health Conference of India. Following 3 successful editions of the conference, we are back on our 4th edition with a special focus on India this time. This time, the theme is Metabolic Health Crisis, where India went wrong and how to fix it. For this session, we are delighted to welcome Tucker Goodrich from USA, who will be discussing from traditional fat to seed oils. Did India's nutrition transition fuel the diabetes epidemic? So Tucker, welcome to MHC 4. It's wonderful to have you again with us.
As always, I am honored, and I want to congratulate you gentlemen on your continued success. It's really terrific to see that you're having an impact. Bravo.
Thank you. So I'll just give a brief introduction about Tucker. So Tucker Goodrich is a technological executive in the financial industry who designs, runs, and debugs complex systems in high-risk environment. The areas of expertise include risk management, system management, and cybersecurity. After experiencing some personal health crisis and realizing that the solution offered by the medical profession weren't working or addressing causation, he started applying the same approach in research and evaluation of data of his own health issues to determine root cause. His interests have focused on dietary and environmental drivers of chronic disease, including carbohydrate, wheat, various classes of fat. Specifically, he is attempting to understand and popularize the mechanism driving the diet-related explosion of the so-called chronic disease or disease of civilization. In today's session, I want to particularly explore between the link of seed oil and type 2 diabetes, not only in India but across the world. He is one of the few experts I know who strongly emphasizes the role of seed oil in the development of diabetes rather than primarily focusing on sugar and carbohydrates. We have seen everywhere, wherever we read, there are research papers and there are very strong proponent of sugar, refined carbohydrates, or even the excess overall carbohydrate as a driver of type 2 diabetes and various metabolic syndrome. But this time we are going to focus on type 2 diabetes. So Tucker, at our last conference, we discussed the broader seed oil problems. That seed oil affects everything. And for audience, once again, he believes that seed oil is the root cause for many chronic diseases. It is not only diabetes. In fact, you talk about any chronic disease, he will produce studies and link it back to seed oil problem.
Yes.
So this time, This time, I mean, he's the only person I know. There may be many others, but he's the one who comes in my mind. So this time, I want to specifically focus on India. When you look at the extraordinary rise of type 2 diabetes in India, what makes you suspect that the change in dietary fact may be the part of story?
Well, we'll focus on India, but it's important to make it clear. You've made this point already, but I want to reiterate this, that this is not a problem that's unique to India. It's a problem that we've seen in other countries across time. In fact, it's a worldwide epidemic. You mentioned the phrase, the nutritional transition. As far as I'm aware, the gentleman who started using that term was an American epidemiologist, Barry Popkin. And he noted that countries all around the world were transitioning from a traditional agrarian diet to a diet that was much higher in fat and much lower in carbohydrates. And that this corresponded with an increase in the chronic diseases, heart disease, obesity, diabetes, importantly. India has probably been, for a variety of reasons, which you all know probably better than I do, a bit of a laggard in that process. For a long time, and even now, the Indian diet primarily, on average, is hugely carbohydrate centric. One can point out that Indians eat the diet that the American dietary guidelines wish we would all eat. High in carbohydrate, a lot of vegetables. Your primary fat source nowadays is polyunsaturated fats. You've moved away from saturated fats, and low in, of course, red meat, and in meat in general. Protein sources are generally from plant sources. So you folks are the model that we are all supposed to be following. And the interesting question then becomes, why are you complaining about these chronic disease epidemics? Hasn't anybody told you that this diet is supposed to cure all these things? And that the only problem here in America is that we're not following it as diligently as you are?
I think sometime back, Eat Lancet also told that Indian diet seems to be perfect. I recall this sometime back.
Yes, I mean the Indian diet is, I was looking at one, I think it was the Pure study, and they mentioned that the primary source of saturated fat in the Indian diet was tea. And I laughed because I presume they're referring to people putting milk in their tea, which tells you how little saturated fat the Indians surveyed in that study actually eat, that tea could be the primary source of saturated fat in the diet. That's remarkable.
I think before we move to next point, here I want to discuss that most of us use, toned milk or lower fat milk. Actually, fat is taken out, most of us. So the usage of full fat is not as high, though it is available freely. It is available widely and people can get, but most of us use toned milk or low fat milk. And, we take a bit of milk. Not many people consume dairy fat also. And it is strange that people blame ghee, which many people don't take.
Right. I mean, probably my favorite quote is from a gentleman, William Landes, who discovered the Landes cycle, a fundamental process of changing the fats out in cell membranes that occurs in all organisms. And he was a big proponent of omega-6, of avoiding omega-6 fats. And he once said, for 50 years of study, I've never seen any evidence that saturated fats can kill you. No evidence, right? So why do we avoid saturated fats? And there are lots of more recent studies. I was looking at one just the other day that noted that people who consume full fat dairy don't gain more weight than people who consume lower fat dairy. There's some studies showing that actually people who consume full fat dairy actually gain less weight or lose weight than people who consume low fat dairy. I would tell anyone that you should, I don't think the reason I don't think people consuming low-fat dairy are gaining weight because of the low-fat dairy per se. But unless you're actually trying to lose weight, I would tell everybody that you should consume full-fat dairy. Amusingly, their Harvard University and Tufts University, which the research from which we'll be discussing later on, actually have a patent on dairy fat for treating metabolic diseases like diabetes. Why? I mean, if it's bad for you, why would they have taken out that diet? Because the dean of nutrition at Tufts, I'm not sure if that's his current title, but he was for a long time, did a lot of research showing that there's no danger from saturated fats in dairy and that they're actually protective. And he amusingly found dairy fat and fat from ruminants, you know, cattle and goats and things. But obviously dairy is most pertinent to the Indian situation, contain several unique fats that are only found in ruminant fats. They're odd chain fats. There's a 15 carbon fat, a 17 carbon fat. And then there's this trans fat, palmitoleic acid. That's the one that they've got the patent on. And their research shows that those are protective against diabetes. How can saturated fat be protective? And why would he was at Harvard when he patented it? Why would they take a patent out for treatment of metabolic diseases? So yeah, absolutely. By all means, I consume nothing but full fat dairy unless I make a mistake at the supermarket and buy the wrong quart of milk, which does happen from time to time, but I don't see any reason. And in my recent, so I did, as we mentioned in the prologue to this discussion, I did an Indian diet experiment. I went on a Vipassana meditation retreat here in the United States. My daughter wanted me to travel to India to do it, but it was a bit too much of a time commitment for me to make. But I found out that the second oldest such center is a 2-hour drive from here. So I went and did it for 10 days. And the only diet option was a Indian vegetarian diet. Luckily, they had gluten-free options because gluten-free is a huge issue for me. So for 10 days, I went on a vegetarian diet with full-fat dairy. Interestingly, all they offered was full-fat dairy. They didn't offer low-fat dairy. And I lost weight pretty consistently. It was very high in carbohydrates. I was actually very concerned that it wasn't going to be enough calories for me. And I found out pretty quickly that not only was I completely satiated after every meal, but I was able to only eat 2 meals a day because I was so full. Felt great, lost weight. I mean, I don't really need to lose weight, but I did lean out a bit. So that's, now I will point out that they did have things that I didn't eat. They had salad dressings, which I presume were made with some dreadful oil. They had a lot of peanut butter on offer and stuff like that. So I tried to stick to the more traditional Indian style, using sesame as a flavoring and a lot of yogurt. They had terrific pastured yogurt, from grass-fed cows. So that was the center of my breakfast every morning, and what I put on the salads instead of salad dressing. And it was great. I was actually, my regular diet is closer to a carnivore diet than that, and I was shocked by how little of an effort it was to switch for 10 days. No problem at all. No downsides at all.
If I'm sure that diet must be low in protein, is it possible that if it doesn't have protein?
I would presume it's lower in protein than what I normally eat. I mean, from what I understand, people really, if you look at different human populations, they tend to average around 11 to 14% protein. I don't know that there's necessarily a benefit to more than that. Obviously, there's a problem with less than that. But I don't know that there's a benefit to more than that. over the long term, obviously this was only 10 days, so you're not going to become deficient in protein in 10 days. They did, whoops, sorry about that. They did have lots of chickpeas and stuff like that, which I put in my salad, which was very delicious.
So did they use seed oils other than sesame?
Well, the salad dressings were some sort of seed oil. I had that on the first day and just kind of resigned myself to the fact that I was not going to feel well after that. And then on the morning of the second day, I discovered the full-fat pastured yogurt and never turned back. So I was able to completely avoid the seed oils that they had on offer. Just skipped it and ate the other stuff, and it was, I felt great. No problem at all.
Great to know. So, I will come back to this diabetes, which is certainly not new to India. In fact, much about, Shushruta also describing association, or Shushruta say that Madhumeha, which is Indian name for diabetes centuries ago, an association with sweet food, rice and sedentary life. So this is what Shushruta actually mentions. So if diabetes existed long before this industrial seed oils, how does your hypothesis fit in this?
Well,
seed oil
India,
causing.
one of the funniest papers I ever read, by the way, was by an Indian author discussing what at the time were called Western diseases. And she objected to diabetes being included as a Western disease because India obviously discovered it long before the West did. But Indians have been eating, the first mention we have of sesame seed is from, I think, 5,000 years ago in India. And there's a lot of archaeological and anthropological evidence showing that, the Indians have an ancient tradition of vegetarian diets. And when you transition away from animal fats, you have to transition to something else. And the Indians did the same thing that the United States did in the 1800s. We transitioned from animal fats to vegetable fats. So there's no, people often say, oh, well, seed oils have only been around since the 1960s. That's not true. They've been around for thousands of years. The American founding fathers discussed the benefit of raising seed oil crops like sesame in the United States. There's in India under the Ptolemies, they discussed consuming animal fat was actually illegal not India, Egypt under the Ptolemies. Consuming animal fats was actually illegal, and the only thing you were legally allowed to consume was vegetable oils, including sesame oil and other seed oils. And of course, as far as I've been able to find out, the introduction of seed oils into the human diet started thousands of years ago, long before diabetes became a problem in India.
So India traditionally used ghee. We have used animal fat ghee and whatever other animal fat we may be using. And during transition from meat-based diet to the vegetarian diet, which happened long years ago, we were using ghee, and probably we have used a bit of cold press oil like sesame oil or probably groundnut oil. Another very contentious oil is mustard oil, which we use here, cold press mustard oil. I know it's not available in the United States because of that erucic acid controversy. But these were all our traditional oils, and people swear by it. If I tell them, don't eat these are seed oil, please start using ghee or butter, or the other best oil is coconut oil, which we have locally. I don't recommend much of olive oil because it may not be available in a good quality. Most of them may be adulterated. But what is your view on these three oil? Indian oil, which is cold pressed groundnut oil, which they say is more of mufa, and similarly mustard oil and sesame you spoke of.
Mustard oil. So one of the biggest proponents of consuming the dietary guidelines in the United States, and sorry, I'm laughing here. I'm looking for the title because I switched for something else. I think he's now the former head of the Harvard School of Public the Harvard Medical School of Public Health, Walter Willett. And he's one of the most productive epidemiologists in the world. Mustard oil, we should note, as is actually illegal in the United States and in Europe. And the reason it's illegal is because of animal studies showing that erucic acid, which is a monounsaturated fat, caused heart problems in rats. Okay, only in rats. It's never been shown to cause heart disease in humans. But the standard for toxic foods is animal research. This is an important point to make, right? You don't have to do an RCT showing that people will get heart attacks if they eat mustard oil, okay? It would be unethical, obviously. The animal disease caused by the consumption is sufficient by law, maybe not by science, but by law in the United States and Europe to declare mustard seed illegal. So Mr. Willett wrote a paper back in 2004. He was one of the authors, not the senior author or the first author, titled Diet and Risk of Ischemic Heart Disease in India, with a bunch of Indian co-authors who I'm sure wanted his epidemiological expertise. And what they did was compare mustard oil to sunflower oil. Now, sunflower oil is it doesn't have erucic acid. It's high in polyunsaturated fats, or some of the newer sunflower varieties are high in oleic acid, a monounsaturated fat. So they compared different groups of people in India and compared their rate of heart disease, those who ate mustard oil against those who ate sunflower oil. Now, one would imagine from the animal research that the poor Indians who were eating all this mustard oil were dropping like flies of heart disease. But in fact, they had half the rate of heart disease as those consuming sunflower oil. And when used in frying, they had a third the rate of heart disease as those consuming sunflower oil. So I was quite surprised to see this, because if you read the American literature, you would think that erucic acid is one of the worst things that's ever come out of a plant. Yet this Indian literature, looking at actual Indians who are actually eating this stuff every day, finds that it's much more beneficial than sunflower oil. So I'm not a huge fan in my own diet of any vegetable fats, because even mustard oil has a bit more linoleic acid, the problematic omega-6 fat that is in these vegetable oils. But if you're considering how to make your diet better and you live in India, I would say absolutely consume mustard oil preferentially to sunflower oil or any other high omega-6 fat. Walter Willett says it's much healthier.
Amazing. I want you to give me this study link later, so I will post it under your video. I think people in India will be very happy to listen that mustard oil is much better.
Isn't that a gem?
Yeah, absolutely. I know you posted this study long back in X, or the former Twitter. I don't have the link with me, but it will be very interesting to put it below this video when we post. I think many Indians will be very happy with you telling this, that mustard oil is relatively safe.
I was surprised to see that. Now, there's also there was a lot of research along the same line that came out of South Africa. Obviously, a lot of Indians moved to South Africa back in the, I guess, 1800s. And what they found was that when they got there, their rate of heart disease went up. And people were curious to figure out why. And a researcher whose name escapes me, I can send you the study also, started looking into what was going on. And it was, again, he pointed the finger initially at mustard oil, because these Indians were consuming a lot of mustard oil. And he noticed a phenomenon called connubial diabetes, where a husband and a wife would all of a sudden get diabetes at the same time. And he pointed the finger at not mustard oil, but synthetic mustard oil, right? You take the chemical that makes mustard oil spicy and you add it to a regular vegetable oil, which is much cheaper, especially I suppose in South Africa. And it tastes like mustard oil. It has the flavoring benefits of mustard oil in Indian cuisine, but it pretty promptly gives people diabetes. So his concern was that perhaps they should avoid the synthetic mustard oil. Willets. Now, we should note that heart disease, the Willett paper I just quoted was about heart disease, but heart disease and diabetes are like this, right?
Yeah.
If you're one of the biggest risk factors for heart disease is if you have high levels of insulin. And that is, of course, the definition of type 2 diabetes, essentially, is insulin resistance and high blood sugar. So I tend to use a lot of these chronic diseases almost interchangeably because they're so highly correlated with each other. And in a lot of cases like diabetes and heart disease, there are clear causal links going from diabetes to heart disease.
Very interesting, because we had a podcast long back, maybe 2020, 2021. And during that time, you were telling that, you were not in much favor of mustard oil and all, but now when it is a comparison with sunflower oil, it seems to be much better. And probably this is a gem for India, what you said. Now,
yes.
How about?
Well, yeah, I mean, and especially, I'm obviously not Indian. I don't know how mustard oil is used in Indian cooking. I certainly think that, like, I use sesame oil in my cooking, but I use it as a flavorant. Sesame oil has a rather unique and very powerful antioxidant. So the way I use it is I'll cook a dish and then at the end I'll sprinkle some sesame oil on top. So I certainly think that if you're using it as a flavoring, that it's going to be very safe. And, Willett's epidemiological study and the other, the lack of any solid scientific evidence showing mustard oil to be an actual cause of heart disease in humans, I think gives one a lot of comfort. Let's put it that way.
How about peanut oil or groundnut oil?
Peanut oil is one of the worst, unfortunately. Peanut oil, but let's caveat that. Peanut oil is very high in oleic acid, and the research that we have in humans and in animals shows that peanut oil oxidizes very quickly. Americans use it for frying. A lot of Americans use it for frying French fries. These same researchers, Walter Willett and Dariush Mozaffarian at Harvard and Tufts, respectively, have shown that French fries are the most obesogenic food in the United States, but potatoes are fine. Right? Funny, a boiled potato, the list of ingredients is potato and salt. And the list of ingredients in French fries is potato, salt, and vegetable oils. Often peanut oil. So, yeah, I would be careful about that. Is that what you mean by groundnut oil? Is a peanut a groundnut?
Same, it is same. Peanut groundnut is same.
Okay. So yeah, that oil is problematic. They have, I'm not sure if it's genetically modified or it's just a natural variety. One of the interesting traits of plants and omega-6 and omega-3 fats is that the farther south they grow, the fewer omega-6 fats that they have. So for instance, soybeans in the United States, if they're grown in the northern latitudes, they have a higher level of linoleic acid than those grown in southern latitudes. The high oleic sunflower oil that is on the market now, which is a pretty good option. I think it's about 7 to 10% linoleic acid as opposed to 60 to 70% in the traditional sunflower oil. Is actually a natural variety that was discovered in Africa. Now, why would plants want less of these omega-6 and omega-3 fats in them? I talked to one scientist and I asked him if it was possible to genetically modify plants to produce more of these omega-3 fats, and he replied, well, we could, but they would blow up. right? Linseed oil is used in furniture preparation. And if you soak a rag in linseed oil and leave it out in the sun, the omega-3 fats, the same ones that are found in, flaxseed oil is linseed oil. It's the same plant. The omega-3 fats are so unstable chemically that they'll actually burst into flames from sitting in the sun. An old dryer that I had actually had a warning label on the dryer saying not to dry clothes soaked in vegetable oils inside of the dryer because it could burst into flames. This was a warning label printed by the manufacturer onto the dryer. So, it may be that there are varieties of these oils that are found in India because of the hot climate that are lower in omega-6 fats than the ones that we produce in the United States or in Europe. So that's something. But I would definitely say, one of my favorite gluten-free breads is produced by the Franz Bakery out in Oregon, and they use high oleic sunflower oil, and it's delicious, and I'll buy that. It's only a couple percentage points. Again, I'm trying to minimize my intake, but I think that's a reasonable thing to do if given what your options are.
So I think out of the 3 traditional Indian oils, sesame oil, mustard oil, and groundnut or peanut oil, it seems that you seem to be okay compared to the earlier times on mustard oil and sesame oil specifically for salad dressing.
Yeah, and I'd say, again, yogurt makes an excellent salad dressing or sour cream. Most dairies are 1 to 2% linoleic acid versus, the lowest vegetable oil I've seen is a variety of olive oil that's 2%, and olive oils will go up to 21%. 21% is way too high. 10%, depends on what the rest of your diet is. But, we all have to live within the limits of our economies and the food that are available to us. So minimizing it is the best strategy for sure.
Now, what is it specific about linoleic acid or the omega-6 fatty acid that may lead to diabetes? See, it is said that we get diabetes when our cells are filled with fat and then it cannot take any more fat. What is the exact mechanism which a simple person or a lay person can understand that why omega-6 cause diabetes or may lead to that development of diabetes?
Let's talk about, I mentioned rags full of linseed oil that burst into flame in the sun, right? Obviously, that's a problem. People have had their houses burned down because of that. Interestingly enough, animals will not incorporate that fat into their cell membranes because it's too unstable. It causes too much damage. The initial peroxidation product, right, when the fat combines with oxygen and goes rancid, the initial peroxidation product of the omega-3 fats like alpha-linolenic acid is actually a carcinogen, recognized as such in the United States by the federal government. So the body protects itself by not incorporating that fat into its membranes. If you eat soybean oil, your body will burn the fat off. It'll use it as fuel, similar to what it does with excess glucose or excess alcohol, or any amount of alcohol. Linoleic acid is different. It's also quite unstable, hence the warning in my dryer, but your body will incorporate it into membranes. When it's incorporated into membranes, it is very susceptible to peroxidation, to becoming rancid, and the peroxide products are toxic, right? Which is why we don't want to eat rancid fats. One of those peroxidation products is one I like to talk about because it's very well researched, 4-hydroxynonenal, HNE. HNE directly causes insulin resistance, right? Just like it activates the exact same pathway that's activated in the cell by insulin itself, right? So in humans, if you have an experiment that you would like to perform and you want to make people insulin resistant, healthy healthy people insulin resistant, you don't give them sugar, you don't give them carbohydrates, you give them soybean oil, right? You can inject soybean oil intravenously, as is done in a procedure called total parenteral nutrition, where a person, for whatever reason, can't eat food. They've got gut damage or are missing their gut. The practice here in the United States is to inject soybean oil into their veins, and that very quickly causes insulin resistance in almost everybody that it's done to. If you do it to a healthy person, they will immediately become insulin resistant. And if you feed a healthy person soybean oil, they will become insulin resistant from one dose within 8 hours. Now, there's a lot of research, medical research, looking at TPN. Some folks think it's because of the fat, right? But if you use the biggest problem with the TPN procedure is that it causes liver failure, right? Fatty liver disease. Another epidemic in the United States and also in India. So we know how to cause that through TPN. It causes fatty liver disease, ultimately liver cirrhosis, and then liver cancer. It causes insulin resistance very quickly. But if you switch the fat out and you remove the omega-6 fats, then you can have people, they use fish oil. You can have people on a fish oil infusion. The fish oil will cure the liver disease, first off. And then you can have a fish oil infusion for a person for years, and they'll be fine. There was a famous case about a kid whose name was Charlie, if I remember correctly, who was dying from this parenteral nutrition associated liver disease. He had jaundice. He was, not going to survive very long. He was an infant born with short gut syndrome, and they put him on this fish oil infusion. And 5 years later, he was fine. NBC did a documentary about this years ago and showed the kid years later, healthy, happy kid, no longer jaundiced, no longer with yellow skin. And, so yeah, if you want, in animal models, it's also similarly clear. If every animal experiment they do, they have a control diet on the one hand, and then they have the diet that causes the disease they're looking to cause. Typically, they call it diet-induced obesity, but along with the diet that they use most often in these experiments is called D12492. It's from a company called Research Diets, and it causes obesity, it causes diabetes, it causes heart disease, it causes certain types of cancer in these animal models, which is why I use all these different chronic diseases almost interchangeably, because the one diet causes the whole suite of them. So that's a diet that's, I think, 65% fat. So let's say you want to change that diet, right? And you want to come up with a diet that will not cause obesity and not cause insulin resistance or diabetes. How do you do it? Well, Research Diet will send you that diet too. And that diet is high in sugar and high in carbohydrates and very low in fat, right? So yeah. And at one point they were using kind of a middle ground diet, which they still offer on the market. And scientists were complaining that it didn't cause obesity and diabetes fast enough for their research experiments, because typically they want to do it during a semester, because that's when they have their grad students. So Research Diet altered the formula by adding more high omega-6 fat to the formula to come up with D12492. So that same diet is basically a similar ingredient list to a medical food called Ensure. And if you get sick and go to a hospital, say you get cancer and you get cancer cachexia, where you start losing weight rapidly. They used to offer this to models back when, and actresses. Raquel Welch was in an ad for this where she said, "I can't afford to be skinny." And she ate a similar formula, and it was very simple. It was glucose and corn oil, right? Ensure is vegetable oil, sugar, and glucose. along with some protein and some vitamins and minerals. So, yeah, we know exactly how to cause these diseases. Every doctor in the country knows how to cause these diseases.
That's true.
Because they prescribe it on a regular basis. Ensure is produced by Abbott Pharmaceutical, and it's the most used pre-prepared food in medicine to cause weight gain. And it's marketed to cause weight gain. And they showed their human RCTs comparing Ensure to regular diet care, which is typically in a hospital, the dietary guidelines. And within 3 or 4 weeks, eating this higher seed oil concoction will cause you to start gaining weight.
Interesting. Anyway, Abbott is my ex-company, so I was in Abbott.
Oh, you were? Well,
Yeah, well, I was there for 32 years.
I mean, hey, everybody likes to beat on big pharma, but I certainly know that if I get an infection, I want antibiotics. I'm not going to try and treat it with diet.
Yeah,
Although there is some evidence for that, but I
Yeah.
want the quick fix same as everybody else does.
Now, in India, what we use is we also use widely sunflower oil is used, rice bran oil is used,
Yeah,
and then
one of the
maybe
worst.
safflower, and then cold pressed or industrially refined groundnut oil. It is all, you must be knowing already, we have a regional differences. In northern and eastern part, primarily traditional fat, they were using mustard, and in southern it was coconut and sesame, and probably in western it was more of groundnut oil. Now the latest one is this industrially refined high usage is sunflower, rice bran, safflower, blended oils are also used. So what is your view?
Right.
Soybean oil, we already discussed. It is also used widely here. We know that it is not as good. People will be very keen to know about these three also: sunflower, safflower, rice bran mainly.
Avoid them all. I mean, high oleic sunflower is a decent option. As I said before, I think it's about 8 to 10%. They have produced, there's a soybean oil that's only 2% linoleic acid. And I mean, one of my favorite headlines in the industry press is DuPont, the big American chemical company, came up with a genetically modified soybean oil called Plenish. And they hired a researcher to do a study showing this really gets to your point. The headline in the press was GMO soybean oil is less obesogenic than traditional soybean oil. And they used coconut oil as a control. And the coconut oil was not obesogenic at all. And the Plenish, the only difference between that and regular soybean oil was that it was much lower in the omega-6 fats. So avoid high omega-6 fat diets. There's another great paper I found recently, again, from India, looking at Indian subjects. You'd mentioned there's a hypothesis that diabetes happens when your cells become full of fat. But there are a lot of people, and it's more common in India than it is in the United States. People call them skinny fat, right? But they become diabetic before they're obese. And typically they have a lot of visceral fat. They have a pot belly. And that leads to pancreatitis and, to liver diseases. And there's a great study looking, done by Indian researchers looking at people in India. And they found that the reason that is happening is because the proportion of polyunsaturated fat is very harmful, right? So if you're eating a low-fat diet, but it's mostly from omega-6 fats, that's going to be much worse for you than, say, an American diet, which may be more obesogenic with a lot more saturated and monounsaturated fats. But the low-fat, high polyunsaturated fat diet is going to cause your organs to fail a lot more quickly. And that's what leads to that, skinny diabetics who have this pot belly. They're basically poisoning their visceral fat, which seems to be basically functioning as a filter fat doesn't go through the liver, right? Everything, pretty much everything you eat, when you digest it, your body sends it to your liver for pre-processing to remove toxins. Fat's different. Fat goes and gets pumped directly into your bloodstream, right? But the processing for fat seems to be the visceral fat in your gut, right? And that's where the damage happens first in a high omega-6 diet, right? That's why people talk about visceral fat or omental fat being so harmful. It's because it's trying to filter out the polyunsaturated fats and is unable to cope with the load. So instead of getting cleaned up, it gets pumped out into your bloodstream, and it's basically all this rancid, and I should be clear about something. Every seed oil that you eat is rancid when you buy it at the store, right? No matter how fresh it is, compared to what your body is expecting, right? A fresh bottle of corn oil or whatever has 400 times as many rancid fats as, say, normal non-atherogenic LDL does. So when you eat this stuff, it's bypassing your liver and getting pumped directly into your heart. Should it be a surprise that rancid toxic fats are causing heart disease?
I think, yeah.
Sorry for that little aside.
Yeah. So it is also said that, I think I've read your post earlier that, they also damage the LDL. So in a very, very simple language, this omega-6 or linoleic acid may be the cause of the damaged LDL causing heart disease, or the oxidized one.
Well, we can remove the maybe. The research goes back to the 1980s. They tried to induce the first step of atherosclerosis using what they later started terming native LDL, and they were unable to do so. And they found that modified LDL, a type of modification that doesn't actually start in or occur in the body, was sufficient to cause the creation of white blood cells turning into foam cells, which is the first step of atherosclerosis, right? The plaque in your coronary arteries that will burst and give you a heart attack is full of basically these dead white blood cells called foam cells, which have engorged in fat and cholesterol. And then some other researchers discovered that the fat that causes that modification is linoleic acid, the seed oil fat. And they showed that if you removed seed oils from the diet and replaced it with olive oil, that the LDL became far more resistant to oxidation and becoming rancid than if you were eating seed oils. Even in the latest papers, there's no other explanation for how that process happens than from seed oil fats becoming rancid in your LDL membranes. So yes. And then, once they become rancid and toxic, that combined with the stuff that you're eating from your gut, again, when you eat fats, they're packaged into a protein envelope very similar to an LDL, and it's absorbed directly into your arteries, right, without going through any other part of your body to be detoxified. So, in my opinion, that's what causes the initial step of atherosclerosis, is rancid fats being absorbed into your arterial wall. And then the second step that happens later is LDL, which is also becoming rancid in the circulation, being absorbed into your arterial walls. But most of the fats that are found in the arterial walls are coming from the gut, not from the liver via the LDL particle.
Very interesting. And I think viewers should note this, the relationship of omega-6 fatty acid or linoleic acid with heart disease. Now
just to kind of tie that point up and bring it back to your topic of diabetes, in an animal model, rhesus macaque monkeys, they were testing a antibody against oxidized LDL, and in that model, it wasn't very effective at reducing atherosclerosis in those monkeys, but it did cure their insulin resistance. So the reducing the number of oxidized LDL caused them to become less insulin resistant, which shouldn't be surprising to us because insulin resistance is a natural reaction to infection. And the scientists who discovered what causes oxidized LDL also discovered that there are natural antibodies that occur in the body to patterns of molecules, and that the pattern is identical between an oxidized LDL or a bacterial infection, right? So what your body thinks is happening when the LDL becomes oxidized is it thinks it's undergoing an infection, and it becomes insulin resistant and hyperglycemic because the white blood cells will use high glucose to fight off a bacterial infection.
Interesting. So while we primarily want to discuss on diabetes, we have discussed this in our earlier sessions also in the podcast in earlier session. Let us touch upon this study is well known among all the people who are interested in low carb, but very less known even in India, and that is Dr. Malhotra's Indian Railway study. Though it is on cardiovascular disease, I think we can briefly touch upon that. Very, very interesting.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, it's a crime that study isn't better known. It's the largest epidemiological study that was ever done, I know, that I'm aware of. I mean, Professor Willett at Harvard likes to brag about his couple of, tens of thousands of people in his database from the various epidemiological studies he's done here in the United States. Malhotra had 1.1 million participants in his epidemiological study, so far larger than anything that's been done anywhere else. He was the chief medical officer of the Indian Railway system, and as such, he controlled the medical care of all of the employees of the medical system, I believe, including their families. So he was able to look at heart disease rates and compare it to diet across India, and what he discovered was that in the north of India, dairy fat is consumed at a much higher rate than in the south of India, where it was primarily high carbohydrate and then higher in vegetable fats. And he was responding to the American diet heart hypothesis, which said that saturated fat will cause heart disease, so you need to avoid saturated fat. Well, what he found in his 1.1 million Indians is the reverse. Is that you were 7 times more likely to get heart disease if you were living in southern India eating a high carbohydrate diet with, although low fat, a high proportion of omega-6 fats in the diet. And that one could argue that a high dairy fat diet was much more protective against this. Even though they were eating a higher absolute quantity of linoleic acid in the north than they were in the south, the proportion of it was much lower. And they were eating, as Dr. Mozafarian would tell us, lots of these protective dairy fats. So a massive difference between the diet and the heart disease in the north and south of India, and something that should have, one of many such studies that should have killed the diet heart hypothesis that saturated fat consumption leads to heart disease. He did a number of other really fascinating studies. He was a brilliant scientist.
The interesting part was what is, just to sum it up, I also read the study many times. The heart disease in northern part of India was 7 times less, or rather, this was south was 7 times more. What is more interesting was people in north also consumed more calories compared to south. Overall calories consumed was high and very high dairy fat, and still it was 7 times less compared to people of south. So people of south were actually eating less calories, but they were more into this refined vegetable oil. That's all. So it's very interesting. People will say that eating high calorie also causes all disorder. So it is all on the contrary. Very interesting study. And if we go through this, there are a lot of interesting points and nuggets which we have actually missed, and he's still not recognized so well. And most of us do not know about the study.
Now we'll come to it deserves to be much better well known.
Much better. We'll come to the interesting point, which I just read few days back or couple of days back on turmeric or turmeric, or as we say in India. So what is it about? Interesting post. Please tell us.
So this is something my wife's gotten into recently, which is turmeric tea. I'm not a tea drinker myself, but she likes it, and she had read lots of stuff online about the benefits of turmeric consumption for what ails you. And generally, whenever I hear this stuff, I start getting very leery about it. But there are a number of components of the diet other than seed oils that can have positive or negative effects on you. So it's always worth looking. So I found this fascinating study. Now, there's a very, very strong link between seed oil consumptions and various types of mental illness, including aggression and depression. There have been a number of RCTs that were done in prisons where they found that if they altered the fatty acid balance of the people in the prisons, that their rate of aggressive behavior went down. And there are other studies showing that there's a link between depression and what they call oxidative stress, which in practice is the process of seed oils going rancid in your body. So this was a rodent study, rats, and they came up with poor rats. I wrote a blog post about this and I said, some studies make you sad. This is one of the sad. So they basically tormented, often they'll induce a disease through some chemical means, which is always problematic because you never know what other effects the chemical is having. Well, they just tormented these poor rats. They put them in cages which were tilted at 45 degrees. They put them in cages with wet bedding. They wouldn't let them sleep. They did all these different things to these poor rats. And lo and behold, no surprise to any of us, the rats became depressed. And they measured the depression in a variety of different ways that mostly pertain to rats, because you can't ask a rat if it's depressed or not. But what was fascinating to me and really surprising, they didn't go into any details on the rat diet, but it was probably a typical rat control diet, which, as I said before, high in carbohydrates, and most of the fats are going to come from seed oils, right? Soybean oil or whatever else, right? So tormenting the rats caused the oxidative stress to go up, and they measured this through looking at the rancid omega-6 fats, and they all went up as the rats became depressed. And then they gave them, now the one could argue positive effect of depressed rats was that they ate less, right? But as we've discussed, we know these omega-6 fats make you eat. That's why they're used for this purpose in humans and animals. So then they gave them curcumin, right, which is thought to be the effective part of turmeric. It's what causes, correct me on the pronunciation, please. I'm American. I can't be helped. But turmeric?
Yeah.
Turmeric. Okay, sorry. So curcumin is thought to be the active ingredient. It's 7 to 10% of the turmeric root is this curcumin. So they gave the rats curcumin. Not only did it cure all of their symptoms of depression, except for the eating, right? But at the same time, it lowered all the markers of oxidative stress, which strongly suggests that the increased oxidative stress, in conjunction, obviously, with being tormented, is causing the rats to be depressed. And the curcumin, by reversing the oxidative stress and lowering the markers like HNE, which I had mentioned before, reversed their depression. Now, what's interesting is the only symptom it didn't reverse was eating less, right? So it's possible that HNE can cause obesity. This is well demonstrated in the literature, and it's commonly seen in humans in obesity in the fat cells, where it causes insulin resistance. So it's possible that the curcumin was protecting them from eating more induced by HNE. There are other studies that look at curcumin as a treatment in obesity and find it to be very helpful. So I thought that was fascinating, and I thought it was fascinating, as I mentioned in the blog post, that that's such a fundamental part of Indian cuisine, because one could imagine, and I'm just speculating here, that traditionally the lower amount of seed oils that were consumed in the Indian diet compared to today could have been offset by things like curcumin, right? Even though India did have a long history of diabetes, they used to have a lot less of it than they do now. And things like turmeric and ghee and a more dairy fat focused diet, as we saw in the northern parts of India in the Malhotra study, could all be protective elements that were lessening the damage that we see from a high omega-6 fat diet. So hypothesis, but it's interesting. And it's certainly, if you're a depressed rat, I would highly suggest trying some curcumin.
So do you think this effect will come with using whole turmeric, or is it only due to curcumin?
I've read that curcumin isn't well absorbed on its own, and that it's better absorbed with turmeric. Sorry.
Or whatever it is.
So I really don't know the answer to that. That's the one hint that I got. I certainly, it's delicious, and I certainly wouldn't. My oldest friend in the world was born in Bombay. He was the best man at my wedding, and his uncle owned a Indian restaurant in Connecticut, and asked me once while I was friends with Rahul, and I said, "Oh, it's for the food." Rahul, he's okay. I can take or leave him, but I love the Indian food. So yeah, it's delicious by all means. Enjoy it.
I think we are used to using this spice in all our tempering, which we put in vegetables and a lot of stuff. And India is, we also know there are some families who take a little bit of turmeric milk at night.
Okay.
Golden,
now,
which is sold
is
as
it actually with milk?
with milk. So which is sold as golden milk in US, in many of those bars probably. So we are used to taking turmeric milk at night as a sort of some digestive protective stuff or something. It is known to help inflammation and all. So it is very well known in India that traditional families have taken this for a lot of
that
stuff.
makes perfect. I mean, if it's counteracting seed oil toxicity, I mean, there's a lot of evidence that high intake of seed oils directly causes intestinal diseases. The rancid fats, obviously, this is why your mother tells you not to eat stuff that goes bad, right? It's the rancid, a lot of it's the rancid fats. So yeah, if you're eating that makes a lot of sense. The combination of the milk fats, the beneficial milk fats, and the oxidative stress reducing turmeric would be very beneficial, I would think. Grandma knows best. Grandma's no fool.
Yeah. Thank you. And what is your final recommendation of which fat should India use? By now, what are the traditional fats you use. What is your recommendation?
Well, it's more of a negative, right? Avoid seed oils. It's a funny thing, you mentioned before highly refined seed oils. The refined seed oils are actually the safer ones. The world standard for oil safety, cold pressed oils are considered to be 50% more rancid than the refined oils. And what the refining process does is remove the rancid chemicals, or the chemicals that are the result of the oil going rancid. So I would be leery about, don't think that because it's hand pressed, it's better, it's worse. I would avoid any high oleic seed oil, or linoleic seed oil, and look for, they're marketed as high oleic seed oils like sunflower oil, but the beneficial component is the fact that they are low in linoleic acid. I've come around on mustard oil. Don't buy, but again, looking at the South African research, if you're going to get mustard oil, you want the real stuff. You don't want synthetic stuff for flavoring, because it's just like a lot of olive oils. It can be, if it's mixed with the dangerous seed oils, it's going to be much worse for your health. And I know you have a lot of members physicians who are advising various different protocols, but I think you can get, as I learned in my experiment, which was only 10 days, you can eat a very healthy diet and stay within the traditional Indian vegetarian dietary pattern. You don't need to be a carnivore. I'm not a carnivore. Try to get healthy fats. Ideally, you want pastured fats, which are, pastured dairy, grass-fed dairy. But, regular dairy is still going to be a lot better. Regular yogurt's going to be a lot better for you than, eating seed oils or peanut butter, which used to be my favorite food when I was growing up. And I think you could do quite well. I mean, there's a lot to be said for any traditional diet. I think we know from the history of Indian medicine itself that there are, let's call them potential problems with an Indian dietary pattern that could lead to diabetes, and have been known to do so for a long time. But we also know now what those are and what to do about them, right? I mean, what the original prescription for diabetes in India is the one that doctors still offer today, right? Don't be sedentary, get more exercise. Now we can reduce your intake of seed oils and try and get more healthy fats like dairy fats.
Dairy fats, probably ghee. I think we can conclude that probably ghee is the much better one. We can use ghee, butter, or the other saturated fat includes coconut oil also. Probably we can use
coconut oil.
and a bit of.
There are populations who eat just coconut oil and they do great. They don't have any problem with obesity or heart disease. The Katavan studies showed that very clearly. And if you're going to use it in moderation. Use it as a flavoring. Don't turn Indian food bland. We'll all be very mad at you if you do that. Right? Indian food has been a huge gift to the rest of the world, and we want its core elements to remain intact, purely out of our selfish motivations. But we also want it to be as healthy as it possibly can be for all of us.
So thank you, Tucker, and I think this is very, very information, very, very, very pertinent information, very good information shared, and I'm sure most of us will be benefiting out of this since it's an India-focused conference. And I once again thank you that you have appeared multiple times in our community to share your knowledge on cooking fats, seed oils. Thank you once again.
It's been an honor once again. Thank you, Shashi. And again, congrats to your team on the awesome work. I mean, getting to conference number 4 is a big accomplishment, and I'm sure it's a big accomplishment. How much work is involved in pulling something together like this. Bravo.
I think not without the help of the great people like you who are ever ready to come to a conference. Thank you, everyone. Thank you once again. Thank you. So that is the final one. So we have ended. So just a minute. Now we need to call Sindhu.
Yeah.
Can you get Sindhu Vijay in? Sindhu, can you put on your video? Yeah. Welcome, Sindhu. Welcome to our conference. Welcome to Metabolic Health Conference 4. You already know that we had MHC 1, 2, 3, and this time the India focus. We decided to have a very short spotlight session on your book. Your book is not new, it is already well known, but I think many of us should know that your book exists. So I thought I'll just have a spotlight session with you. So I will introduce Sindhu. So Sindhu Vijay is a functional nutritionist and a lifestyle health coach
certified in functional nutrition who has dedicated her work to helping people transform their health through nutrition and sustainable lifestyle changes. With expertises in low carbohydrate nutrition, she focuses on addressing the root cause of lifestyle related health challenges rather than simply managing symptoms. After experiencing her own health transformation through low carbohydrate diet, Sindhu has begun helping others achieve better health through personalized nutrition practical guidance. So she is also author of the and creator of the book called as LCHF Keto Cookbook, sharing simple, delicious recipes and evidence-based information approaches to help people make healthier eating a sustainable part of everyday life. So it is one of those, one of those rare Indian cookbooks which is well tailor-made. And Sindhu, I want you to talk a little more on the book.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sashi, for the warm welcome. And I would like to start with, my guru. I would like to thank my guru who introduced myself to low carb nutrition in the year of 2015. My guru, Dr. Vijay Raghavan. And thank you, Sashi, for introducing me to certification in low carb. Thank you so much. And for this great opportunity. Thanks to all the guests who was sharing a lot of insights during the session, and hosts for making this even more interesting. So yes, the book. See, why this book started. So I would like to start from there. I had multiple health issues at the age of 15 years. After attaining my puberty, I had a lot of health issues like irregular periods, hyperpigmentation, and my weight started gaining. And at the age of 21, I lost my left kidney because of renal artery stenosis. And then I happened to introduce to low carb nutrition by Dr. Vijay Raghavan. After entering into low carb, I reversed all those conditions in just 3 months. I attained my ideal body weight, and I happened to attend Dr. Vijay Raghavan's session and also got a chance to work with Dr. Vijay Raghavan. So that's where I were able to connect with a lot of people. And during the consultation, most of the people was asking, you are telling all these things, what all the foods can be taken and what all the foods should be avoided, but how to follow this? And they were stuck in the pattern that, for them, the breakfast means idli, dosa, and lunch is just rice and vegetables. And for the dinner, most of the people are sticking with upma and chapati. So they were not able to break the pattern. So they used to ask me, how did you follow this? How to reverse this, all this condition by following low carb with delicious recipes. So I thought of sharing whatever the recipes I was doing. So that's where it started. And it started with 10 recipes, and people were feeling interesting by trying my recipes. So I started making lot of recipes. So I'd come up with 100+ recipes. I'm an author of 2 books actually. So the first book came up with just recipes, and the second book, after starting, we were running a cloud kitchen also. We were delivering salads, soup. So I was busy with this cooking. I couldn't consult. I couldn't help people through consultation. There I had a thought that if I can collate all the information which I shared during the consultation as book, it would be easy to reach people even. So, and then we started collating all the information. So like the book contains the introduction about the low carb, healthy fat nutrition and types of nutrition. It's not just blandly starting. So what are the macronutrients and micronutrients, and the introduction about all those things, and root cause of lifestyle disorders. So it's not just a cookbook, it's a guide. People who want to start the low carb diet, it will be a great guide for them. So benefits of low carb high fat, and 5 pillars of five pillars of healing. Like, people, when it comes to health, people often focus on just food. It's not just food, they have to focus on all the other pillars like sleep, movement, hydration, everything. So we have mentioned the pillars of health also, and the foods to have and avoid. When it comes to low carb healthy fat, they will be having a lot of doubts what foods to be included and should be avoided. So we have introduced foods to have and avoid, and LCHF weekly plans. Okay, yeah, so people often ask, okay, what to have and avoid is there.
but how to collate it as a plan. So we have included LCHF weekly plan and also a daily plan for vegetarian and non-vegetarian. And the most important part is the book is exclusively for vegetarians. So most of the vegetarian people are struggling when it comes to low carb. So this is exclusively for vegetarian, and the protein sources are also available, like a chart, and the supplement details are there. Like when it comes to essential nutrients like vitamin B12, vitamin D, omega, all those details are there. And people who start low carb nutrition, definitely once the body get into the mode like fat burning mode, they will be focusing on intermittent fasting. So the fasting guide is also there, exercise and benefits also there. And the most important part is after reversing all these conditions, people always tend to focus on introducing the carbohydrate, how to introduce the carbohydrate and what kind of carbs can be included. They'll be having these kind of questions in their mind. So we have given the maintenance plan also. So what sort of carbs can be included after following the low carb? And the most important part, when they started bluntly, they will be having a lot of questions in their mind. So we have included FAQs also. So they will be answered for all the questions they are getting. So the ultimate goal of this book is to create awareness amongst people who are struggling with metabolic disorders. So and another thing is, people who are attending metabolic health conference can avail this discount using the code which is there in the chat, which is metabolic 4. The metabolic should be in caps along with the 4.
So what is
And
the discount you are giving?
25%.
So there's a 25% discount
Yeah.
for those who are attending the conference. It is a metabolic 4. It is on cap. Very simple, metabolic 4. So where do they apply the discount?
In Amazon.
In Amazon, huh? So it's
Yes.
very important. So
Yes.
people can go and search for the book in Amazon, and there is an option for code. They can put in those that code and get. And so this is the book which all of us can see. This is the book, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So this is a book which all of us can see. So you can head to LCHF Cookbook by Sindhu Vijay. You can go to Amazon and apply the 25% code, which is metabolic 4, and get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else,
Yeah.
which Sindhu?
That's it, Sashi. Yes, if you have anything to ask,
No,
you
that's
can.
all. You all
Otherwise,
see, we have in our community, we have always recommended your book for many people. Okay.
Yes.
The one question is it available in hard copy or is it only soft copy in Kindle?
So right now the Kindle version is available, and the currently books are out of stock in Amazon. So we are
Is there
sharing the
any
link in
plan?
the chat
Is
box.
there any plan to get the hard copy?
Yeah. In few weeks, it will be
In few
available in
weeks.
Amazon. Yes.
Fine. I think it's a good one. So people can buy the Kindle version immediately, 25% discount. And the hard copy will also be available in coming time. Okay, in few weeks. And
Yes.
I hope you keep a small discount that time also for everyone. Mhm. Once it is
Yes, for
available.
sure.
Thank you very much.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Sindhu, because we called you because you are one of our old associate, and many of us have recommended your book for many clients. And I think all those who are watching should actually get this book because most of us want very, very simple, practical, low carbohydrate food, whether it is vegetarian or vegetarian or non-vegetarian. So it contains everything. So it contains everything, or it's only veg? This book.
No. The recipes are vegetarian recipes, but the meal plans and foods to have
Okay,
and
very good,
avoid,
very good.
everything
So
for
this is
book.
again a big challenge for vegetarians to have vegetarian recipe. So again, to be clear, while the meal planning is all omnivore and everything, but the recipes are exclusively vegetarian. So this
Yes.
is again good because a lot of vegetarians keep asking for veg recipes. So I think people can head to Amazon and get their Kindle version with 25% off using Metabolic 4.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sindhu. Thank you very much for joining us. And we are so happy that you have come. And your book offers a lot of solution to a lot of vegetarians. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sashi, for this great opportunity.
Sindhu, you can be here with all of us in the closing session. So
Yeah.
I am requesting now to get Michelle in. So, Michelle, first will anyone from Imagika can join?
Yes, sir.
Yogita.
Yogita this side.
Yogita, we want to get you spotlighted also.
Yes, sure, sir.
Get yourself spotlighted so we come to the fore. Yogita. Yeah, thank you very much. So first of all, on behalf of Metabolic Health Conference, for a big thank you for Imagika for being with us right from the beginning. MHC 1, 2, 3, and 4, and all are executed flawlessly. When I say flawlessly, it is flawlessly. There is no issue at all. It has gone so superb, and I don't think that I could have ever conducted the conference without Imagika. So my compliments and big gratitude and thank you to Imagika for being with us right from the first conference to this. MHC is one of the biggest conference, most prestigious and biggest low carb conference, not only India, but even globally. If you see, this is the only conference which is having a lot of international thought leaders on low carb and which is free of cost for everyone. So it matters a lot. Thank you, Yogita. You have anything to say,
Yeah.
Yogita?
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for giving your opportunity.
Thank you. And please be with us in future also. We are going to conduct this in
Yeah,
coming
sure.
times. And this is all what we are doing is all public service. With lot of humbleness and gratitude, we are doing this so that everyone comes and sees this conference, takes benefit and watches the video. And even at Imagika Health, you guys should also go and watch all those clips because this is a general health. All of you will benefit for diabetes, PCOS, fatty liver, obesity, and everything. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Yogita.
Thank you, Magika.
So, Michelle, you can just start the closing session.
Well, what to say, Shashi? So, as we bring the curtains down on an extraordinary 3 days, I want to take a moment to reflect on the immense scale of what we have achieved, right? So, over the last 3 days, this platform became a truly global hub for metabolic health. 41 world class speakers featuring top Indian experts alongside international pioneers representing seven countries across the globe. Delivering over 28 hours of continuous high impact live sessions and deep dive discussions brought together seamlessly by a passionate team of 12 hosts. So, a tremendous heartfelt thank you once again to our event partner, Magica. Your support, seamless execution, and dedication made a gathering of this scale and quality so possible. Now, finally, but not really, to the heart and soul behind this moment. It's not final, but Shashikant Iyengar, beginning this incredible 3 day journey with your own story of 10 years of type 2 diabetes remission. You have really set an example by offering genuine hope and inspiration to millions across India who have been navigating the same path now, marking the fourth consecutive successful year and pulling off something this massive is only what you, Shashi, can do. Okay. So it isn't just about organizing an event, it's about character. And it is Shashi's profound humility, genuine respect, and authentic connection that brings India's and world's leading doctors, researchers, specialists together onto this one stage. Now, more than that, he has built a dedicated platform for everyone across India by keeping this 100% virtual and 100% free. Now, this is driving this mission to spread life changing health and awareness without any barriers. Now, for all our viewers who have been asking that will these sessions be available on YouTube? Yes, over the coming weeks, individual talks will be uploaded so you can easily share them with your friends, family, loved ones. In the show notes and the descriptions, you will find social handles for our incredible speaker and host. Please follow them, stay connected, keep this conversation going. We would love to interact with you in the coming days as well. stay curious, stay healthy. And now I would like to hand this over to the man himself. Over to you, Shashi.
Thank you, and it was a very, very eventful, lot of informative 3 days. And thanks you for your energetic and Joshila hosting for all
Thank you.
everyone has appreciated. There are a lot of people in social media actually appreciated the kind of energy which you have shown in opening and closing all the sessions. And we had brilliant speakers coming in and sharing their knowledge. We have learnt a lot. In fact, some of the
Yes.
speakers themselves have learnt a lot from other speakers also, and that is what. And this is how we have built a community that each one of us can help each other without any commercial, benefit. So we are not looking for any commercial benefit. We are looking to propagate the message because we are very strongly into education. And I'm sure more and more people can benefit. So I will request, we can get everyone in, and all of us can, if they want, they can all, say a couple of words for all of us. So I'm getting everyone in now. Yeah, so all who are here, starting from Sandesh. Sandesh, you want to tell anything now?
Again, I mean, thanks, Shashi, for putting a great lineup. It couldn't have been possible without you. Second, all the hosts. I think Shashi, many you came to help in short notice. So a lot of gratitude to them, and some of our our support team, Yogita and the entire Imagica Health. And I have been in this conference from the first. So I have seen Imagica in action, both when we were actually doing it in person, and in the last two live Zoom events as well. The experience has been seamless. I'm just grateful and humbled to have the experience of being part of this community. And thank you so much. And we will do this again, in the next year, I hope, Shashi.
Yeah, we'll do every year. So, Sandesh, thanks for being with us from MHC 1. And, as rightly said, so, this we had stitched this entire conference hardly in 2.5 months. Very short time. And I'm very happy and, glad and very thankful and gratitude to all the hosts, who could, in very short time, as soon as we assigned the guest, everyone prepared all the questions and all. It is not very easy job, but I think we are now become pros and masters now in organizing such conferences very nicely. Thank you very much. Priyanka, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think, it was, as usual, a fantastic conference and, really marks what we've been doing since MHC 1. I've been with you since MHC 1. And I think it really shows, the amount of work that we have achieved since MHC 1. And now, I mean, there's so much still to explore. And I think the lineup of speakers, Shashi, I mean, you are the master of it. You've done a great job. I'm sure all of us will benefit. We'll listen to these sessions again and again and benefit from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Prasanna.
Yeah, I'm actually, whenever I'm looking back, whatever you pulled off since MHC 1, 2, 3, and now 4, I'm actually surprised. And also sometimes, what is this 36 international level, high quality conversations pulled off in 3 days? It's an amazing feat. And also, I'm filled with gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Abhishek, you want to say something? I don't know. There's a lot of background noise. You can just decide. Sanjeev.
Yeah, I'm just blown away that suddenly you just sprung this on us a couple of months ago. MHC 4, you kept it hidden like a spy. I mean, it was fantastic secret operation, and it came off great, no friction. Some today's with Dr. Vinu especially, I think shed a lot of light on just a lot of rubbish that's been sold for so long. And first principles now are there for everybody to see. And it's a question of opening your eyes and just looking at the picture and building a better future. And we're part of it. So, Shashi, Michelle, I got to say, the energy, you should be on TV every day, for God's sake. Get a TV program, please.
Thank
Really,
you.
you're too good. Yeah.
Thank
you. Thank
Yeah,
you. Abhishek. Abhishek, you want to say something or you're okay? I think there's a background noise there. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Sindhu, you want to add some line since you're here? You're on
Yes.
mute.
Yeah. I know Sashi since 2015, and I'm a great fan of his work. I know how much of hard work he have put in to reach this level, and I'm also there from MHC 1. Though I'm not part of this host list, but I am there and part of this team, MHC. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity. I didn't expect this. I just asked for the book only, but I didn't expect this. Thank you so much. And yes, always awesome. Sashi, grateful to you.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Sindhu. You are part of our group now. Abhishek, you want to talk something? 2 line.
Yeah, sorry, I just came back from a temple, so I was busy with my children. So as you know, my schedule. But thank you, Shashiji, always trusting us from HC2 and always give an opportunity. Yeah, thanks a lot, Shashi.
Thanks, Abhishek. And Sanjeev, it was like a Dhurandhar operation only. 2-3 months I have prepared, and then suddenly on August 1st, I just blew it up in social media. No one expected. So it was a very short time. It was all planned, well planned, because that is how planning goes behind my back. So a bit of Dhurandhar Giri I do. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
and I think you guys did a really good job. It was much light.
Lot
It
of
was
background. No
lighter
one
and
was
more.
knowing what I was going to do. Only 2-3 people
Yeah,
know.
but
And then
even
one
just
day I
the
just blew up.
flow of like the introductions, there was not too much repetition of the same, like blah blah blah. It was just straight to the point, and it got interesting quickly.
So I think, this is the same feedback has come. There are many people who actually message many of us that this time it is very professional and we didn't waste time in all irrelevant stuff. We didn't promote things and all. We just came to the point, because this conference is about conference, not to promote different stuff. So this is a highly professional one, and this is how it's going to be. We are not here to promote anyone. Thank you. Michelle, what do you want to ask finally?
There is something I really want to ask. Okay, I'm not going to allow you to get into another Dhurandhar style operation. Give us a sneak peek of MHC 5.
So what happens is, every time I'm conducting this MHC, the next one already comes in the mind. Let me tell you, it is already planned. Believe me, I already invited 4 speakers for MHC 5. So this is how I operate. I don't sit down and then give 2 months gap and then plan. While conducting this conference, it has happened even in MHC 2. One of the person was there physically. I invited her to MHC 3. Immediately then and there, when MHC 2 did not even start, I called that person to MHC 3. So that's how the planning goes. It's a bit of Dhurandhar Giri, but I will just tell you the headline also, or the subject or topic. It's going to be metabolic health beyond food, the missing pieces. It's going to be very interesting, and I'm going to catch in a lot of interesting speakers from across the globe. Believe me, it's going to be even better than this one. Thank you.
Yeah. So
No,
Shashi,
thank you.
thank you. And there, of course, we have people here who have been with you in this conference for years. And while it is my first time, firstly, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and trusting me with this. But honestly, Shashi, with everything aside, I don't think anyone else could have pulled this off except you. It's really the speakers, the hosts, the kind of respect, that we have for you. Really, you're doing a great job. Really, thank you so much.
And let's make a runaway success in next event also. Thank you. I have not fixed the date and time. We will do that later. I fixed the topic. I already fixed 3-4 speakers. Everything will announce in coming times. Thank you, and let's conclude the session. Thank you again, Imagika, and thank you all the hosts.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your support. Thanks a lot. And all our viewers, thank you so much for your support, for your love. Please keep it coming. Stay connected. And thank you so much. Goodbye.
Yes, thank you so much everyone for joining today's session and giving your valuable time. So with that, we are closing this link. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.